Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs, what it do on this fine Wednesday night with you all? Hope everybody is good. And yeah, we got breaking news tonight, man. We got some stuff to talk about Bears-wise, quite a bit. And got a bucket full of players to talk to you all about, man. We're going to have a little discussion about that. That should be good. In fact, I'm going to let you know ahead of time, a handful of them I did a year ago. So that's 2 years in the making. But I did the film work on them. Just so happened they didn't come out last year. They went back into the programs in college, and we get to talk about them tonight, man. They're in the draft this year, and so we get to those players. And also, I can't wait till we get to the human part of this because some very interesting things have taken place since the last time I've seen you guys. And also, I think we have to harpoon, and for all the people that came here for the UFO content with the disclosure day discussion, I'm gonna have to apologize, man, because part of the being human part of the show, I will explain kind of what happened in the last 24 hours that just really got in the way of my work so I can really perform on that part of the show. So we'll talk about it a little bit at some point, I guess, but tonight might not be the best time to do it. So that being said, man, let me stop talking so much. Thank you for being here. Let me see how many people in the chat. We got one person in the chat. White Ghost, what up, man? Thank you for being here. And as people start to trickle in, man, let me go ahead and pass the rock over to Triple R, who's up on deck first, man.
Hey, what up? Everything is everything. Yeah, I got a little coffee. I got a little device watching stuff on, keeping up with in case there are any trades, any signings, any cuts, and looking forward to a lovely evening of some extra sauce. So yeah, you know what to do. Make sure what channels you need to be subscribed to: the Nomad Network, Kids of Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple R SCS. And then we're gonna keep it moving. Kids?
Yeah. Welcome in. Welcome one and all. It's Wednesday night. Time for some extra sauce. Shout out to all those in the chat. Hey, Cakes. What it do? Hey, Cakes. I ain't seen you before, but good to have you. Definitely like, share, subscribe. Give us a little bit of love. We appreciate that. Big ups to my guy, WG, who's out there with us right now. As the rest of y'all trickle in, we will get into all kinds of different foray, whether that's the Chicago Bears, food, drink, etc., etc. Shout out to you, Kaysen, as well. Big ups, big ups. Life is life, man. Things are pretty status quo for the dude right here in Canada. Fingers crossed and hoping that a certain Canadian winds up finding his way onto the Chicago Bears roster once we hit that 2026 draft. Outside of that, big ups to Mr. Mayhem. And like Triple R said, give us a little bit of love at the Nomad Network, at Sports Chicago Style, and at Keza Canuck. But we'll keep this thing moving. Nomad, what do you got to say, brother?
All right, man. Again, thanks everybody for being here, man. Before I get to, I want to get him real quick. So I want to give you guys a chance.
Jason. I appreciate that.
No, you said I'm the favorite.
Oh, you the one who didn't shout him out? I'm pretty sure he's talking about the guy who would give him a shout out. But there's that. Big ups to Levante who just jumped.
What up, boy?
What up, Levante? Mr. Mayhem.
Hey, man. So I'm gonna give you guys a chance, man. What's been good with you this week, Trips, man? How's life? How's health?
See, he knows what's up. Casey knows what's cracking. Sorry.
Yeah, Sports Chicago Style. Chef Trips, Trip, Coach Trippin, and Triple R. Moi, of course. Best YouTuber, of course.
Deluxe. Go ahead, man. What's been going on with you this week, Trip? Anything you want to get into, man? Everything treating you well in life?
Yeah, it's as well as it can be for for the things that we can control. Then the things that we can't control, as that goes sideways, just trying to keep your head above water, keep the feet kicking, keep the lungs breathing, keep the heart pumping, all that fun stuff. So is at the end, at the bottom. Yeah, upside down. It's at the end, at the bottom.
What
Yeah.
up?
And you know what, Trip? I'm glad
Because me and Nomad are on the bottom.
Because part of the Doomsday Survival segment, we'll be able to get into that a little bit of what you're saying. It's pretty practical, I would just say. Talk about it a little bit, man. But we'll get to that part of the show as soon as we can. But Canuck, how's your life, man? How's things treating
you? As they say out there in the woods, same shit, different pile, man. Nothing special really cracking right now. I will admit to being a cigarette smoker for the time being. I will cold turkey that stuff in a week or two. So bear with me. I'll get back off the wagon, as they say. But that's about as
on the wagon.
So am I not? Is it back on the
no,
wagon?
If you're on the wagon, that means that you're not
that I quit.
He's trying to say he chilled out on that for a long time, but he's on.
You're trying to say you fell off the wagon and you lighten up.
I've never fallen off a wagon in all actuality.
It's an expression.
It is. I'm not sure where it came from, but
it came from wagons and people falling off of them. I don't fucking know. But the point is, you fell off of it because now you out there smoking up again.
Man,
and you was doing so good. Damn it, kids.
I was doing great. I will get back on the wagon.
Yes, get back on the wagon.
There we go. I heard that guy tell me he smoked a cigarette almost 2 years.
It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute.
But how did you go back to smoking after you?
I wholeheartedly and holistically blame the wife. It's your fault, babes. Sorry. Just gonna blame you. And
hey, I'll slap his ass around for you, Mrs. Canuck. Don't worry about it.
That may happen. Shout out to Emmett who's coming through. Ron Winarski, good to have you, my brother. Always good to have you, Ron. Hey, man. But like I say, life is life. It's all regular stuff. Just getting back in the swing of regular work life, But that's about it, man. Nothing too pressing going on.
Hey, you know what? As I start to tell you a story about being human, I'm gonna say this to you guys. I don't know, because I don't know if you guys have ever been with the love of your life. You know what I mean? I don't know if you are with the love of your life. You've been with the love of your life. You broke up with the love of your life at some point. Somebody that you consider the love of your life. And have you ever experienced that?
Man, a girl that you're trying to date. Sorry.
All right.
We're going right into Bismarcky there for a second.
So I'm gonna just go ahead and put it out there. And I ain't gonna put no names to it, but a couple that I've been knowing, pretty much we all kind of been knowing each other forever. And beautiful couple, love of their lives. They've been together since like sophomores in high school, freshman, sophomore year in high school, something like that. Never broke up. Home, beautiful, out in Atlanta. Everything, all the material things in the world. Both of them probably making 6 figures a piece. You know what I mean? Probably. One's he's an administrator for Norfolk Southern. The other one is an administrator for, I forget what school out there in the Atlanta area. But everything you'll want. Beautiful kids, well-behaved, mannerable, intelligent, and they got it going. They get ready to have it going for themselves, man. And recently, I've been seeing like little cryptic messages on social media from the wife. And I can see what that is. You know what I mean? Just little things she's saying. And she's like more of, he doesn't really have a social media presence. He's more laid back, a little more reserved. She's more of the A-type personality, right? And probably most of the reason why they've gone so far in life and gotten what they've gotten is because of her personality type. She's just really motivated all the time. and just like that. You know what I'm saying? So I've been seeing this shit out there for almost a month, and I'm not saying nothing. And usually my boy, when he gets into crisis, I'm usually his go-to person. But the last time I talked with him, I had to tell him about himself, man, because I'm that guy too. I'm that guy that's not gonna sugarcoat shit for you. I'm gonna tell you what it is. And sometimes, man, we don't see ourselves until another man tells you. You know what I mean? So, long story short, I'm seeing this shit, and I'm just like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 till he calls me, and I'm kind of forgotten about it. And all of a sudden, late last night, I get a text. He was like, "Bro, can I call you?" I was like, "Nah, probably not. Let's text, man, because my girlfriend, my voice kind of carries around the house." And we text for a long time. Late last night, when I usually do the work that I do for the UFO stuff. So he got aware of that, and we continued to text through the night, mostly into probably started up again about 10:30 or 11 at night. And he finally texted me and said that she wants to get a separation. And man, it crushed me, bro. It really crushed me in a big way. And so I say all that to say this before I get into a little bit more detail. We as humans don't necessarily, especially if you've been in a relationship with someone and you really do love that person, you love the dog shit out of them, you can still love that person and still want to go see what life is like without them. And I wouldn't blame someone for that. So I've been talking to him through text. I'm gonna have to end up calling him probably tomorrow or something like that. We're gonna get on the phone, but man, it's crushing, man. They're the kind of solid. You guys have a solid ass couple in your life that somebody that's been in your, whether it be somebody in your family or outside your family, that's so effing solid that it make you want to get your shit together as a couple. You know anybody like that?
I've had 3 examples of older generation, being married. Like my babysitter, Aunt Della and Uncle Bud, from the South, but they had been together, since they were very in their 20s, and they were now in their 60s, pushing 70 or something. And so I had been with them since 2 years old. So I saw their relationship and the arguments, the lovey-doveyness, here you go, baby. Are you happy, baby? That he would give her, the man to the woman, and her being mad and him coming, and just that whole dynamic. And then my Auntie Martha and Uncle Bud, and they were older. And then the Washingtons, and it was like, okay, there was struggle, there's give and take. People have their moods, but in sickness and in health, they had each other's back. But in my own personal life, I was never really feeling that whole thing, because it was like I was more of a realist, and it was like, look, you cool and all, but I got my moods, and I really don't want to be bothered. Get up off me. And so that kind of carried me through till
now. Just leave me alone.
You know what I mean? And so it's like, well, back in the day, it's like, well, don't you want to get married? And because aren't you gonna be lonely? And it's like, I happen to enjoy my own company. So, I may be alone, but I'm not lonely.
Well, here's the thing though, Trip.
So, but I understand the dynamics of a relationship, the vulnerability, the opening up, and especially from what you're describing, from their relationship being the only ones that they've basically dealt with in that romantic nature.
That ain't
and it's like that's I don't want to say that's a mistake, because everybody's different, but it's so many different people out here. Go, meet different people, go have fun, experience different things, because guess what? People grow apart. And especially when you're growing, because you've been together for so long, it's like, I still got love for you, and I will always have love for you, but I'm not in love with you. And so now, resentment is better to just split up. You know what I mean? So long story short, Yeah, I can do bad by myself.
So I'll say this to you, Trips. One of the things about us men, we are creatures of habit. Like if you like, so I mean, not like men are the only ones that are creatures of habit. So are women, but we are like that to the nth degree, right? And so one of the hardest things for me to do, I'll ask you guys this question. One of the hardest things for me to do once I established a relationship that, you know, I've been with this long was after being a bachelor for a long time, one of the hardest things for me to do was to share my space.
Mm.
It was one of the hardest things for me to do. And that might sound trivial as shit to a lot of people, but for me, I'm one of those personalities that likes my shit the way I like my shit, kind of the way Trips is now, and wants to be like, hey man, get the fuck up off me, man. We done some things tonight, man. Get out from under me, kind of dude. You know what I mean? So I can be lovey dovey, but it gets to a point where it's like, all right, when you finna go home? I was like that. Like, ain't time for you to leave? I ain't saying that, but I'm giving her that energy. And so once you cross that threshold as a man and you're willing to share your space with somebody, you're definitely coming along from the emotional standpoint of being copacetic with someone because you can see yourself and change. You know what I mean? But back to this thing about him, it's not like he's been a saint. He hasn't. Like I had last time I seen him physically is when I was living in the A. I was down there. I went out to the house, met everybody and shit, and we went out one night, me and him, and I just like, dog, you can't do what I do. Man, how come I can't? You can't. I can't in good conscience let you behave the way you want to behave. And I'm watching the shit, man. I see that girl. I'm not gonna be all in her fucking face being fake. No, dog, you ain't doing the shit around me. And so I'm that kind of homeboy. Like if you solid with somebody and they do have a beautiful relationship, bro, I'm not gonna kid you. Beautiful. Both of them real good, solid ass people. But they're at that point where they probably got intertwined too fast and didn't get a chance to experience life as young people should. And all that time while they were growing and developing, they were together and didn't get the same amount of life experiences as some of us get. So he was just kind of jealous of the fact that I get to be willy-nilly and do what the fuck I wanted to do. And he's tied down. I'm just like, I'm kind of jealous that you got that solid of a relationship, but not jealous. I kind of envy that, bro. And so
That's the same thing.
yeah, it's not jealous. It's just like, man, when I get in a relationship, I want to build my shit like that.
Look, you see that you missed an opportunity right there because I think Nomad ought to get into his lab and write a book, and it'd be a situation where it's like he sees his homie with this beautiful woman, with this girl, beautiful spirit, all of that stuff, and then it's like he sees his homie cheating, and then old girl finds out, not from him, but he comforts her, and then they get together, and then the homie's mad. And he's like, why you mad? You was out here cheating. You know what I'm saying? That love triangle lifetime type shit.
Man, dog.
Bro.
He asked me a question I wish he never did. And he just wanted my honest opinion. And I give it to him. And he was just like, man, I think she got somebody else. Or she's seeing somebody else.
See?
Like, you think? I was like, dog. The minute she came to you and said she wanted a separation, I would have just assumed that.
Breathe again. Breathe again.
If she hasn't touched him already, she's already got plans to.
Look, I got a couple questions
about it, bro.
So how old are their kids? First off, how was the youngest kid?
Damn near grown.
That's all that's important.
Oh, that's all good.
That's all that's important to me. So if he, maybe the young, if the youngest one's still living at home, it's one thing. If they're out, it's a bit of a different thing. The real, it's not, what your friend's going through isn't fun. What I can say though, at some point, to your friend, is at some point he will find himself finding himself again, and that is a point of clarity. It's a point of re-understanding yourself and recognizing where you fell short in your efforts in that relationship, and also where you lost yourself within the relationship, because you kind of started to allude to some of that when you were saying you don't necessarily like sharing your space. You're kind of particular, right? But then you acquiesce and you share, and that part of you sort of takes a back seat to the overall relationship case scenario. And that's just one example of that. There's so many others, little facets of oneself that tend to slide or go by the wayside when we're with our significant others, because realistically that stuff ain't important. You really, you want to make sure that the relationship case scenario is solid.
How
And
long before that space, that you were reluctant to share becomes, I can't imagine it without them there.
As soon as you stop being a curmudgeon about it.
But then that's it. So you get over it and you let that whole thing slide, and you get engulfed in this partnership. But once the partnership is over, per se, you get your full bed back. You know what I mean? You can stretch out in the bed. You can sleep on one side or the other side. It's cool.
As long as you get a bed, as long as the other one don't keep the bed.
I'm just saying, you don't, yeah, bro. You don't even need to do to do your bed in the morning. It's your bed. Who gives a damn? Do you give a damn? Maybe you don't.
Let me tell you something about. To me, intelligence is about emotional maturity. It's about, can you see yourself? Can you get within your mind? And before I say something I'm going to regret, or convince myself in my head to do something I'm going to regret, can you redirect? That's a sign of highly intelligent people who can do that. Who can? Not everybody can, because they're not emotionally mature enough to do it. And so it's just real whiplash, just like real quick.
Yeah.
You respond when you should without thinking.
Heartache, right?
But there's that emotional immaturity and maturity. But when you bring emotions into it, when you bring the heart into it, the heart will overrule the mind.
Of course.
If you allow.
And so feelings and
you don't have much choice. Right. In these types of situations, you don't have much choice. There will be a period of mourning, a period where you
got to listen to some Babyface, some Sade, light some incense, smoke some wine, cry, do some sit-ups and push-ups, and you'll be good.
That's basically how she goes, man. No matter what, you're going to go through that cycle, but coming out the other side is really what I'm talking about. Once you finally come out the other side, you're going to remember who you were. Right? Who were you before you got into this situation? Before
either one of them was nothing.
But who do you want to be?
No. Hold on. That's not what I mean. It's not that they were, it's not a status question. It is a question of all of those facets of yourself that you allowed to take a back seat
for the relationship.
Now those facets of yourself are ready and available, freed. They've been freed. Like, free is the best word, Trip. There's a level of freedom that you will eventually feel, and you can. I'm going solo. You know what I mean? I'm going solo.
Darling.
You're doing you all over again, and there's a whole new, a fresh, new freedom almost that you're eventually going to feel, and you can take full advantage of and embrace. So I just want to say it's unfortunate. I only know a few people who've been in a relationship like that. I'm probably one. My auntie and uncle, God rest his soul, he's now passed away, but they were together for I believe 50 odd years. Like, it was a very long period of time, and it was really a partnership where she propped him up in such a way that it was so funny to to get to talk to her as an adult. As a kid, you don't really see you don't get it. But as an adult, it's like, damn, man, I gotta cook this MF food again. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? This guy's driving me around town. He can't see. I can't sit in a passenger seat anymore. You know what I'm saying? I need to go get that. Go get somebody revoke his driver's license already, and you start driving around. You know what I mean? You start to have these weird conversations with her, but they lasted for the longest time. Outside of that, everybody I know, including my parents, my other aunties and uncles, for the most part, have all split up. All of my friends, man, my boy just split up with his woman. My boy's got a woman who's like, she's probably 10 years younger than him, and he was so like, he was like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I got myself a nice younger woman, and he was so happy about it. They just had a child a couple of years ago, and they split up. And I texted him the other day. I was like, man, I know you're going through a little bit of a rough patch, but keep your chin up. And he's just one of them guys that's like I guarantee you, he will be with another woman in 2 weeks. Like 2 weeks later, he'll be looking towards that new.
But that's before you go. Hold on. Before you go, because we got Scrolls asking what's the topic. He just busted in here. Let me just
what up, Scrolls?
Right back to the topic before you say it. So we talking about a relationship from some two friends of mine. They've been together since like freshman, sophomore year in high school and shit, and been together for years. They got a lot together, a whole lot. Kids, home. They got a boat now and shit. All kinds of stuff. All the little trinkets that come with that life. But they splitting up. She asked for a separation, and it's crushing to him, man.
See, I'm like that with Scrolls.
I'm his homeboy, so I end up being the person he leaned on.
But see, now the situation is always different because people and relationships are always different. You got let's say the woman or the man, doesn't matter which one, that have to be in a relationship, have to be partnered up and go from relationship to relationship to relationship. And then, you have the ones who are in a relationship, get crushed and never go back to a relationship, and then all in between. So in his situation, as just a dude, if we're just talking dude stuff, because I haven't been in his situation to be, with the same chick for the last, 4 decades. My God. Whew. That's a long fucking time, bro.
You know what's funny about it?
But I mean, it's like the life goes on, and there are interests outside of her. And while things may be different because of the like you're used to certain routines and comforts, because when you roll over at night, you get that warm body right there, or what I mean, those comforts aren't there anymore. And it's like, that'll be all right. You will survive. You just keep it moving and keep getting up every day, and the coffee will start tasting better.
Right. Hey, I could, what, man, I can tell, and I know this. I don't have to wonder about it. They truly love the shit out of each other. It's just to the point though, where like I always told them, when the shit was fresh, I was just like, man, y'all doing this shit way too early. Like, man, you just jealous, man. You wish you had a relationship like that type of shit. And that went on for years. And then it flipped over. I'm down in Atlanta. He down in Atlanta. And he want to hang out and do the shit that I'm doing. I'm like, homie, you can't get down like I get down, man. You cannot. I'm not gonna let you do that, man. Why are you worried about? I'm dude. And so anyway, long story short, it went from him being envious of me being a bachelor. I can gallivant around, all around Atlanta and do what the F I want to do. He wanted that life secretly. She didn't know that. And she got to a point, and it's been going on for a year. She's coding the messages on, social media. And I'm just like, damn, I'm just a matter of time for this motherfucker to call me. And he finally texted me. And I just told him, man, I was just like, man, whatever you do, don't allow it to get nasty. Just give her whatever she asks you for, and don't try to resist it, no matter what it is. If you got somewhere to lay your head at the end of the night, don't fucking worry about it. Just let her have it. And even if you think she's being nasty about it, which I don't think she will be, let her have it. It'll come back around, man. So it's about that, at this point. It's about making sure you're not going in a raggedy ass way in front of your children.
You, sir,
I don't think kids are
better man than me, because I'm sorry, man.
You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You ain't gonna win that battle.
I think the word should as opposed to
you
can.
cannot win that battle with no woman, kids. You could try that if you want to, but I'm just saying nobody has ever been successful at that.
I'm a cold-blooded, petty mofo in these situations. I'm just saying
that's your problem.
Man, you cold-blooded and petty. I mean, I have witnessed with my peepers right here, right? These ones right here, of brothers with their clothes shredded up with like knives or burn up in the yard. You know what I mean? In a pile, because they was being foul to their ladies. So it's like, yeah, they can get petty.
But I mean, in a situation where they're splitting up,
take two people.
Or hey, he was cheating. They split up, or whatever the case may be. She was mad, or they was mad.
There's different levels to this, right? So, like again,
different levels.
If there is no fault, if there's no fault, I can take my ball and go home.
Hey kids, he's talking about
if I'm at fault, I will take my ball and go home.
Hey kids, he's talking
about
if
she's at fault, I'm sorry. I might be a petty MF. I'm just being real with y'all.
Dog, you cannot get petty as a woman. I don't give a fuck.
It's gross.
I mean, if people grow apart, you know what I mean.
That's what I'm saying. If it's hey, like we're both done, then there's no reason to be petty. You come to an agreement, you have a conversation, you split things up, and you go your separate ways, and that's cool. You know what I mean? That's cool. But again, sometimes that ain't what happens. Sometimes it's a situation and you might feel a way. If there's feelings involved, you know what I'm saying? Like there's feelings. And sometimes you might catch feelings.
Hey, by the way, top 5 girl in all the homeboys I know, always was top 5 in school, still top 5. She a dime. And he's in love with her. So imagine that.
No, this is what I'm saying. Like in these situations, he might you're painting the perfect picture for him to feel away though now. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, kids.
And she's smart, which means she's employed, she got money.
Hold on, kids.
I'm just saying.
Hold on, kids. Stay with me now. All right. Dime piece, but he was still going out doing his thing.
Oh, he wanted to.
That's not for me to do my thing.
That's just being greedy.
Exactly. So I mean, it's like you want to have your cake and eat it too. Yeah. Well, guess what? It's some other ants crawling up in your cake. You know what I mean? And your cake is like, yeah, I got to go. So it's like you get to let that cake go. Find you some cupcakes or some turnovers or some tarts or something.
Hey, not this one, bro.
It's inflation, bro. Bro.
Not this one, bro. Trust me. She ain't depreciated. She's elevated in her value, bro.
Okay.
Did he raise his game? You know, she seemed to be elevating her shit. Is he stagnant?
Not really. But he ain't really elevated his game. But she sure the fuck did.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, like I'm saying,
she matured, passed beyond him.
And there's feelings involved. You all bets may be off. So all I can tell you, sir, though, and you're probably more important than him at this point. Go take your homeboy out. Go have a good time with your homeboy. And I don't mean to the club. I mean to a bar. You go to a bar
and don't make it rain.
Get some, you know what I'm saying? Go get some booze, have a conversation with the man, let him vent and get some of the BS off his chest. Don't take him to a spot where he go crazy wild.
But depending on what kind of guy he is, you might want to get a booth in the back and maybe have some tissues and shit.
Perhaps. You know what I mean? If it's gonna get ugly, then maybe you would just invite him over to your spot.
You know what I'm saying? Let him get it out.
You know what I mean? Just let him get it out. Let him get it out.
It's so fresh. They still in the same house.
Oh no, you need to. That's what I'm saying. You need to get him out that house, bro. You get him out there.
Let me tell you how it's playing out. And he's one of them people, and I can't stand guys like him. And I always told him this because I think it's been going on for several years, but I don't think she's been open really about how she's feeling about it. But I think it's been going on for years, and he's always using his kids as his crutch. And I keep telling him, I was like, dog, even one of these days, your kids is going to be like, Dad, you should have, got on about your business a while ago, man. She was trying to tell you. She been trying to tell you, man. And it's that kind of relationship. Like your kids, I don't want to do this shit with my kids. And
well, maybe you're just scared.
But hold on.
Kids ain't got nothing to do with it. You just scared.
But they do, man, because then like once they separate, now the kids got to go spend some time with moms. They got to spend some time with dad. They're stuck in the middle of this for time, period.
Yeah, but they grown.
So, and that's what I'm saying.
Not really, not necessarily.
They're grown, they will have an understanding of what's going on. Same token, it might even be beneficial for them to have that understanding in their future relationships as they move forward, right? Because who knows, you know what I mean? They say things go in cycles, you know what I mean? They might get hit up with a very similar situation and really need his advice in those situations in hindsight. What should you have done in those, in your situation that might have made it better off? So, don't worry too much about the kids. If they're grown, they'll handle this just fine, but it will be an ongoing thing for them to handle. So they are kind of stuck in the middle regardless. Like I say, the biggest upside here is that is actually where you came in. He reached out to you. That's cool. He clearly feels that you are some level of a sounding board for him, and give him that opportunity to really sound off and get all the bullshit off his chest.
You know what, kids, man? I'll say this, and I'll say this to any man out there. And this is what I think is going to happen. I tried to tell him that, but I didn't want to layer into that because I don't want to get his expectations up too high. And just because I know the kind of love they got in between them, I was like, man, this thing could boomerang right on back around. Maybe it's just time for y'all to see other things, man. And then once you get enough of that, I know this from being a bachelor long enough. Even being a bachelor, you get tired of that shit. And I ain't talking about the women that come along with being a bachelor. That's always going to be fun. But I'm just talking about I ain't going to say the loneliness, but just having somebody to share your life with. That aspect of it. And that's all they've known is having somebody to share your life with. They haven't known what it's like to be out there and, kind of grabbing the bull by the horns and having life.
And having your freedom.
Yeah. So I think it's a lot of that going on, but I didn't want to get his hopes up high because I think I enjoyed the fact that I told him that it might be the boomerang effect.
Did you say that to him?
I did.
Oh, you're terrible. I was just gonna say, no, that's exactly what you shouldn't say, man. Don't get him. That's gonna push him back into thinking there's, So you're saying there's a chance,
right.
the Jim Carrey meme and shit.
Right.
That's kind of where his head's gonna be.
What you gonna tell him, kid? He's crushed.
No, you let him get out that crush, and then let him know that perhaps the grass is greener on the other side. Now, I'm not trying to say that it is, because nobody knows. It might suck, but at the very least, that'll help him build hope in the future and what he's gonna do moving forward.
Another thing I want to point out to you, something that Scrolls said. He said sleeping around in Atlanta is foolish anyway.
He's damn right.
Number one.
Come back with all kinds of.
That's number one. Like that ain't all what it's cracked up to be down that motherfucker. Just being honest with you.
I'm with it. I hear all kinds of noise about Freaknik.
The pool is quite effed up. There's in a month there was more than I'm talking about in the most previous month. We're talking about the month of what we just get out of February. 20,000 new cases of AIDS, HIV in Atlanta.
That's crazy.
That's real crazy. And so I told him, be careful out there, man. It's like you don't
careful. Shit, don't go.
Yeah, but I think he's at a point where he wants to be single, but he's still attached to this. And once it gets to the point where he knows that you got to start moving around now, I told him just to be very judicious about this shit, man. You know, I told him I've been out there living that life for a while, you know, but you know, call me, let me know, man. I'm like, dog, some of this shit ain't what you think it is, man. It's a bunch of plastic motherfuckers hopping around with garbage ass people, and you just don't know about it until you know about it.
And just invite him over to the house. Get a big ass bottle of
He's
whiskey,
in Atlanta, man.
or meet up halfway and get some pizza and watch like how Stella got her groove back or some other kind of breakup type movies.
He'd
I don't
be
know.
out, he'd be out
I
here.
don't watch
He'd
those.
be out here probably somewhere around somewhere around June or a little bit before that. Well, he'll
Oh,
be
he
out.
got it.
I'm gonna put something together for him.
Scrolls is hilarious, man. But he's dead right, though. Like he's dead right. You know, spray that raid. You know,
Atlanta
Oh,
ain't
yeah.
fucking around no more. Atlanta or Houston, bro. Don't be fucking around down there.
Be careful, man. Be careful out there. Protect yourself. Be safe. But at the end of the day, man, just you know, if he's coming back to town, you give him a little you take him out, you give him you go, or don't, like I say, don't take him out. Invite him over to the crib and just be cool, man. Play some cards, dominoes, whatever, and shoot the shit. And you know, that's it, man.
Hey, Levante, you know
Sir Hibbs have infected to hers.
Hey, Levante, you know what they call them down there? They call them ma'am sirs.
Ma'am sirs.
Yeah, but the whole pool is infected.
Well, yeah, man. You gotta definitely know what you're doing down there. You gotta know how to operate. You gotta know how to operate. And I told him, man, I was just like, dog, if you need to let her have a place and you need to take some time off. He's good at Norfolk Southern. He can take I don't know, I forget what they call that, some kind of
a sabbatical.
PTO.
A brief he can get away from, he can take about 4 to 6 months off.
Well,
he can take about 4 to 6 months.
Man, if he needs it, man, go just take some time, man.
I don't know why, Minister Charles. You probably in the wrong show. You probably at the
phone. He's probably looking at the phone show.
Yeah.
Click on the live comments. Make sure you're there.
Yeah.
Tell him to go to some place that he wanted to go that she never did. You know, that type shit.
Yeah, he might end up having to come out here just remind him. You know, you get home and everything is, you know, you get around the boys and shit, and everybody gonna get him right. You know what I mean? That's what boys are, man. Like if you two motherfuckers ever came and some shit was really going on, y'all my brothers now. And so I'm gonna treat y'all, even though we at a distance, the same way I would treat my homeboys that I can see and touch. You know what I mean? So if y'all going through something, hey, I'm gonna make sure you get right.
Right.
So,
you know, see that's what I appreciate, because all the couples I know, it's like they know me, and it's like if one of they lady friends break up in a relationship, they know that I'm a perfect rebound guy because I don't give a fuck. You know, I'll treat her nice, I'll treat her right, then I'll sit on about her happy ass way. So, you know, it'll be a good time, but not a long time. But I serve a purpose, and I'm good with that.
Hey,
you know, me and Richard Gere, you know, Deuce Bigelow, we do what we got to do.
Hey, Trish, let me tell you something, man.
And everywhere I go,
there's no joy.
So
there's quite joy quite like being with somebody that you can share things with. You know what I'm saying? And there's a value to being by yourself and not having to worry about any of that in the first place, and it's easier. But having somebody, it does take a certain amount of give and take, man. That's what a relationship is. It's a lot of give and take, and you got to be strong enough. And I'm giving this advice and not this trip, and I'm not giving you advice. I'm just saying in general. Men, look in the mirror, and I'm not gonna let you be like my homeboy who like to point the finger and say this, that about her, and I'll be like, hey, check this, and that about you. Check you out. You know what I'm saying? what you bringing to the table, how you coming across. She might think you stink because you ain't took a shower in 3 days. Get your shit right. Why you ain't sexy to her no more? Because you got a little pudgy.
Walking around the house in sweatpants with ice cream stains on your shirt.
She got her shit together and
belly hanging out,
keeping her sexy together. Get your fat ass somewhere and get your
nails all long and shit.
And that's let's just say that's a little bit to do with this here.
So he didn't get comfortable.
A little too much.
Well, that's gonna happen to just about anybody in those situations over time. So, like I said,
but you got to recognize and realize and progress. That's part of the process. You got to self-assess. You got to relationship assess, and you got to keep bettering. You got to keep improving. You got to keep growing as a couple and as human beings individually.
That's kind of what, that's the real advice you got to give your homeboy. And unfortunately, the stark reality of it is now he has to do that, right? Like when you're comfortable in your relationship status in that situation, that's just how it is, right? Like you're comfy, everything's cool. She's gonna make me breakfast tomorrow, damn it. Like, you know what I mean? Like if that's how it is, that's how it is, and you're used to it. In this situation, you now are forced to assess and take a stock, as some might say, right? Take a look at yourself, take a look at the mistakes you might have made, where things went sideways. At first, it's all gonna be her, but at some point, man in the mirror. This is good for music. Hey, I'm saying? At some point,
I'm serious, man, and I'm talking to all men.
Oh snap! Look, Levante right there with me with the man in the mirror too.
Hey man, I'm talking to all men. Please, just start. Like if your girl tells you something about you, don't get upset about it. Trust me. By the time she said that to you, she's thought about it for a long time. How she wants to say it to you.
And it's been irking her.
Yep. She's thought about it. Don't get mad at her for telling you. Don't get mad at her for telling you. Go just
happy for her sharing.
Yeah. Because I told her, I was like, motherfucker, you done got a little pudgy and shit. Yeah, motherfucker, she been talking shit because you pudgy and she in the gym. She wants you to be right.
She want to show you off in front of her girls, her corporate ladies and shit.
And she the only one sexy. You run around here pudgy. She ain't a bad looking cat. He's all right, but he just got a little pudgy.
Hey, when I start taking advice from Nomad, the world is stopped. I'm just saying, you know what it is, babe. I'm just letting you know.
What do you mean? You taking advice from me?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Look, what you just suggested is that I listen to my woman, and
eyes and ears.
I do, and I'm saying that strictly because she's listening to me.
There you go. I told you I was gonna get him right. I told you.
You know, see that wasn't kids.
You totally missed that one.
That was Levante and Red Baron talking about mangina.
Thank you. See, that's what they call the
before you go there. Before you go there, let me tell you something else, kids, man. Let me tell you something else. Bro, appreciate your lady. And tell her that you appreciate her. And just
I appreciate you.
And just say those words sometimes.
The world will stop at 12:59 tonight.
That's just enough. And I learned how to do that. I learned how to do that. And the little things that they do, sometimes it's just the little things that they do. They just think about you at a given point in the day and they do something in your favor.
That's a song.
Appreciate that. Tell them thank you. I love you. And I appreciate you for doing it. Little things that keep relationships rolling. Little things like that.
You are appreciated.
But yeah, I'm crushed for my boy, man. And I know how crushed he is. I know he will rebound, but I do think there's Ked, you said this a little bit earlier in the conversation. There is going to be a phase where there's a lot of grief going on. And he's gonna go through that, but we're gonna try to minimize that the best I can. I'm gonna try to get him out here and get back in tune with the earth, with the people. And hey man, dog, it's gonna be all right, man. I'm not gonna say that to him again about the boomerang effect. I ain't gonna say that shit no more.
Mm-hmm. Don't do that. That's gonna break his heart. That's gonna break his heart. You gotta just let him vent, and point him towards that reclamation of himself, and help him get to the gym, Poppy. That's kind of what you want to do. You want to help him get to the gym and take a stock on the mistakes that he made within the relationship, so he can get better. That's all. And that's it.
Yeah. Don't get him started, Scrolls, man. We ain't gonna even go there.
We ain't talking about no heat kitty.
No, man. All right, man. I tell you what, man. Well, how about this, man? Let's get into some drinks before we get into some food. I think that's in proper order.
Ooh, I need a drink after all that.
Yeah, man. I feel like that too, Tristan. I'm feeling the same effing way. These are the drinks that we was going to talk about last week that we never really had time to talk about. While y'all talking about this, I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back, but take off.
What are we doing here?
This looks like it's right up your alley.
I don't know if it is. We're gonna. Okay.
Millie.
Yeah, I was trying to catch that Little Wayne, but I don't have it right now. This is called Millionaire. Ingredients: Grand Marnier, not a bad little orange tasting thing. Lemon juice, which I'm a sucker for in general capacity, as well as whiskey, which I'm also a sucker for. Blood orange, good stuff. Ice, shaker, go. You got yourself a Millionaire. It looks super weird to me. It looks kind of milky, and I don't see any level of really like milky ingredients here.
There's no milky there.
Then why is it so like?
Because it's shaking with the blood orange.
Oh, good catch.
The Grand Marnier makes it a little bit milky looking. If you shake it and put it, you can see the foam and fizz right at the top. That's why it looks like that.
Okay, all right. Looks. Scroll says that. Oh no, he was talking about something. It looks pretty good. I bet you it's got that. Have you ever had one of these? No, man.
Yeah, in Atlanta.
Yeah. Okay. Like just sort of orange flavor.
Motherfucker cost me about $23.
Damn.
Shit, that's a bottle.
Why so expensive?
Because where I was at.
Oh, okay.
I met a girl
who's out there being seen.
I met a female that was a chef right next to Magic City.
Mm-hmm.
I had never been to Magic City, and I still never went in there. I just was around there, and she was a chef, and I told she wanted to give me pay for my drink and all that kind of stuff, but I was just like, nah, I'm gonna come in here and pay my tab. You in here working every fucking day. I want to pay my tab, and she was kind of a little upset because she wanted to treat me, but she told me that they make this drink well, and I got it. It cost me like $23. Anytime you in around Capitol Street, where Magic City is, in that part of Atlanta, shit gonna cost you more. That's just how it is, man.
Yeah, won't see me there.
Hey, well, you know, sometimes you go out for the experience, and
no, because I've worked in bars and clubs and private events and parties for like over 30 years, and I'm really opposed to crowds and loud noises. You know what I mean? So if I go to a bar, it's gonna be like a neighborhood dive bar. If I go to a club, I'm not gonna like the music. I'm not gonna like the ambiance, and it's gonna annoy me. And then I'm gonna have to pay $23 for a goddamn drink. Oh, hell no.
I'm telling you, trust me, I know, but this shit was way overpriced. Trust me, I knew that. I knew that going into the place. As soon as you see the place, you see her, and she let me know it was like, hey, you know, it's really suited and booted kind of environment, man. This is the way it is, and everything's expensive. And she made me a steak down there, and she brought it to my house. And I'm just like, if steak tastes this good when you bring it to my house, I'm coming to your motherfucking job. You know what I'm saying? So I was down there on that tip. You know what I mean? It was a couple of motherfuckers I knew that were around, but I'm there to show her love for what she did for me. If I had to pay for a $23 drink, I didn't mind that. She showed me love.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes I do stuff like that too, but like I'm kind of with Trip. If I can avoid it, I will avoid it. But yeah, this looks decent. This is something I could grab at the liquor store and whip together. I got,
Grand Marnier is a great mixer, by the way.
It's not bad. It's not. I don't
Kind of, what
mind
is
it.
that? That sweet cherry kind of flavor?
No, orange.
Yeah,
Orange.
it's got
Okay.
orange flavor.
Yeah, it's kind of orange flavor. It's like sweet orange though. It's not bad. I don't mind Grand Marnier at all. With the blood orange, it really give it a good citrus flavor, man. And that lemon juice, I would. You said this is right up my alley. It probably actually is right up my alley. This is I'm a sucker for citrus type stuff. So, citrus and whiskey, yeah, boy, let's go.
It's a very interesting, like Grand Marnier. You put that on top of just about any drink. Any drink, it's got a really good flavor to it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can mix with almost anything. They don't have to be whiskey. I've had Grand Marnier and tequila.
Me too. I've had it in tequila. I've had it with vodka as well. It'll go with any of the above. I know Trip isn't one for the the white sauce, if you will, but yeah, the Grand Marnier mixes well with other stuff. I agree with you. Rum.
All right, this is the millionaire Grand Marnier ingredients: Grand Marnier, lemon juice, whiskey, blood orange. Don't make sure that you're gonna get some blood orange in there. I had mine squeezed in there on top of the Grand Marnier, ice in the shaker. That's all you need. It's a really tasty drink, man.
Okay.
Millie.
All right, let's get to the next one.
A millionaire.
You guys don't like this one.
Money millionaire. What do we got here? Oh, now you got me for sure. Apple pie punch. What are we doing here? Oh boy. I kind of want to make this right now. All right, here we go. Ingredients: red apples. I'll go to the store and get that. Sliced lemon. Yes, sir. Give it that extra kick. Some ginger beer. Cool. All right. Cloves. What's up with the cloves, though?
Cloves is an interesting taste in something like this.
Spicy.
Don't underestimate what a clove can bring to a drink.
Really? Yeah. Okay. Whiskey, cinnamon stick, the Chico stick, as Greg Nice would say. Honey, hard apple cider. Does it have to be hard apple cider? Or you can. Well, I guess. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you need something like that. Because
I just double up on the whiskey and get like real good apple cider though.
Well, you know I like if you get a good brewed hard apple cider. Like if you got a brand of hard apple cider that you like most of the hard apple cider people drink, they go get it at a gas station or something like that. But there's some really good ones.
There are. Yeah.
In Atlanta, you run into a lot of new businesses down there. And people are coming there to open businesses. And I had my garage was full. I mean, absolutely stocked with new energy drinks, new hard ciders, new funny tasting beers. I mean, I had to give that shit away because people were just giving me shit because I was connected with Jay, the guy that owned the establishment that I was, working outside of, and selling my product. And so people would want, you want people to try this stuff. So they give it to you. And that's how you get your name out there. People start tasting it. I want some more of that. And so I got to taste some of the better hard ciders out there. And some of this shit's kind of localized everywhere now. And I got to taste them early. And so it's not my favorite thing in the world, but whenever I have a get together, I have a cooler of this, a cooler of that, and a cooler of that. Is always going to be some ciders and shit in there, the hard ciders in there, because a lot of women love them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind them either, man. I'm a sucker for apples, though. Like I'll just say it straight up. Love apples. So as soon as I see something like this, I'm thinking, how can I modify this and run it? Scrolls. I'm kind of like you. I've tried to, try to stay away as best as I can nowadays. You know what I mean? There are occasions where things get messy, but I try to abstain. Even then, this looks like something I might have to test out. And like I said, I'd stay away from the hard apple cider because there's some really, really good cider. So where I'm at, Macintosh apples are ubiquitous. They're all over the place. There's a bunch of Macintosh orchards. So I'd go Macintosh as opposed to red. Give it a little bit more sour, and the cider out here is really good, man, because of all the orchards. So I could go grab some cider at the store and then double up on the whiskey in there, and the rest of it is as it is: lemon, cinnamon sticks, honey. Let's go. Like this is something I would actually drink for sure.
Yeah, I would say that this looks like a flavor of like a Boone's Farm. You remember that wine?
No. No, I guarantee you it's way stronger than a Boone's Farm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. But this is something that you can sip on.
This is a party.
It's something that I would, I would try. I'm not the hugest fan of ginger beer, but mixed in all this, I would. But I couldn't drink this. Now that kids have said it, sometimes it rhymes slow, sometimes it rhymes quick. I'm sweeter and thicker than a Chico stick. Here's an ice cream cone, honey. Take a lick. So this looks interesting.
All right, man. I would consider this a party punch. This is one of them. You have people like I start thinking about fall leaves and fire pit,
like Halloween party, bro.
Yeah, you having people around the fire, and you got. You having a little cookout while you got going on, what you got going on, and you want to make a punch for everybody. The thing is, if you want to get a girl to drink it, don't tell them it's whiskey in it.
Well, you could do this with you could do this with a vodka too, and it would probably the punch bowl would probably wind up finished so fast. You could do it with a rum, same thing. That punch bowl is empty. If you have women coming over, like I would have to say, I think rum's probably your best move.
I'm sorry.
What are you laughing at?
No, man, it's talking like we got some teeny boppers coming over. It's like we grown. This shit, I'm sure the women we messing with bringing the liquor themselves.
Bro,
well,
how
that's true.
Many women drink? How many women drink whiskey?
Several. Drink whiskey and smoke cigars at the same time.
I don't know a lot of women who would like. Okay, I don't know a lot of women who would choose whiskey as the drink of choice.
I wouldn't fuck with them.
It might whoop your ass.
No, they're not. They're not studs and nothing like that, as the kids say. They're ladies.
You on your own,
girly girls. They just like whiskey and cigar.
Oh, you on your own, bro. I don't know what kind. Them some dudes,
man. It's funny. Like the woman that came to mind is Bernadette Price. I don't know if either one of y'all know who Bernadette Price is. If you don't, y'all gotta go check out some Bernadette Price. Berna P. It's she's
Price, Bernadette Peters.
No, Bernadette Price is Sean Price, the rapper known as Rock. I'm sorry, Ruck from Boot Camp Clip. It's his wife, and since he passed away, man, she's been putting out tracks, and I have to say, I don't listen to a lot of female rap. I'll be honest about this, but she's bad, man. She's
shit.
She's actually super bad, and it's kind of surprising. So y'all,
but that's not what I'm talking about.
Go check some Berna P, man.
Let me ask you guys a question.
That looks like Sean Price.
How many women would you expect? How many women would you expect to kiss you in your mouth after you done had a night of drinking whiskey and smoking cigar? How many women would you kiss in the mouth after she been drinking whiskey?
Depends how much whiskey and cigars I've had.
After the bar,
man, ain't that much whiskey and cigar in the goddamn world.
I mean, shit. If it smelled like whiskey, smelled like gin, smelled like vodka, smelled like tequila, smelled like something.
No.
After you've been out imbibing,
you ain't kissing me in the mouth.
Well,
I promise you that.
But all right, so look, wait, what?
Oh wow!
Wait, you be like, wait. No, this chick tastes like whiskey. Get the fuck out of here.
That's one of those.
It's like, oh hell no. But here's the thing, though. By that time, at the end of, let's say, closing time, y'all have been like drinking, so you know what she's been drinking. Because you've been sitting there, standing there next to her, drinking whatever you've been drinking.
You still gonna kiss in the mouth,
among other places.
Oh,
Damn.
nah, you wild. You
Damn.
wild. No, it's time for a break. Everybody got to go get freshened up. Everybody got to go freshen up. God damn it, I got some mouthwash in there. You go take a couple, 2 or 3 cups of that thing. Something.
You know, but at the time, you overlook certain things because in the morning it's like, damn, you smell like cigarettes or whatever. You got to go.
He said he gonna kiss.
Yes, no, man.
WG ain't playing.
No, man.
And Red Man says alcohol kills the germs.
I'm not kissing nobody smoking no cigars. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing it.
But what if it was a blunt?
I don't expect no woman to kiss me after I've been smoking cigars.
But what if it was like a blunt?
That's different.
Well, it's still cigar paper.
Nah.
If you want to get technical.
Very, very different. Very different. You know, goddamn well that's different, Trip.
But I mean, it's something just have you been to a whiskey bar or cigar bar? You know, like as you say, in a place that's suited and booted, and you got ladies that hit the gym, have grown children, so they got their own businesses, so they know themselves and are confident with their thing. It's like, yeah, smoking in a Cohiba, sipping on a little whiskey or whatever, listening to Anita Baker or whatever. I still got to prove that.
They are doing hookah, flavored hookah.
Well, that too. I mean,
nobody running around smoking no goddamn cigars, man.
But they are though. Like my boy, and he's in Atlanta. Brucey B. He's got his own smoke shop out there.
It's like smoke parties.
And women go all the time, man. They go all the time. They smoke cigars. They drink whiskey. That's what he's doing out there. Like Brucey B used to do parties here in Canada.
That's what Tic Tacs is.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something. Ain't nothing worse than running into a fine ass woman that you got instant chemistry with. And
I love where this is going.
And the shit hitting, and then it get to that point where y'all getting ready to exchange. And her mouth smell like some bullshit. Nah, dog, it's over.
Altoids, Tic Tacs.
Over.
Get some gum. There you go. Get yourself some gum and offer
it up. With a green.
Offer that up.
Instantly
juicy fruit.
And Kaz, Trips, instantly negating the goddamn chemistry right then and there.
No, not really. It's like, go ahead, chew on this, baby girl, because I'm gonna do the same thing, and it's gonna be beautiful. And while we stand here, I'll finger pop you or something.
If she a good one, she ain't gonna never kiss me. Let me kiss her, knowing her mouth tastes like that. Nope, she ain't gonna let me do it. If she let you do it, she don't give no fucks no way. She ain't got no kind of respect for how you present. No, dog, you don't you dare kiss no woman in the mouth like that. Don't you dare.
Hey, I'm more like not off the gentleman, but the other one, I don't kiss in the mouth. That's too personal.
Well, I'm a lover.
Pretty woman. Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty Trip.
I'm a lover. I kiss in the mouth.
Yeah, I don't get paid enough.
All that. I kiss in the mouth, neck,
extra
ears. I'm a lover. I'm your lover's lover.
I want to be your.
That's why they love. But anyway, man, this is. Let me tell you guys a quick story. So I got this exact same recipe here. Flip it around and you put moonshine in it. Take out the ginger beer, and this is exactly what I got when I got my first taste of moonshine down in Georgia. And it was
they mixed it up with like some like with the rest of these ingredients.
Everything in here, but the ginger beer and it was red apple juice in there too. The apple cider and the ginger beer wasn't there. It was moonshine with all this other stuff, especially the cinnamon stick. That's what really came through. That's what really made it it was really like drinking a moonshine apple pie. It was dope as shit. But you can only drink so much of that. I had a few sips of that shit and then went into my goddamn
brother. I bet you had like how much of it did you have?
A couple sips. You can't be drinking that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like if you like shine and this and honey, bro, the hangover you would have the next day is insane. Like I could see it coming already. All that sweetness, damn. But that's probably the easiest way you can get down. You can put down some shine. So whoever was making the shine is he's an alchemist. He's a brilliant guy.
It was so good. I ran into. I just so happened to. I told y'all I shot pool and we went to Vegas out of this. Let's just say a hillbilly bar, redneck bar. But I got to meet so many different people and had so many vast experiences with those people. I met somebody that was bootlegging moonshine, and his wife was telling me I ended up over at my homeboy's crib. He was having a party, a get together for me, because I got us to Vegas, and all the whole pool hall pretty much came to his house, and everybody was around there. So I got to meet some people I didn't really know, but I've seen them around. And one of the guys, his wife came up to me. He was just like, "Hey, yo, have you tried some of the shine?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like skeptical. I'm like, "What you motherfuckers trying to get me to drink?" I'm like, looking at these white people funny and shit. I'm just how I am. But there's a few other black dudes there with me and shit. Black people was there, but I was skeptical at first, but then I see other people tasting it. I'm like, all right, let me try this shit. I was like, oh, that shit's tight. I mean, real tight. Like if you can't even, like some people, if you've never had moonshine, don't drink it raw. Don't drink the white lightning type shit where you this gonna put you on your ass like real fast. Get you a flavored moonshine and just sip it and just see what they put into it. And it's real good. Long story short, I get it. She sends me a couple of jars. I give her like $20 and she sends me like 2 or 3 jars. So the shit's just sitting at my house. I'm not drinking none of that shit. I get a call from my mom. My aunt is like deathly ill with pneumonia in the hospital. And she was just like, hey, you need to talk to your aunt. She gets on the phone. She can barely fucking breathe. Barely breathe. And at this time, I had like 2 or 3 relatives that was living in Atlanta at the time. And one of them was getting ready to come back to the crib. And I sent that shine back with her. Even though I told her, I was just like, look, if you get effing pulled over, you better come up with a story because it's illegal. Can't have this shit in the car. Anyway, she took the shit on back, got it to my aunt. My aunt took a big chug of the shit. I mean, she was in the hospital, bro, like on a ventilator. And I sent that shit back to her, and she took a big chug of it. And she told me, she said, I never coughed up so much shit out of my lungs in my life. I don't know what goes into all the making of that, but that moonshine, man, if you got some kind of chest mucus and shit, like whatever you got going on, phlegm, that shit will clear you out. Top to bottom, it's gonna come through your top and it's gonna go through your bottom if you drink enough. And I know she took a big chug of it, and she was good after that. And she just kept asking me, "Where you get this from?" We thought she was gonna die. That goddamn moonshine, bro.
I'm of the other variety on this. I wouldn't want my moonshine prettied up, man, because you can gauge yourself when it's just you know how it is, man. This is like it's shine. The only thing I can compare shine to is is Rand Nephew's rum that I talk about every so often.
That's
it is a tough.
Well, I'll put it like this: after Nomad tasted that shine, 30 minutes later, he was out there line dancing, talking about "Yeehaw!"
I bet you he was singing you "Yeehaw" because you never know. You know what I mean? You like that's what I'm telling you. That's why I would take it straight up.
Well, no. Okay. See, here's the thing. Straight up, it's more like jet fuel, grain alcohol.
Yeah, but you
something
can
that
gauge
is like,
yourself.
that
Right.
is like very unpleasant to the system, all the way
Yes.
in and all the way down.
Yes, but this is what I'm trying to say. Like, you don't really want to do this to your body in large quantities. So you pretty
Well,
it up.
Well, you see, I can
Next
attest
thing you know, you're
because
assed out at the pool
I got a
hall.
story
well,
for you.
here's what he's talking about, because I was at a 4th of July party at someone's house, and their father was from the South, and he had different flavors of moonshine, and he's like, "You want to taste some?" And me, Willie Lump was like, "Sure, I'll taste something, taste some." And so he pulled out infused moonshines. One was like infused with apple. He was like, "Here, taste this."
Okay.
And so I, would take like this a shot glass instead of a sip and taste
Yeah.
it. Oh, that's good. He was like, "Hey, I got this kiwi infused one. Try this one." I was like, "Oh, cool." Yeah, I got a strawberry infused one. And so we went through about 4 or 5 different infused ones, and I'm taking shots, full shots.
Oh no.
And so they're tasting delicious, because they're tasting like what they're infused with, those fruits. And so by the time it kicks in, let's just say I haven't been invited back to that neighborhood.
He's not allowed.
You know what? Shame on the
Actually,
shame on
sure what went down, but I
You're
think there was
mad.
something about the MILF across the street and like some little badass kids or something. I don't remember.
Oh, I'm
But
sure
you know what?
that story is much better.
Hey, I wouldn't even get mad at myself. I would blame the people that allowed you to do that.
Well, I did. I
your
blamed
fault.
him because he knew what he was doing. Because he had that little sly grin, like, "Yeah, drink that too. Yeah, drink that too. Yeah, go ahead."
They sent your ass.
Brother, that's what I'm saying. When I had it,
that was a
took
nice
a
trip.
shot. I was like, "Oh damn, what did you do?" And then I found the nearest Coca-Cola, and I was like, "All right, we're gonna do one more of these and mix this with Coke." But that's shine for me, man. As soon as I tasted it, I was like, "This is as close to Ray Nephew's rum as I've ever had." Not being Ray Nephew's rum, because Ray Nephew's rum is just like, when you drink something and it burns your lips immediately.
Yeah,
Probably
unappealing.
you might have messed up. But that's what I'm talking about. I was like, "Oh, man, okay, we're gonna do this. You have to do it,
I told you, kid.
efficiently."
I tasted Ray and Nephews before I ever even got to freaking moonshine in freaking Jamaica. The moonshine came years later. But the Ray and Nephews, man, I told you, man, guys on the side of the road going to into Jamaica when you're headed to wherever
they're gonna mix it up for you. They're like, rum on coke, man. You want rum on coke?
No. Some of them gave it to you straight up, bro.
Oh, they're giving it to you straight up.
Yeah, some of them.
Oh, that's
I had at least 2 little of those little
malpractice.
cups.
It's malpractice. Whoever you found on the side of the road giving out straight up shots of Ray and Nephews is a cold-blooded, cold-hearted Jamaican, and he should be fined.
Them cats was out there getting right, bro. When I tell you they was getting right, they was getting right.
Rum on coke.
Once you puff on one, you like, "Oh yeah, give me some of that." They pour you a little dribble of that shit. They're like, "Take it easy, man." And you take it easy, man.
That's exactly. If you thought that came from a Bob Marley song, it didn't. It came straight from one Jamaican handing a glass of Ray and Nephews to another Jamaican. That's where the term "take it easy" came from.
I think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna do this in the fall. And I'm probably gonna use vodka instead of whiskey because everybody gonna ask you what's in it, and I ain't gonna
use
lie.
rum, man. Try rum.
No. I'll do a white rum, but not a dark rum.
I would do a dark rum because it would give it that spice. It would give it that spice. I think it would
think about Captain Morgan and shit.
Well, I wouldn't do. If I'm getting spice rum, I'm getting Appleton's. I love Appleton's 1812 spice. It's real good. To me, it tastes like Coca-Cola. I don't know about the rest of y'all. Reasons why I don't drink very much. But that's what I would suggest. I would suggest Appleton's 1812 spice. Throw that in there, and I think we'll give it a great flavor.
I think when I do it, I'm gonna throw a spritz in there, some kind of something with some pop to it. Maybe some 7-Up in there, something, ginger ale or something. I'll do
Ginger ale would work.
Pop.
Ginger ale would work.
It might. I think you might be right there.
Yeah.
But this is apple cider punch. I mean, apple pie punch. Ingredients: red apples, sliced lemon, ginger beer, cloves, whiskey, and do your own interpretation of what you think that drink can be, because you can't go wrong. It's just about what you think might make it come off better. Cinnamon sticks, honey, and hard apple cider. Don't leave that part out, because that could be your fizz too. That could definitely be your fizz.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
So it does. Some of those do come with quite a nice little pop. Some of those ciders, but I love ciders, man. It's just you got to catch me at the right time to drink one. But if you're gonna have a get together, you probably should keep some ciders around, because a lot of women like them. Just say that. Y'all ready to get to some food?
Let's get to some food. The Scrolls has given us an important update. The Big Arch Burger from McDonald's. He's given a 7 out of 10.
I gotta try it. But here's
I
our
will
first.
not be going to the McDonald's, so I will
I
take.
legit haven't been to McDonald's in years.
Me either.
But
Wow.
now chicken pot pie, we'll make these at any time or order them from Shea Trips.
Special.
Chicken pot pie. Carrots, celery, garlic, onion, butter, chicken broth, peas, flour, roasted chicken, like a rotisserie chicken from a store, or whatever kind of chicken you get, egg, heavy cream, and pie crust.
Trip, I'll leave you all up to this one, man, because this has got you written all over it. Really, it's got the chef written all over it, but you I'm sure you do this some justice as well.
I think a lot of people are scared to try this.
What?
Try this at home. Try it at home.
Oh, okay. To make it themselves?
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand. I've actually never made a chicken pot pie myself. I've definitely bought a pre-fashioned chicken pot pie and devoured the hell out of that. But
yeah, there's a video up, or one that chef made that's in the line to be edited, that is a what to do with leftover rotisserie chicken. So you go to, let's say, Costco one night, and you get a couple birds, during your shopping. You eat one, or you eat one, half left over. You get the pick all the meat off of the carcass, basically, and you put it in with these ingredients, and you put them in a pot, mix them up, let them simmer a little bit, and then pour them into a pie dish and put a top over the pie and put it in the oven. As easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so it's a comfort food. You can jazz it up with whatever vegetables you want. You can change the meat if you want. You can make it beef. Beef pot pies. Because I grew up eating the TV dinners, and the Swanson TV dinners, and the pot pies, and the banquet pot pies.
You enjoy that taste. You enjoy that.
It's good. I have to admit,
you got the bread, you got the meat, you got the vegetables, you got the gravy, all in that one dish.
Man, I put that on a little bed of rice sometimes, and just back in the day, and just go to town.
I haven't seen a pot pie in a store. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong places, but I haven't seen a pot pie.
So in Canada, we've got a spot. We got 2 spots. One called Swiss Chalet, another called Saint Hubert, and both of these joints do more or less rotisserie style chicken, sort of like Kenny Rogers Roasters out where you guys are. Anyways, they both do their own aftermarket frozen chicken pot pie in the store. And I gotta say, top quality, man. Pete Castiglione is saying he don't like the frozen ones at home. These 2 that I'm talking about, top notch, to the level that you might want to just eat it cold. You know what I mean? Like if you're coming out of the fridge, eat it. Super good.
Yes, can I say this to you? And this is just a general, people buying them frozen. I know a lot of people that get pot pies and then don't get pot pies again because they get them out of the store frozen. And then, guys are greedy, lazy, and impatient. So they'll just slap that thing in the oven on whatever temperature and the shit don't turn out right. So it's looking good on the top, but the inside is all still frosty type shit. You know how guys are, just fucking excuse my language, man, but just come on, man, cook it right, man.
Still frozen, dog.
Follow the damn instructions, bro.
No.
And be patient.
No, like it's so funny you're saying that because, like, definitely if you're like the type of kid that Trip just described, and I was one of them kids for sure, and you get that and you throw that Swanson pot pie in the microwave and pull it out. There's those times where it comes out and you're right. Only portions of this thing is cooked and you get into it and the rest of it is frozen still, right? Frozen cold. I'm like, back in the days when I used to have to do that, I would microwave it for like 2 minutes and then put it in the oven for a good 7 to 8 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes to make sure everything is actually cooked. But he's Pete's patient. It's still grown. He ain't about it. All right.
They got nowadays they still have pot pies, but they're the individual size, and you can microwave them in like 3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
And they got the chicken and the beef and I think turkey.
Real talk, I think Costco sells their own.
I don't know if I want
it's not frozen either. I think they sell it like the lasagna and what have you.
I don't know if I want that, man. That doesn't have like some kind of solid crust on the top of it. The microwave ain't gonna give you that.
No, actually,
I'd move it from the microwave and put it in the oven and give you
no. Y'all not hearing me. It's science because whatever sorcery they're doing to make these things, you take it out of the microwave and you let it sit for 2 minutes, and the crust becomes flaky.
Oh wow!
Oh,
yeah.
I'm like Scrolls, man. The KFC one, dog. That's the top of the. That's the top of the. That's if you want to get a great pot pie that you didn't get out of the grocery store, you didn't cook yourself. Take your happy ass to KFC. Right.
I gotta double check and see if we even have that in Canada. I don't think we have.
I bet you do.
I don't think we do, man.
I bet you just looking right on past that shit.
It's highly possible, but I gotta double check and see if KFC got pot pie here in Canada, because I don't think I've ever had it. And real talk, I'm kind of over KFC at this point in life. I won't be going back.
Little baby ass chickens.
You know what I'm saying? Like, man, so I remember. I'll never forget it. I remember going to the U.S. I was in New York State, and it was like so. Every year, me and my moms would go up to upstate New York and do some shopping and stuff. And one of these times we stop over, and we're on our way deeper into upstate New York, and there's a KFC / it was dope. It was a KFC and Pizza Hut buffet, and I was like, damn, we got it. You know what I mean? We got to do this, Mom. Like, you know what I mean? Let's go buffet out. So we go to this buffet, and the Pizza Hut was cool. And then we took a look at the KFC. Like, I'm looking at the trough of KFC chicken, and I grabbed the tongs and I pulled this piece out, and I look at my mom. I'm like, Mama, you tell me what kind of fucking piece of chicken is this? Like, it was there was bones where there shouldn't be bones. It was unidentifiable. And I was like, you know what, man? I'm just gonna, as much as I love chicken, I'm just gonna eat this pizza because I know what it is. You know what I mean? I can identify what a pizza is. There's bones in places that I don't know what's going on.
Somebody beat the shit out of that chicken. That chicken went through trauma.
I was very worried about the situation and worried for all of the United States of America if this was representative of
it's getting no better.
I got one of them. I got one. I got a few pieces of chicken like that, man, here and there. I'm just like, oh, this one was
all deformed.
This one's a little special.
Right? It's like, oh, we got the short bus chickens.
You a tasty little motherfucker, though. I tell you that.
Brother, this piece was so big, and like I'm telling you, it had new appendages that I could not identify. And I was like, if it's just me, I've been eating chicken for a long time. So, Mama, you ever see anything like this before? Because I don't know what this is. And
Hey,
like,
but a shout out to the Swiss Chalet. Because back in the day when we used to go up to Wisconsin, we would always stop
you
there.
get for Chalet in Wisconsin? They have it in Wisconsin?
Uh-huh. And I used to love their cheddar nut log. You know, cheddar cheese rolled in the nuts and a log. Yeah, it was my favorite thing.
I'm looking for chicken pot pie here at KFC.
Hey, y'all people, the animal rights people, forgive me. We just being silly, but it might have been we might have been a little hasty about saying that, but we ain't against. I'm just saying. I'm not an animal abuser, and I don't support animal abusing.
Well, chicken, beef, and turkey, they volunteer.
The Nomad Network.
I'm a humanitarian like you never like you don't
aren't humans though.
Hey, bro, I'm just they ain't humans, but I'm all about them animals, man.
Yeah, and they are delicious.
I'm messing around, y'all. Look, yeah, we don't have it in Canada, bro.
But you know what else you can throw in this pot pie is some diced up potatoes.
Man, you always trying to add some shit to it, man.
Well, no, but he's right though. You should have some potatoes in there. I think potatoes go well in this.
I don't even like the only time I've had a chicken pot pie that wasn't produced somewhere in a home or my home was somebody bought it for me. That's how I knew about KFC pot pie. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't go out of my house to go get food, and pot pie comes to mind. That doesn't. It's just not one of them dishes that I like it and I enjoy it, and it's a delicious dish. But I am not going outside of my house going to buy no pot pie. And even KFC's, and it's good.
Yeah, I'll get one if I'm someplace, but other than that, I'll look forward to getting a rotisserie chicken just to make pot pies from the leftovers.
Yeah, you be on some fat boy shit anyway.
All right. Emergency status at the home front. I will be right back, guys. All right.
He gonna be mad because I did this. Gotta get to the next thing. And unfortunately, he ain't gonna be here.
Well, just put it on the screen. What are you doing?
You're a Canadian, you're gonna really enjoy this.
Roast beef po' boy.
I thought you was gone, man, but this right here.
Damn it!
Change your
and the damn bay leaves again. I've never had this. I've had things that are similar, but this has got my name written all over it. You're damn straight. I'll please
hurry up back.
All right, so you got the ingredients of a nice thick French roll because that's the key for any kind of beef. If you want to be able to soak up that gravy, that au jus, if you will. Then you got the bay leaf for the seasoning when you do the roast beef. You don't eat the bay leaf. And then you dress your Sammy, your po' boy, with the lettuce, tomato, mayo, garlic. Then the bell pepper, onion is in there up in the beef. Then the flour to make the little gravy, make it a little thicker with the chuck roast. This is a very hearty sandwich as beef is filling, will stick to you. You got a few vegetables in there, and it's just a nice sandwich, a roast beef sandwich. It's not something that is very common because of typically when, you have roast beef, you have it with, green beans or peas and mashed potatoes or something. And it's not made into a sandwich or to a po' boy at least. And so, yeah, this is a nice concept just to give a little twist on some familiar flavors.
Dog, messing around down there in New Orleans. Probably tasted some of the best food I ever tasted in my life down there because the Creole people. The Creole people down there, I'm talking about. You ever want to get back to your roots? And I'm talking about everybody. I don't care if you're black, white, I don't care what nationality you are. You all stem from us. We all stem from black. And if you want to get to the roots of what flavor comes from, where flavor comes from, take your ass down to New Orleans. And this lady, and I just don't remember where we was at. We were somewhere right outside of New Orleans. I just can't remember the city. But the mayo was a garlic butter mayo, some kind of mayo aioli on this particular sandwich. They don't try to complicate it. The flavor is in the meat. And all the other things that they put on top of it just kind of complement it. And so you make this at home, you just make your roast beef at home and you go from there. And what you have left over, this is how this sandwich came to be. Somebody realized that, man, that roast was so damn good. What can I do with the rest of this? Because I ain't gonna throw it away. Right. And this is how these sandwiches, this is the best sandwich I've ever eaten in New Orleans. Probably my third best sandwich I've ever eaten, maybe second, outside of a gyro.
Mm-hmm. Well, that leftover beef, has enhanced its flavorings at the time, but the sauce, the mayo garlic aioli, is on the po' boy. What is it? The remoulade sauce, as they have down there, and it's a mayo based horseradish, Dijon, like a little hot sauce and a little Cajun and or Creole seasoning, and that's what they slather on those po' boy sandwiches, and that's just kind of a local cultural flavor thing that enhances the sandwich on top of all the other flavors that are up in there.
Man, let me tell you something, man. Everybody, when you start hearing about po' boys in New Orleans, first thing people are going to want to talk about is shrimp po' boy. Oh yeah, I gotta have a shrimp po' boy. It pales in comparison to a roast beef po' boy. I mean, absolutely pales in comparison to this sandwich. This sandwich has so much more flavor and so much more definition. It's just a fried shrimp sandwich with tomato, lettuce, and some mayo. A po' boy down there. It's depending on where you go, you might get more or less shrimp on that sandwich. But it's basically a shrimp sandwich. This is a different animal. Because you just never imagine that roast beef that you love and the flavor of that with the gravy that comes with it, that you always throw over a pile of mashed potatoes or some rice. You just never imagine how good this can taste in a sandwich with somebody that really knows what they're doing. And I'm telling you, it's one of the best sandwiches you can ever sink your teeth into. And I'm not exaggerating. It is one of the best things I've ever tasted. Might have been somewhere in Lafayette, some effing where. But, oh my God, this thing was so good. Triple R.
Yeah, those different flavors that you're not used to, they'll sneak up on you and go, oh, shit, why don't y'all tell me these flavors in this sandwich was this good? I mean, make you want to hit slap somebody. Man. So it's like, give the different recipes from the different areas a try, because roast beef in Boston versus roast beef in South Carolina, a different way they can do roast beef down there in New Orleans versus a roast beef in San Francisco and on wherever. It's all different somewhat. It's all still beef, it's all still roast beef, but the different flavorings, the different seasonings, the different ways it's cooked, the different accoutrements with it. So yeah, it's a good sandwich, and I would definitely eat the hell out of it.
Trip, I think it might be some of the different seasonings and flavors that they have down there in New Orleans. It's like brands down there of seasoning. Because I asked around just to see like what we using down here, and then some of the some of the seasonings that are in people's cabinets down there that not people people everywhere don't know about.
Zatarans.
Yeah, that's pretty nationwide, worldwide wide right now, but they got other stuff down there.
Mm-hmm.
Some
Well, I
weird.
was down there. I do remember being down there for the World's Fair in New Orleans back in the late 80s, mid 80s. And, I had been to Popeye's Chicken before in Chicago. It just recently opened or not too long ago. But then we ate at a Popeyes in New Orleans, and the flavor was just different. I mean, it was like, oh, this is like right out of the yard, right out of the oven, or right out of the grease rather. It just was better than what I had in Chicago, and that's all I had known from Popeyes, and I had enjoyed it, but this was just better being there. So, being there at that time made a difference.
It's almost like Trip, and you ain't the only one that experienced that. You are not the only one. It's almost like so when you get Popeye's chicken from a restaurant, that it's gonna come already kind of done and put together. And all you got to really do is put it in grease and cook it to where it's supposed to get cooked, and you pull it out and you serve it. It's almost like they put their own twist on it. So when you get it, they like, we're not gonna follow that recipe. We're gonna do this and that to it, and then this is how we make it down here. That's kind of what it tastes like, don't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like we have the original and everybody else is just trying to copy them. Trying to find that same flavor profile, but they just don't quite hit it. Because down there they got the original actual recipe. I know original recipes KFC and we talking about Popeyes, but y'all know what I'm talking about. And like, yeah, that etouffee is amazing. And I tell you what, the best thing that I ever put in my mouth, I'm sorry, Red Baron, it wasn't no punani. It was the scrimp and grits. OMG.
Was it cheese grits?
Yes, sir. That sharp cheddar. Yes, it was.
Yeah, I've had it, man. I'm still not with it.
Oh Lord.
I'm still.
I mean, it's just because the flavors of the grits themselves, and then those grilled scrimps, and then to get but when you think grits, but cheese grits, but the way they flavor them, the way they flavor the grits, because I think they cook them in broth, you know what I mean, or something like that, or it's just different. There's just different. It's like, yes, please, and thank you.
Yeah, you gotta like some of the things I learned when I was down there. I learned some of the same things in Mississippi, but it went to another level when I was down in New Orleans. And everything has flavor. Everything has effing flavor. Everything that they cook. Like when you're cooking your pasta and you're about to make whatever dish, you're about to make some spaghetti, you're about to make this, you're about to make that. Trust me when I tell you, nobody makes anything in regular water. They'll boil a hot dog in seasoned water. Take that and put that in your wallet or put it in your purse. I'm gonna repeat it. Everything is flavored. You don't boil a hot dog without some kind of flavor in it. They'll put some chicken powder or something in that goddamn on thing. They'll take a pack of ramen noodles, throw the noodles away, and put that seasoning in there. And that's gonna make the hot dog taste better. So if you ever want to learn how to cook, learn how to season.
I've had
there's levels to that shit.
I've had occasion. Like, have you ever made an at-home lobster boil?
Yeah, I made one for my aunt. Yeah.
All right. So you know how you're supposed to use andouille sausage or sausages?
You're supposed to.
Well, if you don't have sausages, you can get you a pack of hot dogs.
Oh, here you go again, man. No, you don't buy. You don't put.
You can put them up in there, and if you flavor them right, those hot dogs would be like sausages.
Nah, man, no, they ain't. You don't put hot dogs in shit. Nothing. You don't
Well,
put hot
sausage
dogs
ain't nothing but a seasoned up hot dog.
why you always messing up? You can't put hot dogs in no damn crab boil. No.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody gonna actually try that, Trish. One of these days, somebody gonna cuss you out, man. I'm telling you, I'm gonna let it happen too. Somebody gonna tell Trish something because no.
Well, oh wait, while you was down there, oh well, of course, a name like Skeeter. But have you ever had a alligator po' boy?
I've had alligator. No,
Okay.
I take that back. I haven't had alligator. I had frog.
Okay, I've had frog. Tastes like a water chicken. Frog legs, and not a lot of meat on those little things.
No, the ones I had had plenty of meat on them. Bullfrog legs. You ever seen a bullfrog down south?
Yeah, they're huge.
Exactly. Imagine what they made. Like that's where most of the dang on muscle is at.
Budweiser. Yeah, well, when I say a lot of meat, I mean there may be a lot of meat, but it's not. I'll need like a few more legs, a few more frogs than chickens.
Frog legs. It took me a minute to get to terms with. All right, maybe you should try this, but that shit came out so golden brown, so crispy, and smelled so good. I was just like, I gotta try this. And I'm not one of those people that really does experimentations with food tasting. I'll let you taste it. I ain't, man, but somebody talked me into that. First time I tasted that, first time I tasted a boudin link. You know what I mean? All down there in New Orleans. No, I take that back. I think I tasted the frog in Atlanta, I think.
No, okay.
But boudin, I definitely was down in Georgia.
What was that other thing that what are those pastries they have down in New Orleans?
Talking about them, I forget what they call them.
Beignets.
Beignets.
There you go.
I was about to say creme brulee or some shit.
Yeah, that's different. That's a nice dessert, kind of rich. Set it on fire.
Man,
no, that's flamme du boyer. That's oui. Where the hell's Kez? He speaks the French.
But man, roast beef po' boy,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna easily be one of the best sandwiches. If you're a dude, I don't care if you're a dude or not, you be a woman. You went out in New Orleans and you get the right roast beef po' boy, and it's gonna change how you look at roast beef. You're gonna be glad that first dinner is over. When y'all ate all the mashed potatoes and gravy and corn, green beans, whatever y'all had with the dinner rolls and all that shit, and you ate with your family, you're gonna be glad when everybody get the F out your house. Because you ain't gonna be able to wait.
Beef ain't dry like that.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to wait till the next day where you can make a sandwich out this shit. Get the right bread. It's gonna definitely take a French roll. You can get an Italian roll if that's how you like your bread, but this
thick
preferably would go the best with a French roll. But man, you talking about a powerful sandwich. Man, it's hard to match it a gyro, but man, this is right there with it.
Mm-hmm.
I almost hurt myself, bro.
Delicious. Very, very delicious indeed.
All right. We got to get to some football talk, and we're going to get to it right now. Because that's what a lot of people came here to talk about. And so
off-season news, no.
Let's just start in one place, and we'll go there, and we'll dig into this conversation because I am on social media, looking at social media, and this is what 48 hours ago, and I'm seeing, sometimes you see stuff on social media, and they're just putting shit out there for clicks, and you just get used to it, and you just keep going past it, and that happened. I've seen it a couple times. No, I take that back. I seen it once, and I kept on going and ended up doing something else totally different than social media. I moved on. I'm doing something else. Next thing you know, I get a text from Trips, who don't text me very often, and he was just like, "Yo, start checking out the centers in the league because oh boy, them retired." Talking about Drew Dalman. I was like, "What?" I was like, "That's real." He's like, "Yeah." I thought, Trips, what I had in my mind, I was just like, I think about stuff like this every offseason. who can stay, who can go, who might, call it quits. It's always that on every team. Somebody could, and I always had in my head Joe Tooney because of his age. I was like, if anybody in that little power grid of the offensive line, it's going to be Joe Tooney. I never would have guessed that Drew Dalman would be the one that called it quits. And let me just say this before you get started, Trips. Shout out and thank you so much to Drew Dalman for giving what he had. And, nobody really knows the rigors of this game until you play it long enough to realize that it takes a lot. And so shout out to Drew Dalman for giving everything he had. I appreciate you a lot, man. I just appreciate what you brought to the table.
Yeah. I echo that sentiment because, looking at some of the off-season mocks, it's like, oh, we might have to, renegotiate some contracts or something, make some adjustments. And Dahlman was like, yeah, okay, we'll do him and not Tooney or Jackson because they're older. And we expect Dahlman to be here much longer. He's younger. He just signed his contract. He'll be here another 3 years, 4 years, whatever the deal was. And then to see that is like, yeah, he's done. And it's like, I respect his decision because you never know what's going on in somebody's life. It's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm out. And say, you go do you, baby boy. You like it. I love it. But as from the team aspect, it's like, fuck, our Pro Bowl, starting center is now, in the wind, and we got to replace that. Okay, fine. But I'm not mad at it because I know at any time, teams will, cut players who have contracts. So, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's just the business aspect of it. But fan wise, it's like, fuck, now you got to find another starting center. So let's look at it as a blessing in disguise, and maybe we could even upgrade the position. So, I'll look at it from that aspect.
I
Kids,
want to hold on before you go, kids. I do want to finish it this way before you go, kids. And I thought the first thing that came to my mind when I found out that he was retiring, I had to go back and look at his age. And I realized he was 27. I knew that, but I had to double check. I'm like, is he? So what went through my head was instantly all the stuff I'm always talking about all the time about what it takes to play this game at a high level. Number one, the level of importance that this game brings to everybody ain't stacked up the same. It's not stacked up the same for me and the next person. I realized that when I got to college, when it turned into an actual job. And you either like I've had teammates, two of them, that I had to talk into, get this game your walking papers, man. Time for you to walk away from it. You ain't got what it takes. This ain't for you. Because you don't realize the level of jump in what you have to do to perform from high school to college. People don't, unless you've done it, you wouldn't know. You just hear people talking about it. And that's that. You got it turned into a real obstacle when you realize that a lot of the people around you are as talented in you as you are or more. And so you really got to step your level up. And so the work that comes with it. Sometimes it's 2 workouts a day. Sometimes it's 2 weight rooms in a day. And I hate lifting weights. But you have to do it. And so the rigors, the bumps and bruises, because don't let nobody fool you. Any good football player can never take more than a couple, 2 or 3 weeks off of his regimen. All year round, you need to keep that body in peak performance shape. You know why? Because it only takes a couple days to get out of shape. It's going to take you 3 to get back to where you were before you wasn't breathing hard and about to die. That. And then the other thing is, like where Drew Dalman plays is right there in the trenches where he's constantly banging, clanging, head, shoulder, legs, everything. And that comes to your that comes to a mental thing at the end of the day. Like you keep cracking heads with people because you line up real close to somebody and you're coming off the ball and you're coming off the ball hard. Those heads are clanging. If you look back at Drew Dalman's uniform and look at his headpiece, look at the headpiece. He looks ridiculous out there with that big, stupid-looking helmet on, but he was doing everything he could to protect his brain.
You mean from those 350-pound gorillas coming at him off the ball?
Exactly. I think he's barely like 300 pounds.
Yeah, because his back did bend slightly, when he was trying to anchor, and his back would go backwards. Oh, that don't look comfortable.
Man, I just respect the fact that he had the wherewithal to hang it up now before he had any problems. And I'm going to put up something that Scrolls talked about here. I'm going to just read it off. He says, remember, his dad used to play for the Niners in the 90s, and he left the game battered and bruised. I think Drew was looking at that. That's very, very important to mention. Thank you for that. Not Scrolls, but Levante.
I'm just going to correct you with the Levante thing. Shout out Levante, man. Thanks for that comment. Yeah, so a bunch of thoughts on this. First off is to echo what both my partners here were talking about, and that's just big ups to Drew Dalman first and foremost for being that Pro Bowl center that the Bears desperately needed. We've been looking for that particular player ever since Olin Kreutz, and we finally found him. He exemplified all of that and was really instrumental in making a lot of the calls for Caleb Williams at the line this year's season. And given the success we had this season, I'm sure a fair amount of that was due to Drew Dalman's capabilities in the at the center position. Definitely a smart player, really understood what was going on and could make those calls and help the young quarterback acclimate. And I think it maybe took him 4 games to just sort of click. And after that, is what it is. I saw the Hulk, the Hulk comment with the sad face from Caleb when the news broke. And I want to give a shout out to Drew and his family, because I know we're sort of looking at it as potentially being a situation where he's feeling beat up. I'm not sure if that's the situation. I am sure that we will probably hear what the actual situation is at some point. Maybe we won't. Even then, I want to give a shout out to his family, because it could be something along the lines of a loved one, falling ill, and he wants to be closer to them in the time, that they have left with us. You never know what the situation really entails when a guy who's just gone to the Pro Bowl and is representing the team and has signed a long-term contract decides to opt out. So again, what were you going to say?
Nomad mentioned that Dalman wore the Guardian cap, and then Kids mentioned how smart he is. Now, I may get one or both of these wrong, but I want to say he has a degree in mechanical engineering or some shit from Stanford. Or
he's from Stanford for sure. I don't know what his degree was in, though.
Okay, yeah, so he may be looking at it to a point that his brain is more important than
it's another look, yeah,
than football, to where he wants to go do some brainiac shit and don't want to mess around with no CTE or none of that other stuff.
Well, he's definitely got the funds to do whatever he likes, right? So there's that. The other portion of this that I want to give him some respect for is actually making this decision when he made the decision. And what I mean by that is, he could have waited until later into the offseason when much of that money becomes guaranteed, bonuses are assigned, and distributed. He had the ability to do this a lot later on. Instead, in my opinion, he did the rightest thing for the team, and that is call it quits when he called it quits. Now they can recoup some of that dollars and cents and attribute it, for the most part, right back into the position of need. So I think him leaving leaves us with approximately $15 million in cap space. and that's in my opinion, that's good enough to go
that's
get
not
yourself
Cap's place, though, Kaz. That
Well,
you still got to pay his replacement.
Well, before we get into
that's what I'm saying. You can attribute that to a quality replacement, right?
Hold on, before we get into the financial aspect of it and what we can recoup and all that kind of stuff, I just want to say this, man. And with respect to Drew Dalman, the age of 27 is when I started to really, 27, 28 is when I really started to round off the edges on me and really start to become like, I felt like a man who's seen enough in life and experienced enough in life, start to get control of my emotions and start to really, really think. Was around that age. And I'm just proud of him for this, because I told you guys before, the game of football stacks up in importance to only a certain few people in your locker room to the level that it does with me. And I like to think that, at some point when I start to think about it too much, where injury and what could happen to me long term, I think it could have came to that point with me where I was just like, all right, I'm gonna put a cap on this shit. I might play another year or two, and I'm gonna start thinking about things other than football, because I was that passionate about the game. Everybody's not like that though. Everybody's not like that. And I learned real quick that everybody's not like that. I thought everybody had that fire and desire for the game like I did. But the truth is, some people play it because they get paid to do it. And that's just the bottom line. And, wherever Drew Dalman is in that, I listened to him in interviews. I saw no passion whatsoever. He just did it because that's what he did. And I'm just proud of him that he gave us the opportunity to start looking for his replacement. Like Kez was saying, the timing of it was really important. The fact that he gave us an opportunity, a window here where we can start moving the board around. And I think this did put an earthquake on the board, because there might have been some things they may have had a rock solid plan for this offseason. And something like that is going to definitely alter what you're going to do this offseason. All the stuff about DJ and can we move his contract? Can we trade him? It's more relevant now than it ever was.
I think it's all the same. In my opinion, it's kind of all the same. Just because the cap room is now sort of available to attribute to somebody else at a high caliber to take that role, I think it kind of winds up looking very similar.
The reason why I say that is because we don't know what particular player or two that they really wanted to lean into. It's like, we got to get this done or that done, whether it's a D tackle, edge rusher, or both, or whatever it was. And there's a monetary value to those things. And they may have had a plan to do this or that to get to that point so that they can do it. And, a move like this definitely would alter a plan like that.
Oh, this is definitely a monkey wrench in the game, but I'm saying with respect to making the other moves that have been speculated, I just don't feel like, because they're getting the dollars and cents back, I don't feel it inhibits your ability to do those other things. It's just really, in my opinion, now a question of who, right? So is it is it Linderbaum? Is it biadasz? I don't know. I think either one of those would be a sound maneuver. Linderbaum sounds like, again, he's going to cost a pretty penny. I got a trick to the game.
I got a trick to the game, and I just ask you guys to hear me out. For 2 years, it took 2 years for Ryan Poles to get this player in this building, and this guy's name is Ryan Bates. And I went on and on about how good of a player I knew this guy to be. Even though we didn't get him, I started watching him when the word came out that we were supposed to sign him, and we didn't end up getting him because Buffalo matched the deal. I began to watch the tape, and I began to watch the tape and watch and watch and watch. It never stopped. I watched him when he was at Buffalo, and I watched that guy move along that offensive line from tackle to guard to center to tackle to guard to center on the other side. And I'm telling you, Ryan Bates, even though the year we got him, he was injured most of the year, and everybody was out on him because that's how people are. Fans are like that. He doesn't produce. He's a waste of pick. And why did we do this? I think he needed this season, in my opinion, to get healthy. And I've seen the Ryan Bates that I saw in Buffalo this offseason, this preseason, when he was able to get in the game. I saw that Ryan Bates. That Ryan Bates could be the center for the Chicago Bears. And also, I'm gonna throw another name out there. Maybe they thinking looking at Joe Tooney and then throwing the other guy we just drafted last year
Luke
at
Newman.
guard. Maybe. Just
shit.
maybe. I'm just putting it out there. I don't think we're in dire straits as people might think. There's also Jordan McFadden, who I also think, maybe it's a year behind schedule, but maybe they give him some reps at center and see what he can bring to the table because he's built for it.
There's one name you missed, and that's Ricky Stromberg. So
Ricky, he just hasn't been healthy enough.
But the same thing you just said could be attributed to a certain Mr. Bates, and that's what worries me about Ryan Bates, right? So when Buffalo let him go, finally, right? So Ryan Poles went after him, signed a tender, and they matched the tender. He was healthy, and then they turned around a year later and was like, "Oh, hey, like Chicago, you still want this guy because you can have him at the same dollars," and we wound up taking him over. Fact was, he was having some level of pectoral issue, and that reared its ugly head more or less the minute he started playing here. And he's been going for the last 2 years, sort of making his way through that injury. He might be better for it now, and maybe, again, like you're saying, maybe he's ready for an entire NFL season.
Well, let me ask you, though, Nomad. I'm sure that you have looked into some of the centers in this draft by now. Are there any that you think are viable? Because Red Baron is saying that there's some really good centers in the draft. I know that there'd be rookies and that there'll be a learning curve to call out protections. Do you think that you draft a center with the goal of starting when they're ready, kind of thing, bring them along when they're ready, and if they're ready from day one, then they start from day one, kind of thing?
Not so far, because I haven't looked at many offensive linemen. I've looked at a small little bucket full, but I've been busy on the defensive line, and that's just where I'm at. But I do know of one. It's a kid from Virginia. I just can't think of his name right now.
So Levante's right. I'm looking at Spotrac right now, Spot Rack, whatever you want to call it. But Ricky ain't even on the squad anymore. So I guess they may have cut Ricky or let him go.
I think he got a injury settlement a while back.
That sounds about right, given what we just discussed about Ricky. So maybe he didn't make it back to the team. That being said, I hate the idea. Hate it. Yeah, sorry. Let me
finish the thing about Virginia center, man. He asked me a question. It's
Go
a
ahead.
center of Virginia. I just can't think of his name right now. Just remember, center from Virginia, you guys. I just can't think of his name right off the top of my head, but since Tripp caught me off guard, there is a center at Virginia that I really like, that I did have a chance to get into his tape a little bit.
I'm going to say it out loud. I hate the idea of drafting and starting a center. Hate it. Drafting is one thing. Starting that young man, I think I think that the young quarterback in Caleb Williams needs a veteran, somebody who knows what's going on and can understand the playbook quickly and put it into play, recognize, make the calls, recognize what defenses are doing, and help him out, as opposed to learn how to do all that stuff on the fly, right? That's just me. I would, like, Luke Newman, in my opinion, might be the closest thing to an in-house guy that could really jump into that role. But outside of that, I would hope that they're looking at free agency to bring a vet in who knows what's going on.
Kids, the thing about center is, and I'm gonna put this to you like this: it's a little bit more cerebral than every
That's what I'm
job on
saying.
the offensive line, and it's like the point of attack for the quarterback. And so when the quarterback is wrong, that center can correct him. You know what I mean? So if the quarterback comes to the line and they're on the same page, he's going to make this call, and he sees something at the line of scrimmage, and he changes that call, and he decides to do that. And so the offensive line had this point of attack, right? They knew to attack this or that. And Caleb goes to the line of scrimmage and changes it up, and you got clock ticking behind you. He's got to be swift enough to know what Caleb just did and know what to do with the offensive line and get him to redirect whatever plan of attack they had coming out of that huddle. So when he audibles at the line of scrimmage, the center needs to do the same thing with the offensive line. And so if he does it at the right time, the play is just going to blow up right in their faces. So it's a more cerebral game for the center, and he has to be in tune with that quarterback. And so that's why it's so hard to grab a center out of college and just plug him in, play him. And okay, just because he's good in college with this quarterback doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be that with this next quarterback, because this shit happens really, really quick. And you need to be real sound with that, man. So I'm just one of those people that can appreciate a center a whole lot better, on this side of the game now.
I'm not seeing any Virginia centers.
His number is 60.
No, I'm not, and no Virginia players.
Don't worry about it, Trip. It might have been don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. We're gonna get to some of those guys.
Like I said, there are a couple of guys available. Who's saying here? Slamming Sammy Joe is saying Sam Hecht and Connor Liu are two guys that we could be looking at or are available in this year's draft. Looks like they're a little bit further. There's Brailsford, who's a little bit further back. Either way, like I'm just saying, guys, I think protection for the young quarterback is of the utmost importance. And I would have to say, man, if you're spending $15-ish million on a center, go do it again.
It's not in the draft, people. I don't.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think you start a young rookie in this spot. You need somebody with that cerebral attribute who's done it before in a different place. I believe there may also be a center from Washington available. There's a couple of centers.
Tyler Biadasz, Lindenberg is the $20 million one. Then there's like McGovern or McGowan.
Well, let me tell you the difference.
So there are a couple guys.
Let me tell you the difference between Lindenberg and Biadasz. So Lindenberg, you got to understand where he comes from. He's probably the best center in the league, but they run power as opposed to what we do primarily, and that's wide zone. So wide zone is going to require you to probably move a whole lot more. So Tyler Biadasz is probably 320, 330 pounds somewhere. Not Tyler Biadasz, but Linderbaum.
Linderbaum.
He's a big center. And if you're going to run power, you need big offensive linemen, big fat boys that can really move the crowd, as opposed to wide zone concepts when you need guys to kind of be more mobile. That's what people don't understand. Oh, Linderbaum, he's the best center in the league, and he's this and that, but he runs power. So he's more suited to what Harbaugh does out with the Chargers than he is with us. Now, I'm not saying that he can't get in shape and drop a few pounds and operate here. I'm sure he can, but you got to understand what concepts really made Linderbaum a 3-time Pro Bowler. Power concepts. And we don't run that primarily. We run wide zone concepts. There's a difference between that kind of lineman and the kind of lineman that the Bears are kind of looking for. He needs to be more mobile. Look at Drew Dalman. Absolutely undersized. Absolutely undersized. But the mobility and his headiness made him a viable piece. He made the Pro Bowl. And so, all the people talking about we need to get Linderbaum don't understand really what the hell to be looking at. If we get him, he's going to lose weight, a lot of it. Just telling you, he needs to be way more mobile than he is in Baltimore.
Well, who would be more of a fit, like free agent wise, that you can think of offhand?
I'm gonna give you.
biadasz.
Let me give you some names and let's do just a quick look at who might fit the wide zone scheme. So Lloyd Cushenberry's out there.
Share your screen, kids.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Linderbaum is 304. That got to be wrong. Yeah, man. It's
Let me make this a little bit bigger for the world to see. I'll zoom in a bit here too. So here's some of these available free agents. Lloyd Cushenberry's at the top of the list. I'm not that familiar. Tyler biadasz.
James Daniels.
Familiar name is James, and this is why I wanted to bring this up and for y'all to see is James Daniels. Price tag is great. He's not extremely old. 28 years old for these top three guys.
Well, he's listed as a guard though too.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, but we've seen him play both right here, live and direct. But were we running wide zone scheme at that time when he was here?
I'll tell you the guy I like that's out there more than all of them is for the last couple of years is Ethan Posich.
So he's up at 30 years old now. Potential, right? Who else jumps off? Glasgow, who would be familiar with Ben Johnson, right? Downside is he's 33.
Well, I think he's retiring though.
Okay, fair enough.
Ryan Bates again.
There's Ryan Bates again. He's being paid absolute peanuts, and he's often injured. No to Daniels, says Levante Rodgers. Okay. There's Tyler Linderbaum making potentially big cash. The big cash situation is a little bit further to the right. Who else is out there? Danny Pinter, Luke Fortner.
You're down in the cheap seats. Now go back
we're definitely in the cheap seats. Dan Feeney. There was talk of bringing Dan Feeney last year.
There's you got to understand
and good old Sam Mustipher's on the list.
You got to understand how the fits work and who's the brightest of the bunch. Connor McGovern is a nice piece. Nice. But he might
he's coming from Buffalo where he was, centering for Josh Allen.
Really, really good, man.
28 years old. So he's not young. He's not the youngest of the group, but he's younger than Poshitz and the retiring guy.
Hey, tripping kids, I got to say this, man.
Mm-hmm.
This has got to be the best looking free agent center class I've seen in a while.
It isn't terrible, and that's what I'm saying. The upside is, again, it's a situation where all of a sudden you got $15 million potentially spent on a center. You can make some noise here. What about did you talk about Cushenberry? Any thoughts?
The most mobile of the bunch. People will tell you he's undersized, but I've seen that guy overcome that too many times for me to hang that on him. Lloyd Cushenberry can move. When I say move, he can really move.
So we got Cushenberry, McGovern, and Bates so far.
I think the best fits here for us is Connor McGovern. And Connor McGovern, Lloyd Cushenberry, and Tyler biadasz and Ethan Posich. You throw all those guys.
Well,
you got to go watch them. You got to go watch some offensive line play. Go type in YouTube Cleveland's offensive line where Ethan Posich was playing. Go type in YouTube. Go type in Connor McGovern. Not Connor McGovern, but Buffalo offensive line. Go type in Tyler biadasz or Washington Commanders offensive line. Go to those offensive lines and go watch some reps. The only reason I know what I know is because these guys have been out there and in the market before, and I had to go look at them because it's what we do on the channel. I know what these guys can bring to the table. And the best fits are the guys I just told you.
Okay. Cool.
Hey, while you're there, just go to left tackle real quick.
Right, True Pilgrim. It's not Linderbaum or bust.
Yeah, there are other options there, but now looking at this is,
Well, like I say, I don't think like that number ain't legit. I don't think we need the left tackle of the future here. I think we need a left tackle who can sign a 2-year contract and we can pay just a decent amount of money. And I wouldn't be mad at a Cam Robinson on a regular price tag deal, not at $12 million. If that's really what we're talking about, sorry, Cam. You know what I mean? I think Cam would be a great look for a couple of years.
How did we end up here after talking about the centers?
Oh, we're just looking at just what's available.
He was just asking about left tackle, so we went to left tackle. It's another position of need. That's how we wound up here.
I mean, but it was like, we were thinking it's like, all right, we got our offensive line solidified for a couple years. We just got to look at left tackle. But now it's like, we're back into the center market as well. And it's like, damn it.
This is a guy I would look at, man. I would look at Spencer.
Let's just get this off the screen so we can have a general conversation, because we're going to end up into being mock general managers and arguing about all that shit. And it would be important to note that what happened with Drew Dalman just put us into a particular place. And so all the people that want the high-powered edge rusher that's going to cost a whole lot of money, whether it be Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, whoever the hell it is, no way we're going to be able to get that football player and shore up the interior of our defensive line in free agency. We're going to need some guys. And the offensive line ain't really helping that. We got a left tackle out. Now we got to figure that out. I'm telling you, a nuke just happened. I don't care what nobody says to you, but there's easy solutions to it when you have Dan Roshar as your leader. In my opinion, he's the MVP of what just happened last year. So I just wanted to put that out there, man. They got some decisions to make, and it ain't going to be easy. I don't care what y'all think about the whole thing. We ain't going to be getting everything that y'all think. Everybody still there?
Yeah. Oh, I'm right here, man. But I don't, like I said, I don't think this makes, because the cap and the salary is freed up, I don't think this prevents you from making the moves we were talking about before. You're paying $15 million to Drew this season.
What moves are you talking about? I need just tackle as much as we need edge.
I'm just saying that the only way let's be real. So the only way we can get an edge with the way the cap looks today is by trading and or restructuring players, right? Ryan Poles has to free up cap. About that simple. So, grenades thrown into the offensive line. We now have to replace the center position. There's $15 million that's coming back to the team that will allow you to do so. So it's not the end of the world. It sucks, but it's not the end of the world. The funds are available to make the same move you made last year. Just get another guy. Hopefully that guy is caliber, right? And with $15 million, you can get a caliber guy. And it kind of also might work into being a level of a restructure where you save a little bit of actual cap room up front. So I don't, a lot of, given what you were just saying, I don't think this precludes the opportunity to go and get, that linchpin edge rusher if you still want to do that.
That's because
the way you do that is you have to trade somebody else off the team to free up the funds that would be required to pay that edge rusher.
That's because that's what's in everybody's mentality is go get that high-powered edge rusher. And we do this every offseason. We want this, we want that, and we just clamor on and on about what we need, and we got to go get this certain player. And we don't do it, everybody's going to be pissed. And I'm tired of going through that. And even though everybody sees us being 31st in the league at pass rushing statistics, if you don't think for a second that the interior pressure has a part to do with that, then I got some swampland for you to sell, bro.
No, and I'm saying they have to go. They have the funds to go and repair that hole that's been created. The funds have been basically given back to them. Levante, I think it's about 15. So he would be making 11 this year. I did some math on this yesterday. He'd be making 11 this year. There's a $2,000 bonus, $2 million bonus for this season. So it would be 13. He actually, with retiring at this age, because of the upfront money that he got, he would actually have to basically give back $2 million in order to retire. So it works out to about $15 million for the season that the Bears would get back. That's what I've read. I've also, like, when I say that's what I've read, that's what Greg Gabriel was explaining on Twitter yesterday when the news broke. That's what he was saying. I also sort of did just some quick research to see what it would look like, and it sounds like about 15. So not too bad. You restructure a new deal with a new player, and you may actually wind up spending only 10 to 12 ish on that player, and freeing up another couple of $1 million that you can apply to other things.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something. You know who was probably the most pissed off person on the planet?
Caleb Williams.
You think the Bears fans are pissed off about all this? No, not Caleb. No, it's Dennis Allen. Because he was set up to really have things really, really play in his favor. We knew that we had a short hand on left tackle. We knew we had the short hand. We knew it. But we didn't think that we was going to have this kind of, movement that happened on the interior of our offensive line. Now that just basically put the thing just went back into Ben Johnson's hands, man. Now we got
back on the back burner.
Yeah, we got to make sure we got the offensive line. All the games that we had this year offensively will be for naught if we don't shore that up. And so, in my opinion, there's a cheaper way to go about that can get you through this year, and then maybe look at the next offseason to really shore it up for a long time. But man, that just definitely hampered us. I don't care what nobody tells you on whatever show you like to watch, but that just put a hand grenade into the situation where it was going to be all Dennis Allen. And so now Dennis Allen is secondary in importance to making sure that line is shored up, because without a good center, I don't give a shit how good your tackle is. They're going to be off track. You got to have a good center. That left tackle can come along, in some time. But, man, it's a bigger deal than people want to give it credit for, because people want to think optimism. But I'm telling you, they got to get that shored up and get the right guy. And that needs to be first.
Like I said, I agree with that. I think that's the DA situation would potentially take a little bit of a back burner given what's happening. All I can say is, again, there's money there to get it done. I expect them to do it. I just don't know who it's going to be. That's the way that I look at all this. And anybody that they were going to go after in free agency, is directly tied to somebody leaving the team and freeing up that cap room for it to happen. So 15 mil coming from a potential move of Tremaine Edmonds. Apparently there's a lot of talk between different teams and this, that, and the third. You might be able to go do something in that regard. One of the conversations is with the New York Giants and potential to bring over Kayvon Thibodeau. I don't know if that moves the needle for you guys. It doesn't necessarily move it for me, but that might be a situation that we should keep an eye on.
All right, man. I'd say this, man. Man, things got a little complicated, whether we want to see it that way or not. But your 27-year-old center that was going to be there for the next 4 years at least, Pro Bowler. Don't downplay that. Like your point of attack on either side of the ball, dog. You got to understand what we just lost. And if you don't, you think it's just any player you plug and play. I got some news for you. You got to get the right guy. You got to get a heady guy. You got to get a more cerebral guy that can absolutely move and execute the blocking plans. And those aren't the simplest thing to come by. You got to get the guy that fits in your locker room. Those aren't the simplest things to come by. You got to have the cocktail of all those things I just said. And so that's what we're dealing with, man. We already knew we was going to have to deal with left tackle. And I always thought free agency or inside the building was the best place to go there. But now you got two positions you got to make sure you solidify. And is Luke Newman one of those guys that we can say, all right, we got the guy inside the building? Maybe, maybe not.
That would be the best news to hear, bro. Right there. That would be the best news to hear, that they have the confidence in Luke Newman to pick up the slack and actually take on that position moving forward. I liked every time that he was on the line. I thought he played very well. Again, generally he was at the guard position. Center's a bit of a different story, so we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see what they wind up doing. I can only expect that they get a vet, a caliber vet, high caliber vet to take on the same price tag / role that Drew Dalman's now left vacant.
I would just say, don't forget about Ryan Bates. I know everybody's don't have a favorable opinion of this guy, but I'm just telling you guys, don't look past that name.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't know. I worry about, and it's been speculated upon for a while. I worry about that pectoral issue. It reared its ugly head. It pretty much prevented him from taking on the center position a couple of years ago. We brought in some other folks who wound up doing it and not doing it well. Then he wound up hurting his finger and other things. Like, he's been constantly hammed up, man. And on that stretcher, I wouldn't, maybe for a year Ryan Bates is your guy, but I wouldn't
lie.
bet. You know what I mean?
I know he's off the roster, Levante, but you guys, one thing I advise you to really pay attention to is system continuity. System, these guys know the system. Like, the value that Ryan Bates can bring to the situation is probably almost more valuable than any other player that is out there on the free agent market if they start looking at it in that realm, because he knows what to do. He knows what to do. You might really, really like Luke Newman. You might really like some of these guys in free agency, but to shore this up and keep it quiet and make sure everything is functioning the way it should, we know Ryan Bates has taken multiple reps in this offense all this season. He didn't get to show it during the regular season for us because we had a solid, stable center situation, which we haven't had in a long time. But I don't rule that out. Do not rule that out. What it's going to cost us, I don't know. But, man, I'm telling you, man, he's a better player than you guys think.
I just, I have a hard time with this one because the Bears brass basically said, hey, you know what? Let's go spend $42 million on a center with Ryan Bates on the team and making money.
Unhealthy.
You know what I mean? And that's, but still, they spent good money to bring Ryan Bates here. And then said, yeah, we still need to go find ourselves a knockdown, drag out center. And they found one. I don't expect them to go back and go, hey, you know what? Like, Ryan Bates is that guy.
A lot of people said that I can't believe he spent that much money on a center. I remember the people that were saying all that shit. I remember people saying all that.
Wouldn't be me.
I ain't say you. I'm just talking about a lot of talk about why would you pay this. Listen, there's a reason why you pay that guy that much money, because your point of attack And to protect your quarterback, you need a certain amount of this or that. Cerebral, you need operation, you need people to guide the operation that's not the quarterback. He's a young quarterback that's still learning. And you don't need youth there. You need somebody that really knows what they're doing and knows how to operate.
Yeah.
That's valuable, extremely valuable. And so, look, going into year, what is this going to year 3 for Caleb?
This will be year 3, sir.
Yeah, he still needs that.
I agree.
I ain't saying that Luke Newman can't do it. I'm just saying, I'm not saying Joe Tooney can't step into that role, but there may be a couple of options.
I wouldn't want Tooney there, but I
Why not?
know what you're saying. I just would, because he's a Pro Bowl guard. You know what I mean? Like you kind of want the Pro Bowl guard at his position, but maybe you slide him over to the center position.
Pro Bowl guard can be a Pro Bowl center.
I won't argue with that.
He's very cerebral, man.
He knows what he's doing. There's no questions there. So I wouldn't, I would just prefer him be at his Pro Bowl best and at that position. Right. That's just me. Same token. And then like in that respect, it depends what guards are out there. You could actually, that's like, this isn't crazy, right? So you could line up McFadden or Luke Newman in the guard position, slide him over to center, and then you're still where you were looking for a left tackle, unless you go with Canadian Eagle.
Man, all I know is they've got, like, I haven't seen an offensive line development as well as I've seen an offensive line development here in Chicago in this 1 year. I haven't seen the 0 to 10 transgression. I mean, the transformation like I've seen here in Chicago. What it just proved to me is that Dan Rochard knows what the F he's doing. I know that. And so whatever decision they decide to make as far as the offensive line goes, and if it's not what people think is the right thing to do, man, I've learned to understand that there's a reason why they pull that guy out of retirement. That guy is the MVP of everything that you saw this year. In my opinion, I don't care what nobody thinks about whoever, but him solidifying that offensive line and bringing guys up and have them raise their level proved to me that the Bears can compete with anybody. Anybody. And so whatever they decide to do, whether it's somebody, whatever they decide to do, just trust that we got the right O-line coach to make sure this thing is tied up and put together the right way. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. Whatever they do is going to be good.
Yeah, I'm not as worried as I might have been in previous years, but it is a monkey wrench has been thrown or a grenade has been thrown, and they're going to have to make some moves. We'll really have to see. I'm 100 billion% with Levante Rogers in the chat. And you know what, Levante, I would go into free agency, get 2 vets that can handle the situation. Personally, at the left tackle, I'm looking at Spencer Buford. I think that's who I would be looking at from San Francisco. He's young, doesn't have a huge price tag on him for that left tackle position.
He's nice, by the way.
He is. He's good at what he does. That offensive line in San Francisco has been great over the years.
He's a smasher, bro.
That's who I'd be looking, whether it's in the run game or pass protection, right? So that's who I would be looking at, mainly because the dollars and cents are relatively easy to swallow. So go get yourself a Spencer Buford at left for the time being until Ozzie gets back, and beef up that center position once again and make sure that there's no extreme duress coming through the middle of that offensive line.
All right. So last thing I would say is, outside of the monkey wrench that just got through in the thing with Dalman retiring at 27, the tampering period starts, I think, midnight Sunday night. And into Monday. I'm probably gonna have to do a show. If you guys can come, you can come. If you can't, you can't. But anybody that wants to be there, probably gonna have to open the floodgates, because I think they're going to need to secure some guys. I think there's going to be a bunch of, once the free agent period starts, I think they're going to get a bunch of dudes, lower level money stuff. But the key guys that they're going to need to have, they're going to probably need to get secured, probably more than most teams. Earlier, the better. Get some framework of an agreement made with a couple guys at least. Couple guys. That freaking Monday. You got to get some stuff secured, whether it's center, whether it's tackle. I keep telling you guys, Josh Nijman from the Packers that ended up somewhere else this year is a guy to look out for. Ain't going to cost a whole lot of money, but can bring a lot to the table. Whatever they decide to do, whether it's a D tackle, edge, whatever it is, man, I think the Bears are going to be in play big time Monday. I'm just telling you. And so I will be live one way or other. I don't know what time I'm going to go, but I'm going to turn it on and see what happens. But, man, the Bears are in play, man, big time this free agency period. And I think we're going to be a live wire here.
Yep. Well, wait and see. We're going to see. I have no clue what they're doing. Everybody's saying we're getting Max Crosby. Because everybody's saying we're getting Max Crosby, I'm pretty sure it ain't going to happen. I'll just poop on that now. Stuff like that, over the last few years has not gone in any, it just hasn't looked anything like we would sort of expect it to look. So I would be very surprised if that's how it shakes out. But those two positions of need here that we're now looking at, I think they find them in free agency over the course of the next week or so. But the big deal is somebody got to go. They got to get that Tremaine, they have to get that Tremaine. The Tremaine Edmonds deal has to be finalized soon if there is a deal to be had at all. That frees up $15 million. They can start to make some moves, and hopefully they get a draft pick out of the mix. Everybody else, we'll see what happens.
All right. We need to get to a couple of football players. Trips, unless you got some other thoughts here.
Yeah, I would just recommend that fans don't get their hearts set on any particular guys. It's like a lot of people are like, well, Max wants to come to Bears, so him and Caleb, they got aura and all that other shit, whatever. And it's like, yeah, but other teams got like first round picks that they offering. So, don't get your heart set on particular players. If you trust the coaching staff, then trust the coaching staff.
I'm at the point where I believe more now than ever getting more picks for us might be in order, man, because you can't. Those are two key pieces where unless you can strike gold in free agency, man, dog, you need some more picks. But that's a conversation for a whole nother day. We need to get to a couple players, man. Let me get this set up. This is Kelvin Gilliam, 6'3", 295 pounds. He was a junior. I did this work last year, and this is the graphic from last year. So forgive me, there's going to be a bunch of those. This guy, so Kelvin Gilliam was not drafted, but he signed to Oklahoma as a freshman. So he played a year or two maybe at Oklahoma, and they kind of had him playing out of position. So in that 3-4 front, he probably played more edge rusher than he played defensive tackle. And just to be clear, Kelvin Gilliam is more than likely going to be a UDFA. And so that's why I wanted to start with him first. He's going to be a guy that you're probably going to have to grab after Mark, but that doesn't mean he's not a player. Kelvin Gilliam, at that size, little under 300 pounds, his quickness, his explosiveness really, really jumps off the tape. And over time, over these last couple of years since I've been watching him, I've watched him get better and better with his hands. And so the hand game in the defensive line category is almost as important as how stout you are at holding up against the pass block, the hand game, how well you are, how good you are at keeping hands off you and keeping you mobile getting upfield. So we'll talk about that a little bit more with another guy we're going to talk about here soon. But Kelvin Gilliam, even though I think he's going to be an after draft prospect, I think he's got some traits to him. I think the being less than 300 pounds, I think really plays to his advantage, man, because he's a little bit more slick, a little bit more quick, and he's just really, really mobile along that front. One of the things that I noticed about him when I first saw him at Virginia Tech, which was last year, was he had a problem kind of getting off blocks. He also had a problem with just being moved. And I seen that be corrected in a year. Just to go and show you how good coaching can be. He went from this kind of player to knowing his weaknesses and having the difference show up on tape this year. So he wasn't getting moved around, and he knew what to do as far as the hand game went, and keeping hands off of him and keeping himself moving upfield and really kind of controlling the situation instead of him being controlled. Kelvin Gilliam is a nice piece to have, whether it's after the draft. I think if you get him in this building and it's a guy that you don't have to start, he's got some traits to him, man. The quickness and the burst. You can do things with a guy like that. I think he's still pretty raw. When you start off as kind of an edge rusher and you end up at a defensive tackle and you didn't play it that long, Trip, you still got some work to do. And I think that's why he falls probably into that UDFA category.
Yeah, it's interesting because Ryan Poles has had some success on the UDFA market. And any player that can fit these schemes that they can identify and bring in, who has the as they say, it doesn't matter if you're drafted or UDFA. Once you get in the building, the development and just let your play decide if you can play. If he's versatile and he's quick and he can be disruptive and he can be a player, he can find a way onto the squad. So it's like, hey, all right, later round guy or UDFA guy possibly. Let's see what you got.
Yeah. I do think his versatility would have him on a Dennis Allen list of UDFAs at least. Guys to look at. Let's bring him in here and see if we can get a deal done with him after the draft. They're starting to do those things before the draft ends on day 4, day 3, day 4, whatever it is. Those are the guys you're starting to build that board of guys that you want to try to get in there and you want to offer them this amount of money. I think he's going to end up in that category. I hate to say that about him because I don't know, but it's very possible that he can end up in the UDFA category or really, really late in the draft. But, he's a guy, man. That versatility is going to be attractive. He's got the size and he's got the experience to play edge, and he can move up and down the defensive line, which makes me want to have a conversation about him because of the versatility. And this is who we have inside the building. We got Dennis Allen, and he likes those big guys. And that's it for Kelvin Gilliam, man. Let's get to the next guy. It's going to be some guys you've heard about. This is the next guy. Hold on, let me get rid of Kelvin Gilliam so I don't get him out of here. J.C. Davis out of Illinois, 6'5", 320 pounds. Exceptional pass protector. He really excels at pass protection. When I say excels at it, it really shines on his film. What people were talking about when I made this graphic is how good is he as a run blocker, because that was his weakness, Trip. And I'll just say I've seen him take a step this year at run blocking. He was much better this year at holding the point of attack or really moving his target out of the way and maintaining a block as opposed to making contact and the guy gets away from him and wiggles around him and makes a tackle. This is the difference between what I saw in J.C. Davis out of Illinois and the J.C. Davis I saw this year. He's much better at that. However, I do think J.C. Davis is going to probably translate to a guard in the NFL. But he's still worth talking about.
Why do you think that? Arm length?
I think he's got better guard traits. I think he's good at pass protection. If you're a left tackle and you're good at pass protection, that means you're good at blocking in space. You don't have really the protection of the offensive lineman next to you for help, because you're gonna be on the island, because that guy goes out wide and you can hold your own out there when he goes to speed rush and whip out wide to try to get to the quarterback. If you can hold your own that way, you're okay in space. You're okay at that. So he'll be fine at tackle in the NFL, but I got a feeling that guy's going to be like a Kieran Amagaji kind of guy that was a really good tackle in college, and they'll kick him inside to see what it looks like. And I think he'll land a spot there. That's just what I think about him.
Okay. I'm taking a look at him now. I can. He in pass pro, he's pretty solid.
He's really solid
on the left. He's pretty solid in pass pro on the left. I'm hoping to see a couple of run snaps here, but so far he's doing a great job.
Look what Levante says. Arms 34 and a quarter inches.
That's not bad, no.
That's Quran 34, 35-inch arms.
I don't know. Well,
I mean, if you look
did
at
they
this,
find that Quran was had shorter arms?
Well, look at this picture. Guy is bent over. His hands are on his knees, and look, his arms are still bent. So it's like he could reach the ground from that position.
He's got length.
I think he does.
He's got length. He's got. Sometimes I the foot quickness, but I think, like, I started thinking about Ozzie. I didn't think had the best foot quickness in the world, but he turned out. And so JC's no different. But you're talking about a sound pro style offensive tackle in college. Brett Bielema does a good job at that. Really, really grooming really good offensive linemen. Really good offensive linemen. And they're getting better and better every year. J.C. Davis is just one of the latest of the bunch. He's really solid, man. It's like you see J.C. Davis make a mistake, you might see him overstep. Like, let's just say some pass rusher was trying to go around him. He's on the left side. He's trying to go around him. You might be one of those guys that's a little bit more quick than the next guy. He might overset just a little bit, but his ability to be able to recover and get back on that block is probably better than over half the tackles in this draft that I've seen so far. And that's good, because being able, after you lose because you overset, can you recover and get your hands on this guy and get him away from the quarterback? J.C. Davis has got some real good traits to him, man. Real solid traits to him that any pro offensive line coach can really work with. It's just about whether you see J.C. Davis as a tackle or you see him as a guard. You won't know until you get him into the league, but really good offensive lineman, man.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right, let's get to another guy. Let's get to a defender. Have you guys heard of this guy, Danny Dennis Sutton?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he is one of the edge rushers that I believe the Bears have already met with.
Really?
I haven't taken a look at Danny Dennis Sutton just yet. But yes, the Bears have taken a look at him in some capacity. I believe they've talked to him.
Anybody want to read off his measurables and what is said here, or you want me to do it? I can do it. He's 6'5", 272 pounds, and that was last year. This is work from last year. He's probably up. One of the things I noticed about looking at him on tape, it looked like he picked up at least 5 pounds, and I thought that helped him. So I wouldn't be surprised if he measures in at about somewhere around 280 now. He might. Because you when you got a big edge rusher like this, the worst thing a big edge rusher can do, a big person can do, is try to be something that he's not. And that is trying to be thin and quick and trying to be one of these guys that has no body fat to him. No, you need to get on some weight and use your power. He didn't seem like, I mean, he did pop off because of his size, and sometimes he has some really good sets. But I wasn't sold on it. I wasn't sold on him. But I said that, okay, this is at the time when Flus was here. And he liked big edge rushers, right? And so now we got Dennis Allen that also likes those big edges that can really set the edge well. And he set a pretty good edge in the running game, but it could be better because it looked like he just wasn't strong enough at the time. At 272, that sounds crazy. But he just sometimes looked like he got moved out of the way a whole lot more than he should have. And I looked at the film this year. Looked like he picked up a couple of pounds there, and he really was more and more firm at setting the edge this year. Pass rushing traits, still kind of the same. Still kind of the same. He's a developmental guy. He's a developmental guy. He's not going to come in the league and set the world on fire as an edge rusher. He is not. But he will. What he will do is going to bring you some diversity because he's constantly going to keep gaining weight. So I think he's going to be around 285 when he maxes out. And that kind of guy can slide, really, really slide up and down the line of scrimmage. And so you get a Dennis Sutton, just know you're not going to get this super fly pass rusher that's going to get you 12 sacks a year. Nope. He's going to need a defensive interior to help him do that because he can move a pocket and he can crush and get to the quarterback. It's just one way right now. And so what I'm trying to say is he doesn't have diversity to his pass rush.
You're saying he doesn't have tools in the bag?
Not yet.
And I'm watching this film right now, and I see very little tools, man. I see decent speed. He does have a ghost. He does have a ghost rush that he like, a little bit of bend, a little bit of ghost rush here and there, but he ain't Malachi Lawrence. You know what I mean? Malachi Lawrence should pull it off whenever he wants to. I don't see a long arm stab or much of a swim. As far as tools are concerned, he's just moving bodies around when he can move bodies around, which is great. But yeah, we would probably want him at maybe a 285. With a little bit extra muscle, a little bit extra beef on him. Mind you, he plays like a lighter weight guy. He plays with speed. He relies on his speed. He's pretty decent in coverage. Got a little bit of burst to him. So I can see it. I can see
he's a fairly thin guy. I wouldn't say thin, but he's a big high schooler that had to took him a couple years to get where he is now, at least just to be in a training room and be in a weight room, eating and lifting. So he had to work to get to this body type. Came probably about 245, 250 when he got here, when he got there.
He was probably slim and put on a little bit of size. I think you're bang on. He runs a 4.63, so again, pretty decent speed. But I think my opinion, I think he would have some work to do in the NFL. He's a bit more developmental than not.
Yeah, he just didn't. I think whatever he's gonna be, it's gonna be a few years down the road.
I agree.
Is the best way I can describe what I'm saying. I see it. It's just going to be a couple, 2 or 3 years before the right coach sees what he's capable of and helps him shape it up and put it all together. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's Danny Dennis Sutton, 6'5", 272 out of Penn State. Long with a quick burst, good power, and good. He's starting to be good setting the edge. Starting to be good. He wasn't that good with it last year when I really started looking at the tape, but I guess as the season went on, he started looking a little bit better to me as I started watching more and more games. But that's just coaching. That's just coaching and being guys being in that room, being firm with him. Like, dog, you got to hold it down over here. Dog, you got to get it done. And I bet it wasn't that fun for him at first, but as his body's starting to build and he's starting to get a little bit more strong, I can see a guy like this being impactful. But you just got to know what you're getting when you get him. You know, Danny Dennis Sutton ain't gonna be one of the first few edge rushers off the board. It's gonna be a little bit later on in the draft, and that's when you want to get a guy like this and go to work on him.
Cool.
Right. Here's the next guy. Now you're gonna start getting a little bit more familiar with these guys. I think you guys are gonna like this next guy.
Oh yeah, him, Sonny Styles.
Speak on it.
Coincidentally, that's my son's first name is Styles, named after Styles P and or the friend in the movie Teen Wolf. But in any event, hopefully you guys got the chance to see this kid perform at the combine. He set the standard for the linebacker position. So I didn't hear much talk of him playing safety, but I could see him do it. He has the speed.
Well, I was trying to tell you, I made these last year. He was playing primarily safety, but they would slide him in there and play some linebacker roles at times, but he went primarily to linebacker this year.
Well, he's got that. You know, if we had an earlier pick and we were really looking to replace Tremaine Edmonds, this would be a great replacement for Tremaine. He pretty much has it all. I'm not sure about his stats in college. You could probably speak more to that if you're talking about production. But as far as any level of measurable that you could think of, Sonny Styles has it in spades, man. He's fast, he's long, he is smart, and he's a dog across the board. So that's my little quick 2 cents.
The cat won the genetic lottery.
Yeah, he did. 6'4", 235 linebacker.
He's probably more 245 this year. I think.
And they got him listed at 6'5" also.
Yeah, they do. That's the measurables out of the combine.
He grew. Is what he did.
It happens.
He's a kid. He grew. In the time, I think he probably put on a little more muscle because they told him they wanted to give him a role at linebacker, and that will require you to make sure you're really bulked up and you can take the rigors of bumping and grinding at that position. I'll say this, man. I don't know if there's a more physically gifted kid. He's like a LeBron James kind of kid. It's like just freak. He's freaked out. It's like, what is this kid doing being that big and that mobile?
My boy, he ran a 4.2, man, 4.27, which is just crazy. His brother's just.
Was that him or his brother?
He's 4.2. He's 4.27. No, sorry, my bad. He ran a 4.4, 4.46.
Yeah.
4.46 is him. The brother ran 4.27. The whole family tricked out. You know what I mean? The whole family.
Well, did you hear where they say that their dad had him up at like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, out there running sprints with the parachute on their back.
Oh, man.
To make it faster. So, they thought it was a game, having fun playing, where he was training them, for this moment or for these moments.
Man. Where do you get them damn parachutes at? You know what I mean?
Amazon.
Amazon now.
I guess so.
Yeah, they used to have little stores around. I had a couple of kids I was training, and I had those to work with. I got those from a track coach that I know that really was helping me out when I was coming up. I was just like, man, you got some more of them shoots? He was like, man, them things in my garage, I'm gonna have to dig them out. I said, dig them on out, man. I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm passing it on like he was trying to pass it to me, trying to help these kids build up some speed. But that was a headache trying to load them things back into that bag, man.
The aftermath of the parachute's a nightmare. I'm with you, man. My son's coach, he was a former running back, and made it out to the U.S. Played a little bit. Can't remember where he played though. But he was training his son to play running back, and I'm just watching him. He got him strapped up with that parachute, and he's going. And this kid was a pretty decent running back out of that, just off of that training alone. But at some point, he fell out of love with football, and now he only plays basketball. But I've seen it, man. Gotta
Okay.
get him else.
So let me tell you the difference I've seen in Sonny Styles. I'm gonna give you the up and I'm gonna give you the down. All the traits show up on film: the length, the strength, the versatility, being able to be a guy that's transferable from a safety down to a linebacker full time. All of that's there. Quickness, the burst, exceptional ability to be able to be coached. I don't think that's said enough on the channel. Just a guy that can be coached, because some guys might have taken exception to, dog, you gonna turn me into a linebacker? Linebackers don't make that much goddamn money. I'm trying to go to the next level. That where the money is made is, well, I'm in the secondary somewhere. If I'm gonna be on the defense, or I'm gonna be on the defensive line as a pass rusher or something like that. You want to turn me into a linebacker? These kids ain't the same as when I was playing, where you'd be happy getting placed anywhere. You just wanted to be out there. These kids are thinking about their market value. And so that's why I say being receptive to the coaching and the Sonny Styles, that whoever his dad is that raised him, made him receptive to the change and saying that, hey, we can put you in the top 10, 15, 20 of the draft as a linebacker. And to me, I think that's a hard sell. I think that's a hard sell in this day and age with everything that's going on. But lo and behold, look at what they did. He's probably a top 10, 15 pick. And I'll say this, man. If there was any drawback with Sonny Styles that I might have had when I started his tape a year ago, I don't see the tenacity. I don't see the aggressiveness. I don't see the he's not a pit bull. He's not. But did I see more aggressiveness with him at linebacker and more? I mean, he's different than he was last year. And I do think last year Sonny Styles was just like trying to figure some stuff out. And he was a little bit late sometimes and a little bit out of place sometimes. I think them moving him down closer to the box where he doesn't have as much to think about, and in the kind of style of defense that they played, I think really, really benefited him, kids and trips. I think it really benefited him having him play closer to the line of scrimmage, where all you got to do is rely on your athleticism, your quick trigger, and go make a play. Trust your instincts. When you're in secondary, you're going to have to think a whole lot more. So putting him down on the line of scrimmage, close to the line of scrimmage, having him play off ball, which is different than a middle linebacker who does a lot more of the thinking, really helps Sonny Styles and fit who he is as a football player and who he's going to be.
But now, like Red Baron is saying, that is he's a workout warrior, combine hype. On film, did he show up as a football player on film minus the lack of dogness?
He it looks like a guy that's putting it together, and he's going to be scary when it all comes together. If that makes any sense to you, he's still thinking a lot out there.
It's still a work in progress.
Yeah, I don't think he has that football IQ yet. I think I think there's work to be done there, but he has all the tools you need to be successful at that position once you're
coached up.
Once you're coached up and you have that mentality.
Fellas, all I'm doing is everybody is goo goo gaga and having gushers over Sonny Styles, and I love the kid. I'm just giving it to you the real way it should be spoken and telling you the him and the ha, kind of. You know what I mean? There's some things that you see, but it's all coachable with Sonny Styles outside of the tenacity. And I think that's going to come with a little bit more playing. And once he starts playing for contracts, and I do think he's missing a little bite, is what I'm trying to get to you. He's missing a little bit of bite. But I love the kid, man. He's got everything it takes to be LeBron James. Revolutionize the position and be versatile in a way that not many linebackers can say they have been. What if they decide to play him at safety? If they have a safety issue during the game, they can throw him out there. He's the kind of guy that can transcend the game. He's got that kind of physical ability. If you understand what I mean, like he's very versatile, extremely versatile.
Yep.
For that speed, you can actually say, you know what, I'm going to draft him and play him at free safety. You can.
Especially with that height, you can put him anywhere on the field. You can put him at strong safety.
You put him at edge rusher if you want to, and turn him into that.
Well, I wouldn't do that, but I would definitely have him, on some pass rush snaps with that speed and his ability to tackle, right? But yeah, that's my thoughts on Sonny's. I don't think Sonny will be around for the Bears this time around. I don't see it. I have a feeling he'll be gone. He could be gone a lot earlier than we think. It's just a question of what, is linebacker a need for your team is really the question that I would have.
One of the things that really stuck out to me, like last year when I was looking at his film, as opposed to this year, I seen a totally different Sonny Styles than I seen last year. Last year, you rarely ever seen him come from safety position down on a blitz. It looked like to me that they wanted to teach him the position more than anything else. And like, look, you're going to stay in coverage. We're going to teach you to cover. We're going to teach you to read, recognize, and be able to make plays on the ball from here. He probably got to a point where he's like, hey, when are you going to send me on the blitz? You're sending everybody else. When am I going to go on the blitz? I noticed that. As opposed to this year, they definitely fired him down the pike and sent him out the quarterback. He might have a few sacks on the season. I don't know his stats, but I definitely seen them trigger him from the line of scrimmage and have him chase the quarterback, and it was fast, real fast. It's like they were discovering some things about Sonny Styles as the season went on. But hey, he got some explosive stuff on tape, man. There's a reason why he's listed in that top echelon of guys, man. Not just his traits, but you can see a football player really, really coming into himself, man. All right, that's Sonny Styles, 6'4", 6'5", as Tripp says. About another, he's probably put on another 5-10 pounds, maybe 240, 245, whatever. Coming out of Ohio State, man. Safety / linebacker, menacing, physical presence, versatility for days. I meant every bit of that, but still growing in more ways than one. More ways than one, mentally and physically. All right, let's get to the next guy. We got a couple more guys to talk about. You guys heard about Gabe Akers out of Illinois?
Yakas.
It's Akers.
No J? All right.
No, J is silent, brother.
Nobody
you heard about him?
I have heard a little bit about Gabe. I don't have much to say, though. You go for it.
Another guy. Again, been looking at him for 2 years. Thought he was definitely big, strong enough, physical enough. That's like that grown-ass baby you see. You ever see somebody with a kid that look like a grown-ass man? He's just built like a grown man. It's just built like a grown man as a baby. Dude, like this guy right here, I don't think you'll watch his film. And when you're looking at him on film, I don't think you'll see 275 whatsoever. You're going to be like, he's got to be like 250 the way he moves. He's got to be like 245, 250 because there's not an ounce of fat on him. That's why he's a man child. This guy is an ox with a combination of strength, speed, quickness, and football intelligence to be a really good pass rusher on the next level. You talking about a fit for Dennis Allen? It has everything that you want: edge setting, pass rushing skills, technique to boot. He stayed an extra year, and I think it really paid off. It really paid off for him. You're not going to see nothing too flashy, but see his speed and power overwhelm guys. He's got a combination of speed, power, and a second move to counter whatever move he's doing on the first, the instant move. So he'll roll right off you on a spin on the inside, spin outside. He'll dip, rip under you. He'll swim over you. I mean, he really refined his skill set in a year. And I thought he was pro ready last year. Gabe Akis has gotten even better and stronger. This is a piece that you talk about somebody that can transfer up and down the line of scrimmage and have the strength to do it at 275. Trust me, Dennis Allen will damn sure kick this guy on the inside. And he can hold up. He's got fairly long arms. I'm telling you, this is a guy that you should pay attention to in this draft for Dennis Allen.
Yeah, they got a projected, second, third rounder or so.
He's put together. He's like the whole package. We just got through talking about Danny Dennis Sutton and talking about how much time it's going to be before he gets there. Now I think this guy's ready now. He's a grown-ass baby. What you looking at, kids? What you seeing?
I'm seeing good stuff. To be frank with you, I'm seeing everything that you saw. He is. One thing he didn't mention is motor. He's got motor.
Oh, yeah.
He's got motor. He's. There are times when he tends to rely on his speed rush. He's got a power rush too and a swim. I'm just watching it now. But his that speed rush, no matter who you are, at times will flush you outside of the pocket. He comes back. And that's the important thing. If you get flushed out, it happens. It's going to happen. The question is, do you have the football IQ, not just to get back, but to also get the tackle? And you see that all the time on his film. So that's.
Look at this guy look at him on the screen. Look at that body strength.
Yeah, he's a big little guy. You know what I mean? Like he's them thighs are massive.
He's not a little guy.
Arms are massive.
Look, this is the kind of guy you hear all them stories about who you want to be first to get off the bus when you go into a game. Wait till you see this guy off out of uniform. Holy crap. Holy crap, he looks like the Black Hawk. He is strong as shit. I'm not kidding you. And he's just a baby right now. What's going to happen in a couple, 2-3 years once he really turns into like, whoa. I'm telling you, this guy's going to be a problem.
The only thing that might worry me might be arm length. Any idea?
I don't know, but I know it doesn't matter when I watch it on tape.
It doesn't show up on tape as being an issue, but again, that's probably because he's using that speed.
I think his arms are fairly long, at least better than average length. If he's got less than 33-inch arms, I'd be blown away. But that doesn't matter to me. That matters to more people than not, in my opinion.
He does. So 32 6/8 is the arm length. So that's the only reason I would catch that right away is just because of his height. He's 6'3". Taller you are, generally, the longer your arms are. So he's just under 33 inches.
He is, man. I am telling you, this dude is. He reminds me of. Damn, I just can't. He's so many different guys that I've seen come through the NFL. It's like he's a man child, dog, and he's got the temperament for football. He's got a nasty streak to him and a motor. You put those combination of things together when you got this man-child kind of body structure, and you know it. You've got intensity, love for the game, motor, and a skill set to boot. Him staying, I thought was a mistake because I thought he could have went top 15, top 20 last year. I think it's going to pay off for him. He might be exactly to where in the same drafting spot that he was last year. It didn't hurt him on the draft board, but man, it really helped him in his skill set. I seen him do stuff this year that I didn't see him do last year. Have a good counter move to his power rush, speed to power. Have a good counter move to it, be able to roll and spin off guys. Stuff that I didn't see the year before. So he really refined his technique a whole lot in the year. Gabe Akers is a piece, bro. One of my favorite pass rushers in this draft.
I wonder if the Bears looked at him at all. I got a list of players that they took a peek at.
Oh, they'll be quiet about this one.
All right. Yeah, don't see him on that list.
They'll be very quiet about this. But Gabe Akers, 6'3", 275, out of Illinois. He is as strong as an ox, and I mean that. Will dominate his opponent. It seems like he can smell blood in the water, kind of, when he's like during the game. You watch enough, a couple, 2 or 3 games, and he gets better. Not only during that game, but as the competition level goes up a notch, he raises his. And those are traits that you can't really buy, you can't really teach. You just have to have that. You just got to have it in you to know that what the moment calls for is your best. And if your opponent is bringing something to the table that you're not ready for, you raise your level. Gabe Akers has it all. Firm run setter, firm pass rusher, in multiple ways he'll whoop you. And at the end of the day, when you're tired, he'll run your ass over and just get to the quarterback because he's that strong.
So if he's from Illinois, I think they have like free ability to check him out whenever they want. He's like a local prospect.
And you ain't got to say nothing to nobody.
You don't have to say a damn thing. So maybe he's sort of an under the radar look for them.
He's like a strong Cam Jordan, a really strong Cam Jordan. Cam Jordan, in his wildest dreams, wish he was this powerful. He was powerful.
Oh yeah.
This dude is just born powerful. Whew, man, you got to watch this cat. Check him out at Illinois, Gabe Akers, man. But we got one more to talk about, I think. Make sure. Yeah, we got one more to get on. And that's one of the guys that this is my first year really studying him. That's why the graphics going to look different. And this is a lot of people are high on this guy. This is Daryl Jackson Jr. out of Florida State. He's about 6'4", about 6'5", about 332, somewhere in that neighborhood. Let me make sure. I'll tell you exactly in just a second. He's 6'5", 337. My mistake. You want to talk about a guy that, and I've said this name talking about Omari Thomas from Tennessee. Reminds me of what's his name, the big boy we had that left a couple years ago. Big boy in the middle. What's his name? Akeem Hicks.
Oh, DT?
This is definitely Akeem Hicks all over again. With a little bit more ferociousness to him.
Well, wait now.
Well, I ain't waiting shit.
Akeem Hicks is pretty damn ferocious.
Akeem Hicks was doing a lot of talking. This guy do a lot of walking. And he's not like I'll tell you the thing that sticks out to me with him, kids, and when you start looking at him on film, pay attention to this. Watch the point of contact when he engages the offensive line, whether he's one-on-one in a solo block or whether they ambush him with a combo block, a double team. Watch how, no matter what the situation is, they don't control him. He's controlling them with his power, with his get off in his hands and extension. And so that point of contact can make the difference of whether or not you are a part of the play or you're neutralized. If you let an offensive lineman get on your body, it's kind of over. You let 2 offensive linemen get on your body, it's definitely over. You're neutralized because they're just going to control you. And no matter what you do, you can wiggle, squirm. You ain't going to do nothing. What I've seen him do consistently is whether he was in a one-on-one block and trying to control 2 gaps, or whether he was ambushed by a double team, he is controlling those blocks when it looks like they're controlling him. And so he'll get his hands on those guys before they get hands on him, and he'll extend those arms out, and that's when he won. Once he gets hands on them first and extend that elbow out and really straighten his elbow out and can make a play on either guy, on either direction, that's when you're winning. You can see that consistently through this guy's tape. Darrell Jackson Jr. I think he's got a skill set that is definitely a run plugger. Definitely a run plugger. And so do I see him being a 3 technique and all those different 4 eyes and everything everybody's always talking about and looking for? No, I see him really being one of those guys that's going to really set the tone for your defense up front and really force a double team and keep everybody else clean. So he's going to, because of his presence, he's going to create a lot of one-on-ones, because if you don't double team him, he's going to control that one individual blocker, and he's going to get upfield and penetration, and he's going to alter a play. He's powerful, and he plays with dominance. Darrell Jackson Jr. is a piece. I don't think he's going to, if he gets out of the second round, I'd be shocked. That's how good of a player I think he's already becoming in college. And that's hard to say for a guy that's going to be a nose tackle.
Yeah. I can see what are his measurables here? I can see your Akeem Hicks, frankly.
You seeing it, ain't you, huh?
Yeah, he's probably a bit smaller than Akeem.
Yeah, he's shorter.
That would be my immediate guess. He's probably a little bit
about the same height.
Say what now?
Akeem is about the same height.
Okay. I'm interested, right? If we're moving away from Andrew Billings, he'd be a great. He's good, man. Like, these running backs he's a problem for these running backs.
He's projected a 3rd rounder or so.
Perfect. Right. He is definitely a problem for these running backs. If that is the requirement, stop that run. Run. He's getting off. He's that point of contact. He is accelerating into it and making you move back. But if for some strange reason it's a double team and he hasn't made you fall back so we can get into the backfield, he'll disengage and get that back in the gap. Like, he'll find the running back in the gap as he's trying to come through.
Yes, I'll tell you something, man. I'll tell you this: 50% of starting tackles, D tackles in the NFL, once the double team gets on them, they're neutralized.
They're done. Yeah,
they're neutralized. It's only the real upper level of the defensive tackles that can really handle a double team and get off and make a play on the ball. Like, he's already there. He's already there. He can handle a double team. I think he's one of the better D tackles in this draft. And
I agree.
I'm telling you, he's up there. And whatever he is and whatever you think of him now at 337, 6'5", he's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger once he really hones in, once coaches really understand what he is, and he can really focus on the job that he has, because it's going to be more singular once he gets to the NFL, as opposed to the different areas they can play him in a 3-4 front in college. He might be an edge rusher one play. He might be a 3 tech in one play. He might be a whatever. And, that brings a lot more variety to his game. But in the league, they will have him play a role, and all he's got to do is get this one roll down. Play that zero tech, play that one tech. We might slide you inside from time to time to really shoot a gap, but mostly you're going to be there to stuff the run. He's already got that in his head. You can tell by his play. Darrell Jackson has already got that in his head, and he hasn't become an NFL player. He's going to improve somebody's defensive line at least fivefold.
Right away.
Right away.
Right away. I would have to agree with you. Yeah, he'll get better with time and coaching, and he may get a little bit taller and or bigger. All of those things are probably going to happen, but good luck if you're a running back, right? Like the sieve that's been the center of the Bears defense. I think that would stop with a Darrell Jackson on the squad.
Athletic too, man. That man can run from sideline to sideline.
Brother, if he gets in the backfield, it's a problem. He's bringing you down, right? He has that kind of just enough speed to get the job done. Yeah, I like it. I think it's something that, if we get into that third round and he's still floating around, you get yourself some Darrell Jackson love and never look back.
That's a good question, ATF. The one thing I haven't seen Dennis Allen do is I think he likes the shorter, more twitchier, thicker defensive tackles. I haven't seen to date him bring in a defensive tackle I haven't seen one over 6'3".
And how tall is he?
I haven't seen one actually over 320 pounds. Be quite honest with you. And that gave me reservation about whether to highlight Darrell Jackson. But I think the player is so good. I think what he can bring to the table is so good. It kind of overrides what I've seen. And it's not like edge rusher. It's not like edge rusher where he's going to draft this 6'3", 245-pound guy. It's never going to happen. He's not going to draft that guy. That guy ain't 250 and above. I don't think Dennis Allen's going to stand on the table for him. He's just got to be a little bit bigger. But in the interior, if you see a guy that can play well enough and can hold his own well enough, that can hold up the double teams like Darrell Jackson Jr. can, that's when you throw some of that shit out of the window. And I think he's that good. But that's me, man. Yeah, he is looking for speed. I ain't gonna say he's the fastest guy there, but for a nose guard, he can move. He can move. All right, but that's Darrell Jackson Jr. Any thoughts here? Last thoughts before we move on to the next
one? So you get one of them third round comp picks, and I think Darrell Jackson is a lock with a third round comp.
All right. We're done with Chicago Bears for now. Unless you guys got any other thoughts, I'm going to take this off the screen. Close with any other Bears thoughts that we didn't get a chance to talk about that had you out on your mind, or football thoughts, whether it's the college players or whatever. But that's it, man. We're going to move on to something else unless you guys got some other thoughts.
Nope.
Trips over it. Yeah, I just can't wait to see what they start to do, because Cap must be manipulated in order to make some moves. There's clear and obvious holes on this roster that need to be filled, and I'm getting antsy, man. Can't wait to see what they do to correct those little spots, areas of need. So fingers crossed it all works out and looks beautiful. Looks like an upgrade, but we'll have more words on all of that next week.
All right. I'll tell you what, fellas, I'm going to leave this intro with this. And this is just my personal feelings. Once we get into the conversations, you guys can let me know whether you thought I was on point or not. But I do think this is probably the most important doomsday survival, even though it's got less graphics and all that kind of stuff. But the conversation we're going to get into, it's going to really, really hit home with you guys. And I think this is the most important one that we've done so far, man. And I'm going to start the intro right now. Oops, wrong intro. So I'm gonna leave this one off, Trips. I want to say this, and I'm gonna frame it this way. In my lifetime, I haven't experienced these kinds of thoughts, kind of emotions of society the way I have recently these days. And that's due to what I'm seeing around me, just like you all are. And I heard I think it was Scrolls that said earlier, one of you guys need to do another show that's not related to football and the Bears and all this kind of stuff and talk about some of this stuff because it's important and people are thinking and feeling. And what they're seeing to me is the world change around them and the world altering themselves. And I'm trying to stay away from politics, and I hope you two guys do the same thing. But the bottom line is what we see today, right now, and the current events that are happening leads me to believe that you should start thinking about a plan B. And it ain't just, you know, where you live at, how you live in, and all this different kind of stuff financially. It's financial, but also just be thinking about a plan B for everything because things don't have the same level of security as they used to. And so I just wanted to start it off with that as we get into this conversation. Trips, what does this mean to you?
Well, the bartering system, it's an exchange for goods and or services, as compensation for goods and or services. So you are a plumber and your neighbor is a baker. You exchange your plumbing skills for some bread. So the baker gets the pipes snaked out and the plumber gets food. So it's an exchange. And then you figure out what is a fair rate, because if you're not using 2 grams of gold equals this, or you don't have money, so it's whatever value it is to you and to them that you're willing to exchange. That's how I would explain it.
Okay. That's really good, Trips, because that's bartering. Bartering is exchange of goods. You could be, and so the way I look at this, and I'll tell you how my mind works. I always think of I'm always thinking in my mind of, what to do if things ain't quite the way they used to be. Like say for instance, let's say your cash is about as good as the wood you're putting in your fireplace. What are you gonna do with it? It ain't worth nothing on a general market. The general market becomes goods and services at that point. And those goods and services help you get from A to B, get from one day to the next. And so I start thinking about it, and just to put it out here, bartering, that's why the image looks like it looks. It's been here since the beginning of time. People have always bartered. People have always traded goods for this, that. It might be just good for goods. This pelt, this piece of gold, this thing of grain, this fruit plant that you didn't have here. People have done that for centuries, thousands and thousands of years. Established trade routes when money didn't mean anything. It's just what you could bring to the table. And so why I bring this up right now is because in the event that your money really is null and void and it's just a piece of paper and it doesn't really mean anything, what you have in the bank, what your stock profile might look like, don't mean nothing. And now is what you can bring to the table. What do you have that the next person doesn't? What did the next person have that you don't have? You have goods to be able to trade. And so my suggestion to you all, and I'm not trying to freak people out at all. I'm just trying to keep everything in its proper perspective. If you have anything in excess, or if you have things, it could be a bunch of pennies. And what are pennies? Copper, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
for a second. I gotta put my cat in the house, man. Hold on. Hold on. Keep talking, Trips.
Yeah. Yeah, the pennies, copper. That means stuff because you go to any hood and what are people taking out of the buildings that they have access to? The copper piping. Because there's a resale market for it, so that it has value. A penny has 1 cent of value in the monetary system, but if copper turns out to be some kind of resource or a commodity that people value, now that penny is worth more than $1 because it's got value of copper, of what it's made out of, its alloy.
So copper is more valuable than some people would say than like you. Like if you live around a neighborhood, you already know if you got people that own property, if you own property, first thing they do when they come in your house, if they don't see, shit like TVs, I like to say if you got an abandoned home or abandoned apartment building or something that you own, first thing that people in the hood gonna want to do is go in your house and take all the copper out your house, right? It's a reason for that because it trades for more. They ain't gonna take the galvanized steel that you got in your pipeline and your water. They're gonna go right for the copper. Copper is more valuable, in my opinion, in this society than a piece of gold. What are you gonna do with a piece of gold when money don't mean nothing? What are you gonna do with it? Think about it.
Well,
you awful quiet.
People might actually trade with gold just under the same pretenses as they trade with copper. The fact of the matter is, in today's world, we've moved away from the gold standard, so gold is kind of in a holding pattern. It's still worth a decent amount, and as the dollar goes down, notice that the value of gold generally goes up. Same thing could be said about silver. But if there is no dollar, yes, potentially we could be in situations where you trade ore, as in, copper, silver, precious metals for goods and services. I would say different things though. Personally, I think Tripp kind of nailed it in his definition of what a bartering system is. I don't think you focus on ore, metals. I think you focus on goods and services, and I think that is your key to trade in a effed up situation. I think you grow crops and you learn to do things that you can transfer for money.
While that's true, kids, let me point out why I say copper.
No, sorry, not for money, but for other goods and services.
No, you're right. You're right. But I just want to kind of circle around back to the copper is once the electrical grid is kind of defunct and you can't really, it's not really good for nothing and people are moving around, they might have to go to a place where they're trying to set up electricity. And the only way you can get stable electricity without burning your ass up and tearing that home apart and burning it up is you got to get a proper ground. And that proper ground only happens when you have a piece of copper to ground it and create the electric conductivity that's stable enough to give you what you need. That copper ground, that's where it becomes valuable.
See what you're saying? The copper has a few uses that do make sense from a trade perspective, but even then, I'm gonna say some crazy shit right now. Grow marijuana, grow crops. Those are things that I think that you could trade under the same pretenses and get what you need if you have the ability to grow those things and barter them off for, again, to a guy who happens to have copper but really has, well,
but it's you can grow the Mary Jane, or you can grow carrots, you can grow rutabagas, you can grow potatoes, whatever, because there's
crop.
always a market.
This is it. That's where my brain goes immediately to. What can you what can you do for me? I can help you eat. That's key. You know what I mean? I can help you take your mind off of how messed up the world is. That's key. If you have access to those types of things, somebody out there will want it. If you are a chef, somebody might need that skill set, those general regular skills.
Grow chickens.
All of those, farming, chickens, eggs, all of that stuff, right? Like these are things that you can barter and trade.
Kids, even if you got the skills, make you some jailhouse toilet wine.
Yeah, you go sell that, man. You go sell that to somebody who wants to have get a sip.
You fellas got right where I wanted you to get, because it gets down
jailhouse wine.
If so happens that the stuff breaks down the way that it could potentially do, and I'm not talking about nothing that's it's not crazy right now. If things break down, you're going to look around, and what I suggest everybody do, and it's, you take my suggestion the way you want to take it, but you look around your community, however many block radius you want to look at, you go around, you set up a meeting. You set up a meeting right away within a week or two of everything going down. And you make sure you get itemized thoughts of who can do what. Okay, what do you do? If you don't do nothing, man, you can help me in my garden, man. And you can help me get these, you set up a bank for people that don't know how to do anything, but you got to help take care of them too, at the same time, but teach them at the same time. You're not going to just keep getting free food and you're not learning nothing. You're not going to keep getting free things and you're not learning nothing. You're going to come over here and learn how to grow,
how to contribute to the community.
Yeah. And then the people that have a skill set, say a plumber, like you said, say somebody that is an electrician, somebody that does, you want to really try to pool the resources and see who's good at what. And so that those goods and services become a viable asset to everybody around you. So you're not in a lane that you don't belong in because you're not a grower. You like getting the fruit and the vegetables, but that's not what you do. I do electricity, man. I do architecture, or I do whatever it is. But stay in your lane. But if you want to come over here and learn some stuff, we'd be more than willing to teach you. It's gonna be community cooperation. At that point, people won't have a choice. Either you want to be lawless or you want to help each other.
Well, you can do both. And that's where that's more than likely the situation at the end of the day. If you can create, and that's what I would look towards doing, if you could create or connect with like-minded people and create a cooperative commune, easiest word to use, then you're better off, because you can now sort of share into the skill set of others and offer them whatever skill set you have, or services you have, or goods you have in trade to keep the community up. And that's kind of what we're talking about here. So, Slimbo Boogie, your description in the chat is more of, how this does not work in today's society. This is a doomsday scenario, right? We're looking at a situation where, today's society has gone by the wayside. What do you do?
Yeah, you don't have no bosses.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't have to answer to my boss. Rent is a little bit sideways because the current, let's just paint an awesome picture. So the American dollar tanks. American dollar's worth,
pennies.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's worth that copper we're talking about. If that's the case scenario, then, some funky stuff's going to happen. First off is good luck to your landlord collecting that rent. Right, because rent basically has now turned into, we'll say your rent is $2,000 a month. Rent is now turned into $2 million a month if the American dollar is worth a penny. You ain't got that. None of us do. Good luck, Mr. Landlord. It's probably a fight. So you might have to leave that spot, or you might have to deal with your landlord. Sorry to say it, but you know what I mean. Crazy different things out there, from a full view, full purpose, full view, full perspective. But we're sort of on that Walking Dead level. What do you do if you know what hits the fan? Here we are. You might need a bartering system.
We're so far away at this point of who owns this, who owns that, and who has to pay for this and who has to pay for that. We're so far beyond that now. At this point now, it's about survival and how can you take care of the area that you live in and make sure it's secure so that people can, keep going on and keep on moving. And the more and more you get people around you to buy into, dog, look around you. Do you see anything coming back and being normal? It's going to get back to normal in a couple of months. Just give it some time. Nah.
Well,
probably not.
Facts. If the U.S. dollar turns into pennies, it will never like. It won't come back in the way you think it's going to come back. It won't. It won't. And Scrolls says he'll just move to Jamaica, man, and it's not a crazy move. And I'll something I've been thinking about as of late is just the fact that
they'll either hack that man up or love him.
Oh no, they'll love him because here's the thing.
They'll love Red Baron.
Yeah, they will. Here's the thing, right? So unfortunately, yet we are fortunate to live in North America and be privy to this society and its benefits. Unfortunately, it has also made us probably the laziest MFs on the GD planet. All right.
Probably.
You go to Jamaica, it's still technically a third world country. There are aspects of everyday regular Jamaican life that we would never understand unless you went and live there.
I see.
And we it could be any island out there, it could be any third world country. They've kind of learned to survive to a certain degree, whereas we've learned to live off of the benefits of North American society, right? So this is just a huge difference. So if you did go to Jamaica in time, it's so much easier for them to live without electricity and convenience and cars and
DoorDash.
You know what I mean? You can walk across the island. It's so much easier for them to handle a crazy doomsday scenario than it would be here in North America, because again, you kind of nailed it. How do you pay that rent when you'll never have $2 million
a month?
You'll never have you go back to work. If you tried, they cut you a check, but the check is realistically, a couple of pennies.
The truth about what is happening to us is they're putting too much stress on the people that make the economy go and taking too much, sieving too much off the top, way too much in the first place. That's the dangers of capitalism, is that people get so mega rich and people get so ultra rich to the point, and it collapses all systems when they do that. It's to the point where when you got people using credit cards just to get monthly and weekly groceries, that's critical mass, bro. I don't care how you want to look at it. When people are like that make, like, to me, somebody that makes $80,000 a year should be able to live relatively comfortable. If you got $80,000 a year coming in your home, to me, you ought to be able to live relatively comfortable. That might sound like, oh, no, man, you tripping. Like, no, dog, you ought to be able to make that work. But, the thing about Black people, I know to be the truth, is that we're resourceful we're the most resourceful people in the world. We can take something, we can make something out of nothing, literally nothing. And I feel for the people that are used to a comfortable life, and everything that they do in a day makes them have more than enough. And even if it's not much that they do in a day, it ends up in them having more than enough. For the people that are used to that lifestyle, those are going to be the people that have the most turmoil in these situations, because it's going to stress them out. And the thing about Black people, we used to be in that. It's nothing to us.
That's what we do.
Well, I'm just saying, in we've North American society has never seen, what I just kind of described, and the level of transition for everybody would be extremely stark. I can't say that.
Kids, it's true that even the poorest of the citizenry of North America would be considered, let's say not rich, but their standard of living is higher than that of the average person on those islands.
That's it.
But the thing is, to Nomad's point, the FBAs, what they call them, foundational Black Americans. I think that's what the term.
That's the term.
Have been, a couple steps outside of actual slavery. So, inventing foods from the rooter to the tutor, making it taste good, being necessity, the mother of all invention, and coming up with creative ways and in-wording rigging stuff. Making it work is something that as a people that we have just done. And then to make music in every genre, the culture and the art, to have that created from nothing, from strife, from pain, from struggle, from the blues, and have it, go around the world and have other nationalities trying to copy and imitate it, so whatever the future holds and will bring, whatever the society will do, Black people will survive.
Okay. There's no, in my opinion, there's no question that Black folks won't. I don't know if the North American population will, and I'm being very specific.
That's a problem.
I'm being very specific with a region. I'll also throw this to, just general Western world, UK, Canada, etc. It's going to be it's going to be an extreme challenge, an extreme shift, if that's what goes down, right? An extreme shift to the point that you have to, really understand. Like, it's funny to me, like folks who live off grid right now, they got their own well, they have to use a wood stove to heat. They might be in a better situation than anybody in a city, given the scenario that I'm putting down, because they're used to sort of living in a specific way that's a bit closer to the way that everybody would be forced to live if the dollar was worth a penny.
Well, but then that also is a question of resources, because if you're out in your own acreage, if you will, your own land, you can go fishing, or you can grow whatever you're growing, or go hunting. But if you live in a populated urban area, with a few 100,000, a few million people, now it's becoming more of a humanitarian crisis, because
you might be the hunted, bro. Right?
Resources, so it's going to be more of an animalistic kind of a thing, because when people are hungry and desperate and scared, they do things that they wouldn't normally do, and then you have that element that does that stuff anyway.
That's where I think where the culling of the herd is going to happen, because if you got people like that running around and thinking they can just, it's going to be definitely going to be that population that is going to be wild and want to be rage ridden, and I'll go just bang bang. Man, this ain't that. It's going to be more of a co-op everywhere. It's going to be a co-op, and people ain't going to be playing about their space.
I love your optimism in an epoch, like in the doomsday, though. Like your level of optimism is crazy for a doomsday scenario.
There's always be some ridiculous ass people.
I think that's the majority of people, though.
It's going to be those people that need to be dealt with, and they will get dealt with.
How?
With weapons.
No, I that's a good answer, but I mean, like, the how is like that makes you them. That makes you them, and it becomes a tit for tat.
No, it's about this, kids. It's about now you've gotten, to me, the opportunity of a millennium to change things. And I'm one of those people. And I know there's going to be more people around me that feels this way than not, because I'm around an environment where people are stressed out. You know, not that I feel the same way that they feel. It's like I got people living around me right now. They ain't really got nowhere to live, and they just live in hand to mouth, and wherever they can lay their head tonight, that's where they lay their head tonight. They don't live nowhere. And you take the pressures of having to, you know, be a part of society in a way financially that people are tired of trying to be, and they have never, and they've seen their parents, their grandparents, and their grandparents have told stories before them of being so stressed out of trying to make ends meet, and have never had a chance to really be a figure at all in this society. There's more people than not, especially that look like you kids, that feel that way. It's like they are glad the stress is no longer there, and they ain't got to think about none of that shit. And then
the question is this, Nomad. Think about just round number, 100 people, just around your neighborhood that would be in crisis if something happened. You opened your doors and you said, hey, I ain't got much, but what I got, I'm going to share with y'all, and we're going to pitch in. Now, how many out of that 100 would be like, you know what? Really appreciate that, Nomad. You know, you're looking out like fam. We're going to treat you like fam, and we're going to work together, versus how many will come in and be, oh, yeah, this is nice. And then like steadily filling their pockets with your shit while you're not looking. And ready to, you know, just take what you got.
I'll answer that honestly. It's probably 20% of the guys, people around me.
That's a large percentage, but what you also haven't done is
always some goddamn fools everywhere.
Well, what you haven't done is now factor in the remaining population outside of that 100 people. So if you're saying 20% of the 100 are assholes, the odds of there being a plethora of assholes outside of that 100 people is almost 100%, because you're doing the right things for that society. And, you know,
there's nothing.
Jeff might be outside of the society. He's hungry. Like, I'm just saying, out of desperation and hunger, like Triple R was sort of mentioning before, people will do hungry and desperate things. If I'm outside of your 100 people and I'm like, yo, they eating over there, I can smell it. Yo, everything's cool over there, huh?
You're gonna be dead.
Why?
That's
how?
Gonna happen because you're gonna be lazy and you just think you're gonna just go take somebody's shit and you're gonna die. And you're gonna die. There's an optimism to this.
Or maybe I partner up with 20 guys and we come in there and run your situation.
There's also that. I'm just putting it out here, like, you have to don't get too far away from the point. I'm talking about setting up real survival situations if this thing comes to calamity, man. That's all I'm trying to do. And all the negativity, the pessimism that can come, of course, it's there. The optimism is also there too. But if you let the pessimism override your optimism, then you're already gonna lose. It's reality, but if you let
it's super tough
factor to anything you're doing, you're not gonna do it right in the first place because you're too worried about the bullshit.
Well, I just look at it like this. Every time, just think about when you're in public in general. from driving, like when you're trying to merge, it's like one car, two car, one car, two car, but some asshole is always trying to cut you off and go nowhere. When you're getting off of a train, let's say, and it's like some assholes are just right in the door trying to get on. It's like, yo, step to the side, let the people get off, and then you get on. There's always somebody mucking up the works
all the time.
Whether it be because they're doing it on purpose or they just don't have the capacity to understand the social cues and how to get the fuck out the way.
I'm talking about people in a situation where you're giving a really good example of folks who haphazardly might get in your way, right? It might not be their intention. I'm talking about desperate times call for desperate measures.
They come to
and they might have that intention full on, right? Like I'm not even playing in these conversations. I immediately think of the show Walking Dead and how frequently they went through this show through like the 10 seat. Like I quit after Carl was killed. I couldn't watch anymore. Anyhow, but how frequently they would sort of find a almost shelter and start to build out a society, and then it would get fucked up. Like every single season, sometimes multiple times in a season, they'd find, like, at first it was a prison. They all hunkered down in the prison. Everything was cool, had their own stuff made up. Then it got it got overrun. They got taken over. They had to take off and then go to find another spot and another until you get to Negan's season, which is a really interesting look. Because the way that they spun it was like, oh, he's this bad guy. He's coming to kill these people. Well, wasn't really what Negan was about. Negan had his own flex, right? He had his own society that he's trying to protect. And here come these other folks, and they're trying to build, but it's sort of infringing on what he's trying to do. So it wasn't like he was really like trying to mess with them. But he had to mess with them to show them that they can't mess with him.
I know.
It's crazy.
I know The Walking Dead intimately, bro. Like,
I'm just saying, like that's
how about this dichotomy? You got the ones that are inherently evil and are just out to cause mayhem and ruckus and take stuff, and then you got the desperate ones who do evil things, but they are not inherently evil. They're just doing it because of their desperation.
Negan's group, and then you have Rick's group, who's cool and everything's above board, but unfortunately, sometimes you got to go get a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Because they still have blood on their hands.
That's unfortunate, but that's, to me, like, if there's anything you really get out of that show, I think it's what I just described, and it is just that struggle and strife, or depiction of the struggle and strife that it would be in a post, America situation. It'd be pretty wild west out there, man.
And even Nomad, you're saying that you understand that even with your optimism, that you would have to get your hands dirty to protect yourself.
Yeah.
But how many people couldn't, wouldn't, can't, won't?
That's why you put dogs on the front line.
I thought you were a humanitarian.
I don't know about people around you, but it's dogs around here.
That was hilarious.
Dogs carrying my ass. Let me explain myself. If it ever comes down to something like this, we already know there's people in our society that are incompatible with society. They just don't get along well with society, and they have that instinct in them where they are inherently evil. Inherently, are just evil effing people, and just would take advantage of a situation like this to, pillage, RAPE, do anything they could to take advantage of the moment. Those are the ones you put down like rabid animals. They have no regard for them. None. That's where the culling comes in at. But people like that can't cohabitate in society. And we're talking about cohabitation, man. That's what the bartering system is all about, being able to share, give what you got, and get something else in response to it. That's all the bartering system is about. Any last thoughts about that before we move on to the next part?
No.
All right. I think this is probably as important or more important than the bartering system. And that is waste management. And this is in the event that you don't have a waste management system set up. And so I'll tell you why it's important. It's because the vermin in your vicinity will absolutely overrun you and run you out of that place that you think is so comfortable to you. If you don't take care and set up a good waste management system for whatever that co-op is, you're going to be in trouble real fast with all that garbage and trash laying around if you don't get that set up the right way. And I think this is as important as setting up a bartering system, making sure you got people that will come at least once every, I think you do that every few days or so at the beginning. And once everybody starts to get under control and everything starts to settle down, I think you set it up weekly like we do now. And you get that stuff out of there and you find a place. Remember, we don't have no cars, we ain't got no gas, we ain't got no nothing. And so you're going to have to get a way to transport that trash to a place that won't affect you in your habitat.
Yeah.
So set that up.
Well, there's waste of all kind. There's the recyclable waste, there's the non, and then there's the noxious, toxic, like fecal matter waste. And if you're not recycling it right or managing it right, people are gonna get sick. People are gonna die because of the diseases, the rodents, the insects, or whatever that the waste attracts. So there's gonna have to be really a town developer, architect kind of person that says, hey, we want to put our gardens, our tubs, our growing area over there, our living quarters over there, our infirmary over there, our food stores over there. Where are we going to put our waste? Where are we going to go go potty at? Because even in the best of times, because truth be told, today I had a poopy kids. I did a number 2.
Okay.
And I was so offended I had to go get a stick of incense to light it and put it around the house.
It was offensive to you.
Yeah, because it was like, oh my God. Oh my God. And so, like, if you can offend yourself with some stuff, imagine if you're in a community and it's like you got a porta potty that's overflowing. It's like, what are you going to do with that overflowing porta potty? Where are you putting that stuff? You dig you a deep ass hole and you bury it. So, I mean, whatever the waste is, figure out how to reuse it, repurpose it, or put it someplace away safely forever.
Okay. One thing I would mention about that part of waste, that's one part of waste that's really bad. And that's the shit you want to really make sure you got control of. And one thing I would point out to people that really study up on, if you can, you can take you some time to study what the aqueduct system is. The aqueduct system is basically plumbing and using gravity to conduct your plumbing. And so basically digging a trench, digging ditches, putting plumbing underneath the ground and using gravity and water to facilitate your plumbing. And so sending that plumbing and everything, all the waste that comes out of there to a certain place that doesn't violate the water stream or anything that you have in that area to give you clean water. And so that's important. Learn what the aqueduct system brings to the table. That is your plumbing that you use every day in your home. It's just aqueduct. And it's very simple. It's just about where you point that plumbing that's coming from different places. Where it gets complicated at times is how many people in the area and how well your system is built to I guess, facilitate all of those wastes. And so
And
making
you
sure,
also have to have a consistent water source to flush it.
yeah, that too. That too. So basically, wherever you are that has the water to be able to facilitate that, just make sure you when you dig that ditch the first time, you don't have to dig it a second time. That would be the basics to that. Plumb it, set it up right so it don't break apart on you, and put the proper adhesive on it if you can get it, but set it up the best way you can. And gravity takes care of everything in water.
And
It's the
learn
toughest
all
one
of
to come by.
the
Right.
natural filters, and for insects, for water filtration, for anything that you need a barrier for, like using sand and mud and water to make a grout, for your shelter, to make mortar, rather, to build a chimney for your fireplace. Learn how to use those things. In waste management, you can repurpose a lot of things that you would normally throw away that can now be used as building type materials, because the packaging for a lot of materials that are made to last are made to last. So just figure out how to keep them going. And there are many suggestions on how to do things that you need to do, from cooking, from creating fire, from shelter, from safety, for security purposes. That a lot of things that you find in a trash can or in the dump, be like, oh shit, I can use that for that, and rig this up to that and to that, and you got a nice little system going. So just think of things to use from a different perspective.
I knew this would generate plenty of conversation. The second thing past, the human waste that we were talking about before, but Trips kind of led into just now, is making sure that you don't put together plastics and things that can't really be recycled. I mean, things that can be recycled, and put it in like things that can biodegrade, like paper towels and things like that, food products, all this kind of stuff. Just knowing what to put in the trash that's going to be put in a place, and separate that from the stuff that you can, I don't know what people would do with plastics and things like that, but I'm sure there's creative ways to use some of that. I've come up with some stuff in my own yard to use, like buckets and stuff like that. But that's just creative ways to use. You got to think that once things go down, it ain't going to be a whole lot of those kind of things being produced. So you just use it to your advantage in that moment, and don't put it in waste management. Use that for recycle, and seeing what you can do with those, water bottles and things like that. You know, you can use those things for something, but don't put those in the waste, because the waste management part of it, and why societies have failed for years and years and years until like more recently in history, is because people didn't know what to do with waste, and vermin just overran their societies, and disease came with that. Fucking vermin.
Mhm.
Yeah. Doomsday scenario here. This one is, in my opinion, this one's good. This one's tough. This one's tough. Like, Spirit of 7614 is asking about your opinion on Roman aqueducts. I don't have one. Don't know what a Roman
Well,
aqueduct
I,
is.
I got that for you, because
What do you got?
Scrolls just put it out there, and it's just the truth. He says the Moors came in and saved Europeans from the plague in 711. And the truth is that African Moors did save the Europeans from that by teaching them how to do waste management, do all these things that we're talking about.
How to flush your shit.
Separating livestock from hurting livestock, and putting them in proper barriers so they didn't just run around society with the rest of them carrying all kinds of diseases. That was the most important thing. But the second most important thing was this waste management part of it. showing them how to create aqueducts, showing them how to use gravity to create flushing toilets. Those were available for centuries, thousands of years before. In Africa, like places in Ghana had 2-story buildings that had toilets on each level for thousands of years. But that's for a history lesson that we can do at some other point. But whatever the Romans were largely to do with what the Moors of Africa brought to the continent.
Well, in the castles they had the ports, and so you up in the castle, you just put your ass in that hole, and then the shit just dropped down on outside of the tower.
I couldn't imagine how bad that must have been.
They was living foul,
like real foul. Like, man, your ass is crummy, you stank, everything. But that's waste management.
Butter, teeth butter.
I'd say that's the second, or probably the most important thing to think about if you have to start looking around you and figuring out how the thing's gonna have to work out, is making sure that you got a co-op that understands that part of it. Making sure that we got something that garbage ain't gonna pile up around here, and we gonna have, I ain't gonna have that around me. F that. I ain't gonna have it. We're gonna get this shit together. And so having a mindset, like myself, you may have to take that tack to your own mind and go about it that way so that things don't get out of hand. You don't want to be nowhere where you got creatures and shit running around. You can't even sleep because they're all over you.
Do you have rats in County the Cats?
Like not like the US does, but they're around. You know what I mean? Like that. It's funny because in COVID, somehow the rat population here in town really started to increase. It wasn't like that before, but for some reason during the COVID, the COVID pandemic, there are a lot more rats.
Yeah, because don't you have like nature though, like wolves or some shit that would eat the rats?
Well, like there's nature around, but it's still a city / suburban area where we live. So, it's traditionally we didn't have that, but they started to come about. And as we continue to flush out some of that, that nature, that forest land, and build more houses and push, animals further into or outside of the city, the more likely it is for vermin. Right, there's no one to exterminate
because they're protected within the city perimeter now.
There's nothing to exterminate the vermin, right? Like it's
right.
Either like an actual guy that you send out there to handle that vermin, or it's animals that are just
outside the city
taking care of the habitat, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like we don't. It got a little bit worse here during the pandemic, I have to say.
Well, let me speak to Spirit of 7614. He says, what is your opinion about farming fish as a renewable source of protein? Huge on it. That's another part of one of the. Actually, we did a
show on this. Actually,
yeah, aquaponics.
Aquaponics, but the fish were used as a way to grow
filtration system,
and that's part of the natural ecosystem too, using fish for that reason. But the fish can also be a source of protein. So that's a whole other thing, man. I got a whole thing we can do about farming your own shrimp in your backyard with a cheap ass pool. You can do that.
What is Red Baron saying there?
He's saying
fish farming should be easy. He got 2 fish in his aquarium who got more kids than Nick Cannon. Damn. They pop up every week.
They populate pretty quick, man. So do vermin if you don't make sure you got waste management going on.
Yeah, but if you want to do a fish, look at like tilapia, stuff that
you want to do both, right? You use those little fish to just keep things running, but you'd obviously want to have just some aquarium access with fish that you're going to eat.
What you do is if you're doing an actual setup like that, where it's a survival and you got a community, you want to separate the tadpoles, the little baby fishy things.
Smaller fish.
Yeah, from the big ones because they'll eat them.
Because they'll
So
eat
you
'em,
separate them, and as the adults grow, then you eat the adults. So you separate them into tanks,
Yeah.
and then you run your garden stuff through there, and then you get the whole system going.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a whole thing on shrimp farming. We'll do at some point, but
Scrimp and
very,
grit.
very easy, man. Very, very easy, man.
Damn,
It's just,
scrimp.
well, you can get shrimp in your backyard. Like you can have shrimp in a couple months, fully grown in your skillet. But we can get into that, man. That's the last thing on waste management. But that leads me into this, man. Let me get this off the screen. And it leads me into this. Give me a second.
Cockroaches of the sea.
This is gonna be cool, man. I Am Legend. You talking about apocalypse? This had to be the most, I guess, most powerful. Let's just say screenplay. Bringing theatrics to the screen. I'm talking about with the use of technology, sci-fi, and I'm talking about storyline. You all seen all in one put together with a good actor. It's I don't know what you guys thought about I Am Legend. There's rumors about there being another version of this coming out really soon, but this was powerful to me. And we talking about you know, I guess we're talking about the end of the world, but think about how this movie is set up. The movie comes onto the screen talking about how somebody's found a cure for cancer. And then everything goes crazy. And so whatever those medicines were triggered this outbreak. And what a cool, this was a good ass movie to me, man. What do you guys think about it before I get too deep?
Well, I've seen every zombie flick, since the Romero joint. Was it Night of the Living Dead when I was a shorty, and I was like, oh yeah, I love this shit. And so this was just a modern, updated take on a zombie apocalypse type thing. With a little vampire, after dark kind of thing to it. And it just was a good show about the resilience and the pain that this former doctor / soldier went through to get to where he is now, and then the systematic discipline to survive and go out and scavenge and hunt for the things that he needs, and his only companion is is his puppy, and it's like, oh. And so it was a cool flick. It's like, oh, this is different. It's kind of somewhat predictable, but then not. And it's like, oh, got a little action, and got a little sentimental heartstrings and shit. But it was a good film, and I can see where there would be a continuation, even though it seems like it's been like way too long to do that. But I don't make movies, so that I ain't in that. But yeah, it was a cool film. Big Willie style. He can carry the film because he has that range and he's personable. So he could take it that long being the only actor in the film, real time, not recording the flashbacks and such. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a good flick. Good flick.
I like this movie. It's a good movie. I have a problem with this movie, and I don't know if I should talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it, and you guys can tell me to shut the fuck up later on. This is the ending of this movie, like the premise of this movie, if applied, this is the movie nobody wanted to talk about during the COVID pandemic, is really all I gotta say. If applied to COVID, it's a very interesting look. It's like trying to be super vague here. But it's an interesting look. If you're thinking about the COVID pandemic and you go back and watch I Am Legend, it is a very interesting look at how how keeping it real can go wrong. That's me being the realest mother out there. But that's what this movie is. This movie kind of gives you a view of the potential fix and how it could be a potential problem.
Mm.
All right. I look at this movie this way. And it's a societal thing in the conversation that should be had, and that is people, I just say they have a cure for cancer somewhere. They've got a cure for cancer. They've always had one. But I do think this, and I think there's some diabolical, I know there's diabolical when it comes to government and world control without getting political about this. And I think Kez was trying to.
I don't think you can
teeter that.
Not get political here, but you keep going.
Well, hold on, man. Let me do this the way I do this shit.
All right.
All I'm saying to you is that we have to trust governments because this is what we have, governing us. And when just to keep COVID the hell out of there, because that's turned into politics. Just to keep COVID the F out of the conversation. Think about how many people that that have deceased from cancer. Like I know too many people to count. And so if a government or a system, it might not be the United States, it could be Canada, it could be Spain, it could be anywhere in the world, came up with a cure for cancer. Trust me when I tell you, the world will rejoice, because too many people have lost loved ones from that.
So wait a second.
However, hold on. However, there will be a significant amount of people that will be skeptical about a treatment like that, given how they view life and the structure of the world. And I don't blame them for that, but there's a certain amount of people take it to the wrong levels, and once you start being dismissive about everything, you ain't nothing gonna touch you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can be so far gone to where you can't even help yourself.
Allow me to be a conspiracy theorist here. So I thought you had said that there probably is a cure for cancer. I thought that was how you sort of
I did say that.
You did. Okay. This world, the Western world, is not set up for there to be a cure for cancer. The Western world is not set up for there to be free energy. Western world is not set up for there to be flying cars. Many of these things already exist. Flying cars exist. They can't put that into practice, or they don't want to, because Ford runs North America. They don't want to do that. Certain people are in place to make money from electricity and power and energy. They don't want to share that money, or they would lose a lot of money if energy was ubiquitous and free, which again is what Nikola Tesla had figured out. He figured out, look, we can actually, shoot beams of energy across and use it because it's free on the planet. Figured out some cool stuff. And the powers that be did everything in their power to make it so that nobody got wind of this research. He definitely, doesn't live very long, and we make sure to move away from things like that. I'm just saying that I can't ever trust the government. Like, in contrast to what you're saying, trusting the government is not in my best interest, because I don't believe the government has you in their best
the question, kids, if the government said, hey, here's the cure for cancer, and you've been diagnosed with cancer, are you taking it or not?
Oh, that's a different story.
Oh, okay. So when it relates to you.
No. If the government
that's what you said.
No. But let me back up what let me back up why I answered it the way that
the pumping don't trust the government. Only trust the government when you're in dire straits.
No, it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with the government in that scenario. Because if the government turned around and said, hey, we have a cure for cancer, and they're willing to distribute that to everybody on the planet Earth in order for them to live in a situation where it's not a cash cow, I'm with it.
No, dog.
Right? If it's a cash cow for the government and they're selling it to people,
I'm not going to let you have it both ways. I'm going to cut your ass up. I'm cutting your ass up right now.
What are you talking about?
The truth is, you want to push, don't trust the government, don't trust nothing.
No, I don't want to push anything. I'm just saying
everything is a conspiracy.
I don't trust the government.
Everything is a conspiracy. Nobody should trust nothing. But at the end of the day, it's using proper discernment under the circumstances that you are in that will allow you to have the freedom to allow that vaccine or whatever it is for your cancer at that point, that will have you say, oh, you know what, I don't believe that no more. I'm gonna let them give me this shot because it affects me. But you want to push that shit, like trying to tell everybody not to trust this stuff. But guess what? It's a lot of people that need to trust this stuff.
I don't think
they got shit going on because they got shit going on that they can't get sick, bro.
No.
They can't be sick.
You got me all messed up.
They will die.
You got me all messed up.
It isn't about how you presented that.
It isn't no. It's how the question was posed to me. That's really what it was, more so than anything else. If the government, who is set up in today's world to make a profit off of pharma, and also distribute goods that will kill you, suddenly decided that they're not in the business of killing us.
Unalive.
Sorry, that they're not in the business of unaliving us. Then certainly I would have to do some research and determine whether this cure is something that I would accept or not. But it's what I'm saying is I don't believe that they're not in the business. And you can look at everything, like, and I mean everything out there. I don't know. Can I say goy slop on this show? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna say goy slop.
It's gonna take you down a rabbit hole.
No, I'm not really going down a rabbit hole. I'm just saying that things are out there for us to consume as consumers that are not for our honest to goodness benefit or good health. And if that wasn't true, and somebody wasn't profiting off of it, then perhaps I would consider that cure that you're saying if the government then sanctioned it for the greater good of humanity.
But here's why I asked the question. Theoretically, if the injection that they took in I Am Legend was the cure, it wasn't about a profit. They actually believed that was a cure, but it wasn't.
And so,
so the point being, even though the government does the shady shit that governments do all around the world, not just one, even when they think that they are right, many of them are so incompetent that even if they're giving away a cure for something, you're gonna get, your I Am Legend vampire side effect.
And you know what, Trips, to put some icing on that cake, even if let's just say they had the best of intentions when they did it during this movie, and the intentions were well. And the thing about us as humans, the mistake that we all make is to think that we are all the same genetically and physically. We're not. We are not. We are very different human beings. I don't care what race you are. Your physical composition, your chemical composition might be dramatically different than the person you're next to. And so how that compound of mixtures of whatever, that cocktail of cure that they put in those treatments, you ended up at the end of the movie, I'm going to blow it a little bit, but at the end of the movie, you ended up with a whole bunch of people that didn't get infected by or by that. And so that's how you learn. You know what I mean? You give something to the world thinking that it could be helpful, but then in the end, it's very dramatically different. It's
Yeah.
Kids, you're going down the road of
No, man, because no, because what
I
you
think
just
you're mostly right about that.
I am 1,000,000,000% right, but I'm going to reframe it to you.
Kids, but if you think every single one of them, every single person that's involved in all these governments are evil,
I do.
I'm sadly mistaken.
I do. I think the vast majority of general government and
You said
herding
general.
of
I'm talking about
herding
everybody
of the cattle.
Everybody's gonna have to sign off on that shit.
No, everybody is. Everybody has their own, brain and persona and can speak up or not. Fact of the matter is, there are people who are trying to profit and hoard over and above just the general government. They tell the government what to do.
No question. You don't got to argue that here. You don't got to argue that here. There's no question about that.
I'm just saying, if they're telling the government what to do and they have their own agenda, then what you're saying doesn't matter, and how I feel about it doesn't matter. They're going to push the agenda. So if the agenda is, and like what you just described equates to this, if the agenda is to make the general population into a petri dish to see what happens, shit might wind up like I Am Legend. And you can see why. This is not how science works. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, let's get back to the question that he asked you.
Which is what?
He asked you, what would you do if you had cancer and this was your only way out?
I would like the real answer. No, man, I'm going to change my answer now. The real answer is I'm going to weigh my situation. If I got it dead, then then it's my time.
Motherfucker, you're dying. What you going to do?
Then I'm saying if it's my time to go, then I gotta go.
Okay.
I may just make my decision in that respect, and folks can respect it.
You said that out in the open.
And I'm being honest. I'm being honest about it.
I'm gonna fix you up, man, so that the Most High don't get you. Hey, he will take it if he needs.
No. Well, here's the thing. They're like right now. I've witnessed and watched relatives go through, chemo and radiation, and then it's like, hey, we're cancer free, and then all of a sudden they're not anymore, and now they're no longer with us. And so they did all of the fighting that they could do medically to to stay alive, and it got to a point where they just accepted their fate. But had there been a shot that the government offered says, hey, this cures cancer, and they would have taken it, because there's a difference between being resigned to your fate as opposed to trying, every last straw possibly to go. Because I tell myself, I've told my family that if I ever get diagnosed with cancer, I'm not doing radiation and chemotherapy. Because, that's more poison and more sickness and pain that they went through unnecessarily for some shit that didn't work. So, if it's that kind of situation, but it's like, hey, this shit works, it'll fix you and you can, keep it kicking. I think I would, try it. It's like, well, if I'm going anyway.
So
I'm finna get on y'all with some, hold on, kids. I'm finna get on y'all with some metaphysical shit right here. And this is about energy, like I always talk about on this show. Everybody that's listening to my voice, you have to get in touch with your energy and your spirit. You have to get to a certain level of understanding and getting up in a day and making sure your energy is where it needs to be, and not having that default of this negative stuff that I'm seeing on social media, this negative stuff that I'm experiencing in my life is the overwhelming factor to what I'm dealing with in the day. And then I go to sleep with those things on my mind, and negative thoughts come through my dreams and all this kind of stuff. There's a reason for that. It's because you let negativity overwhelm you. You let negativity overwhelm you. There's not a concoction that can be made in science or chemistry that can help you the way you can help you. You can help you. You can help you much more than some doctor, some cocktail of cancer treatment or whatever it is. You can heal you with your spirit. And I'm saying that, and I'm not giving you everything that I know. I'm just telling you that in a general sense. Getting your spirit right, getting your energy right, being more positive, being more outlooking in life, and not focused on, what can go wrong. That kind of energy helps your spirit, and you become a powerful being and a soul that can really take care of all those things. But you won't know that because you're too busy wrapped into the day-to-day life being a human and having to pay bills and take care of things, and you don't really get that aspect of it. If you're someone listening to me and you're hearing this, just know there's another level to it, several other levels to it. And I'm just going to say that before I'm sure these guys are going to finish this up.
Well,
Yeah, it's
I'm just saying.
a crazy world. You don't know who and what to trust. Whether it be governments, whether it be your neighbors, whether it be people in your own household. So just understand that the world is what it is, but there are also those people who are the lights. That Nomad is referring to, those higher frequencies. Be a higher frequency person if you can. Be a light in somebody's life if you can. But then also, if you need some light in your life, search it out if necessary. Because you get one light, candle or light, and then you put another light to it, and then another light, and then it gets brighter and brighter, attracting more and more. So, be that kind of light, to be that kind of community that you want to reflect. You may have to, get dark sometimes, but be the light, be the legend that you can be. Isn't that right, kids?
That's you two guys. I agree with both of those things. I'm just saying there is a healthy level of skepticism that everybody should have. Don't, if the emperor has no clothes and you see that he has no clothes, he might not be wearing any clothes. Stuff like that. Healthy level of skepticism is important. People may well be full of shit. Why?
Kids, the only problem I have.
I'm not finished. Fuck off. I'm not done.
Don't say it like that, dog.
But just give me a second. I'm in the middle of stuff.
But you ain't got to do it like that.
I'm in the middle of something, and you cut me off.
My bad. Go ahead. Let's finish up.
I'm just saying, if you have a healthy level of skepticism and people may be full of shit, the reason is for profit. Understand it. We live in a capitalist society. It's very simple. If there's the ability to make money or profit or a personal gain, somebody might be lying to you for that reason and that reason alone. It's really simple. Just boil shit down. Keep a healthy level of skepticism. Look towards what does the other side potentially have to gain in this situation, and you will generally come out on top. That's it.
All I was trying to say, kids, is all right, you will understand it this way. That way of thinking takes a certain amount of mental capacity. And that's the right way to think, to have that healthy skepticism of everything. It's the right way to think. But you got to understand who you're talking to. Many people. You're talking to many people. Even though we're talking about it on the Nomad Network, don't think that more people than you would imagine are hearing this message. And so everybody doesn't come with the same amount of mental capacity to be able to compartmentalize what you're saying and keep a healthy way of living life. And people will fall down that rabbit hole, and that's where they will be, because they don't have the bandwidth to be able to stretch it out and think outside of what you just said. And that's just where they will be. When you speak to people like that, just make sure you tell them, hey, don't go so far down that rabbit hole to where you can't really function, because people become non-functional, negative, aggressive, and all kinds of crazy, just down that rabbit hole you're talking about of skepticism of government and people with a capitalistic society. You go down that hole and you're talking to people that can't handle it. There's a lot of people that can't handle all that information. I can. I have the bandwidth to understand what you're saying and be able to put it in its place. Everybody doesn't care. That's all.
But this is all the more reason for me.
Am I right or wrong? Is all I'm asking.
You might be a little bit wrong here. This is all the more reason for me to say it, and the reason being is that perhaps there are those who have not really thought to have a healthy level of skepticism, have not really who think that everything is above board and sunshine, rainbows, unicorns are the general outcome of every decision being made for us. I think folks need to I think folks need to take, like, with what's going on in the world today, all of the stuff, without getting into all the stuff, you should have a healthy damn level of skepticism at this present time in everything. Do your research, figure things out for yourself, and don't necessarily buy what everybody's selling.
Everybody knows that in 2026.
Nope, that ain't the truth. You just finished telling them. You just finished saying some folks ain't ready and they don't know. You just finished saying that.
Kids, they get absolutely stuck there.
They should be.
Flytrap stuck.
They should be. Like this, like the stuff that's going on in the world today is at a level where you should be shocked. You should be gobsmacked, for the old school word.
Kids, people have ruined not only their personal lives with their individual mate or whoever they're with, they've ruined their outside families, their immediate families. They've ruined, people don't even want to fool with them because they've gone so far down that rabbit hole. What I'm suggesting to people is keep everything in perspective. Keep it all in perspective. And I'm trying to tell you, kids, everybody doesn't have that bandwidth, bro.
What you're suggesting right now is to live in the matrix.
No, I'm suggesting that
that's what you're suggesting.
I'm telling people to take it as it comes and don't get so wrapped into it that you can't even fucking
You're
function.
saying that people aren't
That's not what I'm
smart
saying.
enough to understand what's around
There's
them.
a lot of people not smart enough to get that.
And that's what you're saying. So fair, and you agree.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying, and those people should be stuck in the matrix.
No, I'm not saying that.
You shouldn't be stuck in the matrix at some point.
I'm saying bite it off in small chunks. Is what I'm saying.
In small chunks, small chunks is not going to push you over the edge. And in some cases, you might need to be pushed over the edge. You might need in your life, in your heart, in your brain.
I'm sorry I took you down this hole.
I'm just saying, you might need to make change, effective change, whether that is some of the things that you just described.
You only see it through your eyes. You only see it.
Should I be seeing it through?
You should be seeing it through the people you're talking to as well.
I don't know everybody on the planet Earth situation.
I ponder the thoughts before I say them. I think about the people that I'm talking to.
No, I'm not saying that I am as well. I am as well thinking about the people that I'm talking to. I'm just saying I don't know their personal situations. But under the same pretenses, they should do the research. They should have a healthy level of skepticism and have a full understanding of what they're getting themselves into in all circumstances. Again, we live in a capitalist society. Somebody's profiteering. Great word. Find out who that is before you make your decisions.
I just know this before we get out of this. I just know this. I've seen people learn at let's just say a little bit, like get the same information that I have, same things that I know. Learn these things. And this is why I approach it with a little bit of caution, kids. It's me witnessing people receive the same stuff that I received and not having the emotional, mental bandwidth to be able to take all that information in and put it in. Well, hold on.
I'm just saying it's hard to take in. I agree with you.
Wait. And put it in its place. It's not hard to take in at all. It's easy to receive. It's hard to put it in its place and compartmentalize it and move along and keep moving. And you don't have to go around telling everybody everything that you know and you understand. Putting it in its place and having that conversation only be reserved for people who understand. You know, that's not easy. That's not easy, man. And a lot of people are running around with they're full of all that shit. And it's making them tribal, it's making them divisive, and it's making them very contentious and making this shit worse than it has to be. And then they realize that, God damn, I went down this fucking hole that far. And I'm toxic. Don't nobody want to be around me. I'm crazy all the time. Those are people that you're talking to, kids.
And that's, like I'm saying,
they're not you.
And that's fine. I'm just saying, you know, very simply put, what you've done today here is identify the term 85er. I'm not going to explain the term, but that's who you're talking about. The 85ers need to know too.
All right. I tell you what, man, I love this movie. We're going to have a little bit of fun to close the show out. This is one of my favorite movies. There's a few movies in my life. I ain't gonna say a few. Let's say about 20.
Did you know this one is actually a comic book adaptation as well?
Man, stop, man.
I'm telling you.
How you really?
Yeah.
What comic book?
I Am Legend.
What from who? Marvel?
No, it's an indie comic.
It's just an indie. They got indie comics and shit.
Oh, brother, like I could go write a comic book tomorrow and produce it, send it out there for folks to buy. Like there's all kinds of indie comics. There's smaller independent labels that in today's world have been bought out by DC and bought out by like Vertigo, bought out by Marvel. There's Todd McFarlane's his like McFarlane Comics, right? He's got his own run of Spawn and other characters. There's all kinds of Marvel and DC stuff.
Tell me you have a lane to produce something without telling me you have a lane to produce something. You could write something like that.
Probably.
You're probably my ass. You could.
But probably. I probably could.
Applying yourself is about that. Think of it. You know what I mean? But hey, I love this movie. I didn't know about that. That's new to me. So it existed somewhere and it just became a screenplay, huh?
Yeah, 1,000,000,000%. It existed. This is like when this movie came out, it's right around like it's shortly after Spider-Man and X-Men were launched. I would say before Iron Man, I believe, or maybe close to the launch of Iron Man. This is all, you know, when those big studios turned around and they're like, hey, look, get me a comic book. I want to make a movie. You know what I mean? Like this is just what was happening. I am, you know, V for Vendetta. Get me a comic book. I want to make a movie. There's a whole bunch of that going on in Hollywood for a while, and this is one of them.
Shout out to kids. There's a lot of things I wouldn't have known, especially in this genre right here. I never, ever would have known. I didn't have the intellectual curiosity to go find it out. But he might not have either, but he just knew that this was a comic book. I never would have known that.
Yeah.
Hey, man, that's good shit right there. I love it. Appreciate that. But I Am Legend is man. All right, this last one, you guys we're gonna have some fun with. I think Trips more than anything. Me and Trips, maybe you two kids. I don't know if you watched this in depth. But what I'm about to put on the screen is classic.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Harlem Nights. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that movie. What do you call that? An ensemble cast.
Definitely an ensemble. Oh yeah.
Of every older black. You know, every old black comedian in the industry was in that movie.
Basically, yeah.
You know, a lot of one-liners. You know, cool story. You know, from shooting off to pinky toe to be, and I ain't gonna be too many more motherfuckers. It's a cool story, a family. You got the gangster stuff going on.
I ain't gonna be too many more motherfuckers,
yeah. You got a little romance going on with that sexy ass Redbone Jasmine guy. And she was crazy though.
I thought she was in that. Is she crazy?
Well, if you remember the movie.
Oh, in the movie she was crazy, yeah.
Oh, she was a psychopath.
Yeah. But yeah, it was Sunshine. Speaking of throw it up in the sky because it was so good. It's like, yeah, Sunshine, I see you, sweet pea. But yeah, it was a cool movie. It was a cool story, well acted. Yeah, Arsenio Hall up in there.
Hold on, time out, Trips. I don't think kids is really dug into this.
What?
You ain't really dug into this, have you?
No, I've definitely seen this movie. It just wasn't like
how many times?
It wasn't my favorite movie of the time. It was all right.
How many times you seen it?
Twice.
Okay.
I gotta watch it just for like the one-liners, because there's so many subtle, background jokes that are not in the forefront, are not done by the main stars in the scene, but are just so subtle, and it's like, oh shit, that's funny as hell.
Trips, this movie, like I remember just more recently when I used to mess around with the bar room. I used to be talking, we'd be in the show, be talking to Aldo about that part of the show. And some of what we do is birthed from some of what Aldo was doing over there on the bar room and movie reviews and different stuff like that. And I give him that credit, man. He made me think about that. And one of the things that I didn't like, and it's not because of Aldo was trying to be that, we wasn't talking about more black films. And I used to be like, hey man, you ever seen this? You ever seen that? And he'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna talk about that. And I kept talking about it, but we never did get around to that. That's because we parted ways. It wasn't his fault. It's just I wasn't there. But fast forward to now. Here we are on the Nomad Network, and we can talk about this shit. And this is like this movie to me, Trips, kids. Like I know every single character in this movie. I know these guys. We know these guys, Trip. They have been around us our whole entire lives. We know every last one of these characters, whether it be the prostitute with the prostitutes, whether it be the hustler and the gambling and all the stuff, the wisecracking. Yeah, all the wisecracking. We know all these people, man. All of them. And so that's why it's endearing to me. This movie is so endearing to me is because I know every single character in it intimately. Like my house was Harlem Nights. The house I grew up in was Harlem Nights. Della Reese's character, that's my grandma.
Who the hell put the juice back in the refrigerator, done but a swallow in it?
Well, drink it then.
Got my mouth fixed for all the orange juice, ain't nothing but a swallow in there.
I even know this.
Get the hell out of here before I kick your little ass.
I know all these cats, man. In a deep way. Man, dude, like these dudes.
Yes.
So kids and Trips, to understand how I grew up is to understand a house with 10 people in there minimum. 10 human beings in there. Most of them kids, 2 adults. Everybody else is a kid, different age groups, right? I'm the little boy. And I'm seeing all this shit in real time. We got people at the dinner table after everybody get through eating, get all that shit cleaned up. Now the adults coming over there and they're gonna play cards and they're gonna gamble, they're gonna do all kinds of shit. They're gonna talk shit all night long. And it sounds like Harlem Nights, bro.
It
sounds just like this.
Motherfucking dominoes, the spades, the bid whisk.
Man, hey, Trips, I'm talking about. I learned what the word trick meant. listening to my family talk shit when I'm supposed to be in the bed asleep. Man,
What kind of trick you talking about? Spades trick or like trick?
They playing cards trick.
Oh, okay, that trick. All right.
No,
Yeah,
they
there's a whole kind of different
saying, but they insinuating that you a trick.
Trick ass.
Trick ass motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of shit they talking. Get your trick ass up.
You got the Harold Blue Bland on the radio.
Man,
Johnny Blue Bland, rather.
Man, the
Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes.
The granny has a lot of Harold Melvin, but she loves some Luther Vandross, man.
Oh, that was Fat Luther then too.
I don't know, but I know she loved Luther Vandross. It'd be that going on. It'd be a lot of Rick James. Be a lot of man. Let me see. Rick James. Be a lot of Earth, Wind, and Fire. But man, get your trick.
The bottle, a lot of cussing.
Excuse my language. It'd be like, get up, trick, nigga. All that kind of shit. It's like
I going outside to smoke the reefers.
I come from the streets where MF is just for real, man. Somebody might get threatened to get cut, somebody might get cut, somebody might get shot in a day or two. You know what I mean? Like, I tell you something, it's crazy that I came from that and kept a certain level of sanity to it. I remember one time one of the dudes that live in the neighborhood is just like, damn, I don't even know how none of y'all ain't crazy, man. Because the crazy shit that used to be going on in our house, like everybody used to come to my house, bro. Everybody. It was busy all the time. It was like a nightclub, bro. I don't know how that sounded to y'all, but my home was like a nightclub.
Yeah. I've been in those households because I had cousins and let's just say my papa was a Rolling Stone, so I went places with him because it was the 70s, so nobody cared when a shorty was tagging along, and I saw things, heard things that I shouldn't have been seeing or hearing at such a young child age.
Nah,
that's what's fucked me up to this day.
You know what's funny about it, Trips? And just put the movie to the side. We're gonna get to the ins and outs of that movie, but a lot of us can say that we seen stuff way too, or we had to grow up way too fast, experiencing things, and it's just like, damn, is everybody's house like this? It's like you don't even realize it's not normal until you get a little older and you reflect on it. It's like, but it gave you character because you didn't realize at the time that everybody around you, the black people around you, were scrambling and scraping, trying to get by.
I had a different perspective because since Papa was a Rolling Stone, I grew up non-traditionally, let's say, and in the household with my aunt, his sister. So, her kids were more like my siblings, even though they were my cousins. So I had the stability, of that household because she was a school teacher, made sure I was in school and all that stuff. And then when I would go with my pops to these other places in the hood on the low end, to get the reefers or whatever, I would see how the low end lived, the Robert Taylor homes, being up in there. And it's like, oh yeah, this is ghetto as fuck, because it was actually the ghetto kids, the projects, where it's like the big buildings that's got like 15 stories and there's like thousands of people in there and ain't nobody got nothing, a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, as the expression goes. Yeah, up in there. And so when it got grimy, I knew what grimy was because I had seen it, while I got the opportunity to go back home to more stable settings and surroundings. So the cussing, the drinking, the drugs, the sex, all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Going down there by the fort, over in the 30s and the 40s, over there on Cottage, and I also, got to see other neighborhoods because my pops was a funeral director. And so we went to different neighborhoods, and he would hang out with his buddy up on the northwest side, Santos Funeral Home up there in Chicago. And it was all Hispanics and the gangbangers. And so I would be in that area and hear them talk about that and seeing the repercussions of the street life, up close and personal. So growing up in a diverse area in a diverse way that I did, Harlem Nights was kind of like, well, yeah, the street life is like that, the normie life is like that, this life is like that. And I understood how to compartmentalize all of it at such a young age. So I could enjoy the comedy aspect of it because the dark side of society aspect of it was, just like Nomad, it was just kind of like normal.
Yeah, it's you know what, Trips, man. The older I get and the more mature I get, the more I respect everybody's journey and everybody's situation. Like for me, and I try not to stay singular about that aspect of it. I put what I seen and went through in my perspective, and then I put it somewhere, and I'm listening to other people that had it a different way. Like somebody just said earlier, that is wild. My mom and grandma wouldn't allow nobody in the house. It was totally opposite. And I knew people like that. It was totally opposite. We had a very friendly household. We never had roaches, never had none of that stuff going on. We had a wide open door. So people in the community, in my neighborhood in particular, people just came and went. People came over to hang out. People can come over there and get something to eat. People can come over there and play cards and gamble. It was just a wild place, man. It was just a wild place. And the characters that came in and out of that door helped shape me. I got a wit and sense of humor that you can't fucking believe because of it. You know what I mean? You have to develop it. Around those kind of people.
That's
If
when
you
you learn
ain't,
how to play the dozens.
oh yeah, you don't, man. You're gonna get ate up. You know what I mean? And I wasn't getting ate up, man. It was just the wit, sense of humor, and to find that sense of humor in so much oppression and poverty is the point.
Hmm.
That's the point of this movie. They found a way to make money in a time where there's a depression.
Sweet as sugar.
They were running numbers and stuff that happened in Hoodlum. They were running numbers. People were doing that. People were running nightclubs to make money, and doing whatever they had to do to survive. That's why black people are the most durable in the world because we're gonna find a way.
But you also notice something that the whores, were accepted. Part of the family. They weren't looked down on like
Oh,
streetwalkers or nothing.
oh. I tell y'all something else off the screen one of these days, but that's very personal too. I think I told y'all that, but there's something to that. You know what I mean? I've seen that kind of life. I'll tell you, my grandfather on my dad's side was a pimp, literally, and the women that he had, I don't call them that, were very very sweet to me,
Is
very
who?
sweet to me, and I used to go have to run and do little stuff for them, and more of this aspect of it came out in the movie JoJo Dancer when I finally seen that years later. JoJo Dancer really relates to me and my upbringing, and he had those kind of people, and I didn't know my granddad that well on that side, but when I met him and met some of the people in his life, they were so sweet, and you stop looking at them like an it. You see them as a human being because they are human
Hmm.
and being treated in a certain way, which my granddad passed away. I had no respect for him. He was an unaliver and he was a pimp. I didn't have no respect for him as I got older. You know what I mean? I realized what he was. I had no respect for that man because I would never fall to that. He could have done better than that, but that's a whole other story. But I'm not ashamed to tell you that. It's just the way it is. But that's what the plight of black people. This movie Harlem Nights comes from the plight of black people and trying to survive. That's what this is all about. And Eddie Murphy brilliantly put it and made it humor. Brilliantly.
And then also look at the black people that were in the employ of the white people at the time. You know, the Jasmine guys and the others that were in the movie. You know, and it's like, oh, all skin folk ain't kin folk.
Yeah. It's man, it's just really a testament. The more and more, every time I see this movie, it's just a testament to how strong we are as a people. We some strong MFers. If you ever want to meet some, tip your hat to the next black man you met or woman, because we strong.
You know, to close up, when he told tough ass Danny Aiello, he was like, "Hey, not a lot of air in here. Take little baby sips." Then he closed the vault door, and Danny Aiello was like, "It's like, oh, look at you, badass cop."
Hey, Trip, if you can't learn how to do this, you're gonna be lost being one of us.
Man, so many comedians in this movie, man. So many.
Your mama was a very nice lady.
Hey man, this is some of the best shit I ever seen in my life, man. I don't know if I've ever seen. I guess it's like therapy to me, y'all. It's like seeing this movie made my life make sense and made me understand the humor that I got out of being in some of these predicaments, man. It's just like you can't. The average person would go through this and be like they wouldn't look at life too well. And I found the humor.
You know, but then also the guidance of the Yoda figure, you know, guiding Quick, you know, the young Jedi, you know, teaching them the rules of the game.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, it was a good movie, and it's just funny and it's relatable, very relatable.
I got so much. Like, to me, this is the best movie Eddie Murphy. So Eddie Murphy not only starred in this movie, he directed it, wrote it, and is the lead character in it. It's just so much good in here. Like every time I watch it, I notice something that I didn't notice before. And most of it is funny, but sometimes it's other little things that like people don't know that Eddie Murphy is been like the go-to guy for Hollywood, Black Hollywood, for a long freaking time. Even though he's accepted by the other Hollywood, he's been responsible for making sure that these guys' financial situations didn't overwhelm him. Like Red Fox, for instance. I think it was I think he paid it the second time, but I think Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra paid Red Fox's taxes at one time because he got behind the 8 ball with the IRS. You know, he just wouldn't pay him. And they started taking his shit. I seen the video of him getting his shit taken. They was putting all that shit in vans and U-Hauls and all that kind of shit. Took everything out of his house. The first time Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra took care of that, he still didn't pay his taxes.
Fuck.
Got into that situation again. I think Eddie Murphy helped that process by putting him in this movie and putting him in a prominent role and paid him so that he can pay the taxes. Guess what? Red Fox still didn't pay the motherfucking taxes.
Fuck him.
But that's a whole side story. But he's been burying black comics and black stars for a long time, not just comics, but Eddie Murphy deserves a lot of respect, man. A lot of.
He even got his Uncle Ray in this movie, which is something I didn't really understand until I'm now looking at the cast and I see Uncle Ray. And there's a couple of skits that Eddie's done over the years talking about his Uncle Ray. I believe he also had Uncle Ray on, I think, the Letterman show way back in the day. And Uncle Ray's pretty funny, man. He was actually cracking jokes on Eddie's like about Eddie with Eddie there. It was kind of a cool thing to see. But Eddie Murphy has him in this movie, has him in Snap. Has him in this movie, has him in Coming to America. And Uncle Ray been doing a couple of side projects off on his own. You know what I'm saying? Uncle Ray's out there doing some things. So it's really cool to see that he's been able to get not just Arsenio Hall into his movies, not just do a movie with his, favorite
Robin Harris.
comedians, Robin Harris, all these guys, but also his brother, right? Like, and there's the other one that like Charlie Murphy. How Charlie Murphy came into all this is kind of crazy, but he's in all these movies too, and eventually kind of steps out into his own thing, just like Uncle Ray. So, shout out to Eddie and being just sort of a pioneer at the end of the day, man.
You know what's crazy? Nobody would have ever known who Charlie is outside of what jokes he told, and I don't know whether it was Raw or
Chappelle Show.
No, I'm talking about before Eddie. Eddie told stories about Charlie, rode Charlie around, kind of shit. Them jokes. Talking about burning up on the grill and shit. You know what I mean? Roll Charlie around, he on fire and shit. All them kind of jokes he told in those comedy stand-ups. But people knew Charlie from there. But then he got on the Chappelle Show, and people saw Charlie and found out Charlie was funny, and now you know why Eddie funny.
You know what you're missing? Two little things in the middle before the Chappelle, because he's
been around. I'm just talking about people didn't know Charlie before.
I think he was in Menace to Society, if I'm correct. Pretty sure he's Chauncey.
No,
I'm pretty sure he's Chauncey.
No, he ain't Chauncey, bro.
I'll prove this in a second.
He ain't Chauncey, bro.
I think he's Chauncey.
No, that wasn't Chauncey.
I promise you ain't Chauncey.
That was a different dude, because Chauncey was old girl's cousin, right? That was a different dude.
Chauncey, that's the guy. He played Pinky and
yeah, he was more light skinned dude.
No, he played Pinky in Ice Cube's movie. What's that?
Oh, I'm Pinky.
You're talking about
that's Chauncey, man. That's not Charlie Murphy, bro.
Christopher Howe.
Curtis Howe. Was in? Charlie Murphy was in.
Listen to Scrolls, man. He is not Charlie Murphy. You about to prove me wrong.
Pinky is Chauncey? Okay.
You're about to get slapped up. Don't go down there.
All right, Pinky's Chauncey. I'm pretty sure he was also in CB4. Am I right about that one? Or is that
CB4? I think he was one of the dudes.
He might have played a thug here and there because he got
because he wasn't one of the main characters, because it was Chris Rock and homie from
he's in CB4 for sure.
Yeah, with New Jack City, G Money.
Hey, y'all, give me like
somebody else
2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right. But yeah, he was in little roles. He was never the star or never had like a lot of lines, but he played pretty much what he was, like a thug looking dude. But then once he got into the Chappelle Show, and it was like, oh shit, okay.
He's funny too. You know what I mean? It ain't just Eddie that's funny in the family. And we probably should have known that because
Clifton Powell
too. But
thank you, Red Baron. Clifton Powell, that was his name.
Clifton Powell, that's Pinky.
No, Pinky. Okay. Had me shook.
I remember being Chauncey, man. Chauncey was funny, man.
Chauncey was but it's this movie, Harlem Nights, it's a classic. You just turn it on and just watch it. It'll make you laugh, it'll make you cry, it'll make you everything in between. A cool storyline, the heist and all that. And then what the boxer he had stutter.
Man, mad jokes all the way across this movie, man. It's super funny.
But he was the champ, so everybody waited for him to get it out. But you could tell that they was like,
oh snap. Yeah.
Oh man, that shit was hilarious.
Like I said, I like this one, but personally, I'm partial to Coming to America, man. I'm a little partial.
We'll get to some of them, man. But beautiful. I mean, some of the best movies, and I know everybody doesn't get our humor. I know everybody doesn't get it. Obviously, they don't. Truth is, we don't always get everybody else's humor, but it's humor coming from a certain perspective, and that's all it is. And the brilliance of the acting and the jobs that people have to do, man, is second to none. And a lot of these movies, this is just one of the upper tier movies that were produced, man. And I think that should be said, that all humor ain't the same. Got a lot of sarcastic humor, got a lot of slapstick kind of humor, Three Stooges type stuff that's really physical, that kind of humor. And then you got some just, slap you in your face, just
Dark.
yeah, you got all kinds of different humor. Humor's not the same, just not. It depends on how you are. You might gravitate to a certain kind of humor. You know what I mean? So it should be said that everybody's humor is not the same. And it's not that, somebody's humor is not funny. It's just not funny to everybody. That's all. But that's it, man. That's it for the show, man. Let me get this off the screen because we got to close this. We got to close this SOB out. And overall, man, let's just start here, man. What did you guys think? Some last final thoughts before we get ready to get up out of here. Great show, I think.
Yeah, great show. Covered a lot of ground. Overall, the subject matter as we do on Extra Sauce every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Central. So, as something that is different, that is now we are in the midst of, is instead of, sleeping in, kids, got to get up early and check the Twitter, see what moves have been made, what trades have been made, what players have been released, because we're in the midst of it, y'all. What players are getting traded, what salaries are getting cut, who are we bringing in for what positions, y'all? It's going down. And by the time we are together again Sunday night on Nomad at Night, that will be within the legal tampering period. So we will by then know who the team free agent wise is negotiating with, and we can talk about that then. So we got a lot of offseason content, coming up. Nomad has more dogs to add to his kennel, his draft prospects as the draft is coming up at the end of next month. And be sure you are with us for the live draft call. So there's a lot going on these three networks. So make sure you are subscribed, whether it be the Nomad Network, whether it be Keds the Canuck, or whether it be Sports Chicago Style, also known on YouTube, RRSCS. So we do appreciate you hanging out with us. Thank you for all the comments and joining us within the variety of the conversations. And look forward to being with you Sunday and talking about all of the Bears news. Kids?
Right on. We'll start with some love to the chat. Slumbo Boogie, Scrolls, White G, Spirit of 7614, ATF, Pete, Castiglione, Levante Rogers was with us, AC Adam, Mr. Mayhem. Shout out to all y'all. Shout out to the Minister Charles Johnson as well. Good to see all you guys in the chat hanging out with us and spending your Wednesday evening kicking it with the crew, man. Thank you for doing that. The trip kind of laid it down. Things are about to change and shift real fast over the course of the next, I'm going to say 7 days. I think by next week, Wednesday, we'll have a good understanding of what is going to transpire, if anything. By Sunday, we should have at least some good speculation on some of that. And maybe there might be a couple of moves between here and then. So we'll know more over the course of the next, like I say, 7 days, pretty much. After that, then we'll be looking towards, as far as free agency is concerned, then we'll be looking towards the draft and getting a little bit closer to these prospects and, what's left for the Chicago Bears to sort of attack with respect to that draft. So that'll be the conversation, in my opinion, next week, Wednesday, right here on Extra Sauce. Sunday, hopefully we have a little bit of news as to what the cap looks like, because I think that's really looming. And in order for them to really get into free agency period and do the right things, they got to make some shifts, moves, and make things a bit more manageable. So I don't, one thing I'll say is I don't expect Tremaine Edmonds to be here Sunday night, or at least be with the team. That being said, I think he had a Pro Bowl caliber season. I think a lot of folks out there might agree with that, and I think they'll fetch a decent, a decent draft pick here and there out of that potential trade. So, all that to say, thanks for spending your time with us. Hope you enjoyed us talking about just about everything: food, drinks, doomsday, movies, you name it. You'll see some more next week on Extra Sauce. No, Matt?
All right, man. Y'all covered a lot of ground and all the thank yous. I double that. I appreciate you guys, man. We appreciate you guys. And again, one of the reasons why we come here is to be able to get to a whole lot of things. And let's just say it looks like a lot of time, but it's not that much time, because we talk about a lot of things, man. But let me just start with the Bears part. I do believe we're gonna have to go, unless something happens life-wise, gonna go live at some point Monday to cover some of the free agent tampering period, so they can, in any of those preliminary deals, framework of agreements that might happen, we can get the, first dibs on it while we're live on the show. I plan on covering that, and if we're there, we're there. We're not, we're not. I'm gonna try. So don't hold me to that. I'm gonna do my very best to do that. And as far as the Bears go, this is probably the most comfortable and smooth I've felt being a Bears podcaster the whole time I've been doing it. And reason being is because I'm settled in my spirit about them. And I think most people are. I think most people are very settled in their spirit about these Bears. And yes, are there going to have to be changes? Yeah. Yep. It's going to be some tweaks, big ones and small ones. And you feel comfortable knowing that your team has got it together and they're going to do the right thing by that team and push them to where they need to go. And so I'm not really concerned about it. I think about it, but this is probably the first offseason where I'm just not overwhelmed with Bears. It's because we struggled so bad previously to this. It forced me to go into where I need to go into to really, really create some optimism here, because there's always optimism in an off season, because you can always get better in an off season. And so that being said, the Bears, I think they're good. I think, do we have some problems? Yeah, we need to deal with some shit. And I think they'll get it straightened out. I don't know exactly how they're going to go about it. We speculated about it a lot tonight, talked about some of the thoughts and ideas about where they can go and get this, get that, how they can lean into the draft, create some cap space. We talked about it all tonight, and talked about some prospects in the draft that I think could be some pivotal pieces for a different reason. But one of the things I want to leave you guys with, and to the point about the story I told you guys while we were being human, man, I just want to leave you guys with these thoughts about trying to start looking in the mirror and stop pointing the finger around to everybody else that ain't you, as though they're the problem. Too many men in this world. It's not really that you can call yourself a man if you don't learn how to refine yourself. If you don't learn how to look in the mirror and redirect yourself, your thoughts, your actions, how you come across to the next person. You think you this it person and everybody should want to love you and be around you. But guess what? You can fall short of that glory in a minute. But if you refuse to look in the mirror, you're just going to probably lose the people in your life that you need. Probably will. But if you're willing to look inside that mirror and be a better person outside of it, man, you're gonna kind of ascend as a human, not just a man. You're gonna ascend as a human. Just look in the mirror and be able to redirect your thoughts, your mind, and the way you act and the way you come across to people. Be a good human in this world and be a reflective person and be the light. But before we get out of here, I got to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.